Friday. Mike Lefko here with you as we, put a wrap on the Super Bowl. Do we officially put a wrap on this Super Bowl celebration? Feel free. Celebrate the whole offseason if you want, but it does feel like this whole week you had the Super Bowl and the celebration wherever you were on Sunday, the parade on Wednesday. Maybe you're still feeling the effects of that, and now, all right, the week comes to an end. Maybe we put a bow on this and then start to turn toward next season and this offseason for the Seahawks, a shortened offseason, a brief one, and what they have to do to repeat. So we'll talk about all of that. Brock will join me at 7. We'll have G. Scott in here like he usually does at 8:30. He was in the parade. He was one of the key floats leading the parade there. So we'll talk to G about that. Then your calls at 9:30 like you guys usually do on Friday. But I want to start with some big news that happened yesterday. Maura, you were there. Tell us the special occasion that happened and what you got to experience last night.
I went to the Pacific Northwest Football Hall of Fame induction for 2026 over at Husky Stadium, and got to see, some of our teammates here. Michael Bumpus got inducted, and then also, it feels like Paul Moyer kind of works here because he does Seahawks pre and post.
He's on our show, Wyman and Bob, every week.
Yeah, he comes on your show all the time.
This afternoon, so you're right.
Even
he's
back
part
to
of the
when
station.
I produced Wyman and Bob. Yeah, so it was great to see both of them go in. Steve Rabel was hosting. I don't know how any of those guys are still standing after the last week. Like, it must be such a whirlwind coming back from calling that game. They had to do the parade. I think Steve Rabel was in here shooting commercials yesterday in the morning, very early, and bumped at his show and then went there. So, yeah, I think everyone's very tired. Rabel was hilarious. As Brock brought up yesterday, he's a terrific MC and also just got some really great stories out of these guys. They all had, some pretty interesting perspectives on why they love this area so much and why it's special to them. And just got to hear some more about the people that supported them along the way. It was also, Hugh Millen, Don Coryell, Jeff Bryant, and Joe Nash. Mm-hmm. Jeff Bryant and Joe Nash were teammates in the 80s, so they went up there together, and it was cool. Obviously, I don't know a ton about those 80s Seahawks teams. And,
Wyman can tell you. Yeah. He has some stories.
But their team in 84 apparently had 63 takeaways, which is so impressive. And, I got to see some highlights of Moyer and Bump that I've never seen before.
That's fantastic.
It was an awesome night, and congrats to those guys.
You know what I hope happens? I hope at 10 a.m., when the Bump and Stacy show begins, there's a new open that says, now here are your hosts, Stacy Ross and Pacific Northwest Hall of Famer, Michael Bumpus. That probably won't happen, but no, it is cool.
It was also a little funny that it was held at Husky Stadium, and Moyer and Bump both kept taking shots about how they were undefeated at that stadium when they were in college. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We got to bring that up for Brock. He doesn't know this, I'm sure. So when he gets on, please mention that Bump is going to talk about how well he did in that stadium where he was now inducted into the Pacific Northwest Hall of Fame. Also, when you get a chance, when you're not listening to us, or if you're at home listening to us and you have time to look it up on your phone or computer or wherever you're listening, go to seattlesports.org, not our website. We're seattlesports.com. Go to seattlesports.org, which is part of the Seattle Sports Star of the Year Awards, which is coming up next month in March, and they branch out. They kind of envelop this Pacific Northwest Hall of Fame into it. So they have a big section on the Pacific Northwest Hall of Fame. They have pictures of all these guys, and the picture they use for Michael Bumpus is hilarious. It's obviously a shot from when he was in college, one of those photo shoots you do before the start of the season. First of all, he looks extremely young. Bump, he talks about he's getting up there. He's a man. He's 40. He's getting close to 40 if he isn't 40 yet. But it's one of his pre-season photo shoot shots in the Coug uniform. And for some reason, they have put 7 footballs in his arms and on top of him. So he's surrounded by footballs, and he's just standing there, and he looks hilarious because I've only known Bump as, a retired football player. But here he is in his glory, in his element. I'm sure for people listening, they have some fond memories of Michael Bumpus doing what he did in legendary fashion on the football field. So I highly recommend looking that up. I showed more this morning. I think I also made it my new contact photo for Bump.
Drowning in footballs. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, so that happened yesterday. That was cool. Some slight news happened last night as well. And I don't know if anyone else is upset about this as I am, because it's not necessarily a thing yet, but it's the potential for something that could be very upsetting. And I want to dig into it a little bit. We'll dig into it a little bit more as well and need to know coming up throughout the show. But John Orrand, who wrote for 20-plus years the Sports Business Journal, now writes for the website Puck, very connected when it comes to sports media and all these rights deals and the news of sports. he put out there that the Week 1 slate for the NFL will feature the Seahawks, as it should, as the defending Super Bowl champs. They typically open the season. You know, you win the Super Bowl, you open the season at home, you get all the ceremony, you get the deserved accolades that come with that, as the Seahawks did after they won their first Super Bowl. They opened the next season hosting the Packers. So that was expected. But he also said there's this Australia game that we knew about, Rams 49ers, that, could potentially be on a Wednesday before the Seahawks game. So the official wording is the NFL is trying to figure out a Wednesday game and a Thursday game. And it could be the Seahawks on Wednesday, or it could be that Australia game. And I have a big issue with that. I do not think a team should have to sit and watch two other teams, let alone their rivals, start the season and get denied all the acclaim that comes from winning a Super Bowl and what you get that next year. Like, that's the final capper on the season. After that, it's that next season. The Super Bowl's up for grabs. You're no longer the Super Bowl champions. That's in the past. Everyone has a chance to get it. That is the last chance for everyone to sit and watch and have to soak in the fact that you did not win. The Seahawks did. The whole world is watching. And if you're game 2, what's everyone talking about the day leading up to the game? It's Rams-Niners. If they do play that first game, Rams-Niners in Australia, blah, blah, blah. All the talk shows, Good Morning Football, it's on right now. All of SportsCenter leading up to the Seahawks is instead talking about, Rams-Niners and the history they made. So if that actually happens, to me, that would be very insulting. And I put that out there. Reaction is split. Some people are like, I don't care. Some people are like, yep, that would be just a slap in the face. So if you're worked up about it, good. Come get worked up about it with me. If you're not, well, whatever. You're a more logical fan than I am. But I don't know. How would you feel about that? Maura, how would you feel about that?
I think you should be the team opening the season when you win the Super Bowl. That's just tradition. But also, Brock had assumed, he had said that he thought that it would not only be the Seahawks opening the season, but that they would open against the Rams because that's the game everyone wants to see. And apparently that's not going to happen. Also, just I thought anyone who played in Australia was going to have a bye week immediately after because that's like a 17-hour flight.
Well, that's their potential for saying you play the Wednesday night in week 1, so then you have more time before week 2. But if it's this much of an inconvenience, hey, maybe don't play a game in Australia. I don't care. I don't have sympathy for teams going all the way over there. You were forced to go over there by your league. So as a league, the NFL, don't undermine your premier team here, the team that won the Super Bowl. Don't undermine them at the sake of something contrived about a 19-hour time difference, 17-hour flight, putting them a day before the Super Bowl champs just because they need more travel time back. That's annoying. You got yourself into this mess. Deal with the consequence of it. Now, let's temper it down for a little bit. I will say it's not official yet that the Rams and Niners are first, but that news came out, and this is just reported by John Orand, who is well connected in the sports media world, that these two games, they're still being finalized because, hey, guess what? It's a nightmare trying to schedule a game in Australia. So the NFL is dealing with the logistics of that. They're trying to figure out if it'll be Wednesday or Thursday, and the Seahawks will get the other day. So essentially, the Seahawks get second fiddle. Now, if they open the season first, I'm fine with that. But they are at the mercy of this Australia game, which that annoys me. So, all right, getting fired up to start the morning here.
It would be very weird if the Seahawks get that one and then the Rams get theirs.
Yeah, but I would take that. Like, you got to be first. You got to be the team that everyone talks about, that the first game of the NFL season that everyone tunes in for. They have to watch that opening ceremony. You see them maybe, I don't know, they already get their rings, but they'll be honored. They won't raise a banner or anything where you can't raise. Yeah, they'll do something. But anyway, you have to watch, and you have to have everyone in the sports world watching it because you are the champs. And it would just slightly not go over well if for some reason another game happened first. So we'll see if Brock cares. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe I'm the only one who cares. But we'll get back into that, plus some news of the Seahawks offensive coordinator search. Some candidates have already interviewed, some more on deck for the Seahawks. All of that coming up and Need to Know. Mike Lefko here with you. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Man, can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world! You hear me?
Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet plus Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. For a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with their award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More.
Fast internet speed. He's got the geeks to go big. Bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass. And sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, right now, the Seahawks offensive coaching staff is in flux. Simultaneous OC searches happening here and in Vegas. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler was first to report on Wednesday. The Seahawks are interviewing 4 internal candidates, Justin Outen, Andrew Janocko, Jake Peetz, and Mac Brown, yesterday and today. And NFL Network's Tom Pelissero on The Rich Eisen Show weighed in with the latest on the Seahawks' internal OC candidates.
Andrew Janocko is a key one to watch because not only he's the quarterback's coach, not only is he a top candidate for the Seahawks offensive coordinator job, there's also a possibility, a strong one, if he doesn't stay in Seattle, that he's going to go with his best friend Clint Kubiak to Las Vegas and become the Raiders OC. The difference is in Seattle, Janocko would get to call the plays. So if he's offered that job, I don't know, but I would think he would strongly consider taking that over being a non-play calling OC with the Raiders. Jake Peetz is another one. When they changed out the offensive staff last year, Peetz was the one assistant that Mike McDonald really felt strongly about keeping in Seattle. So another guy who could either go with Clint or potentially be the play calling OC in Seattle. Justin Outen, Mac Brown, 2 other assistants in Seattle. Both those guys are going to interview for the job as well.
Okay, so those are the internal candidates, but something that we've kind of thrown out there, are there any outside guys who might be interviewing or in contention for this OC position? Tom Pelissero weighed in on that as well.
There are some other, coaches that they've interviewed because they've run offensive coordinator searches, I think now 4 years in a row. So there are other, coaches out there. I don't believe it's Mike Kafka. He's now on staff with Detroit. I know he was a top candidate last time, and the Giants at that time wouldn't let him out. I don't anticipate that he's going to be the guy. Hank Fraley from the Lions, Adam Stenavich from the Packers are 2 guys that they interviewed last time around as well. They have to, under league rules, run a full search here. So they're starting out with the internal candidates, which, by the way, bold move starting your OC interviews the day after everybody is in a literally Bud Light sponsored parade. Yeah. You're finding out, above all else, who can sober up the fastest prior to these interviews.
All right, so sounds like not really for the outside candidates. It's those 4 internal ones, and we will figure out who comes out of that. And then, of course, the Raiders search happening, which, meanwhile, Seahawks wide receiver coach Frisman Jackson interviewed for that Raiders OC spot, while Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports says that the Cardinals interviewed Carl Scott for their defensive coordinator position.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
It is baseball season. Mariners pitchers and catchers had their first workout yesterday. And we know the catcher. Don't have to worry about that. We know the 5 starters in the rotation. But a lot of intrigue with some of the young arms and some of the new faces in the bullpen. That includes another lefty reliever in Jose Ferrer.
Gabe, he handled it all so well last year. But, to have another lefty that we can go to down there that has the big arm is huge. And Ferrer just got off the mound just real briefly yesterday. So that was the first chance to see him. But I'm a guy that I'm really excited to see. I think is a huge piece for us in the offseason. And I think the work that Jerry and Justin did in the offseason was tremendous in bringing in Ferrer and Ref Snyder and Donovan and getting Naylor signed. I mean, these are huge pieces that they were able to accomplish, and really sets us up with a very deep roster.
Yeah, Adam Jude of the Seattle Times notes that Ferrer threw about 25 pitches to Cal Raleigh in his first bullpen session of spring training. And we'll talk about Cade Anderson and the impression he made a little bit later as well. But can you guys believe that the first spring training game is a week from today? Friday, February 20th, the Mariners have their first Cactus League game of the season. And then, Maura, are you ready? Have you packed yet? You guys are going down there a week from Monday.
I can't catch up. No, I'm excited. I was just checking the weather yesterday, and it was like 78.
Ooh, that's going to be fantastic. I'm excited for that. You guys down there, the final week of February beginning to the 23rd? I don't know the days of the week anymore.
23rd through 27th.
23rd through 27th, the Brock and Salk Show down there at Mariners Spring Training.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, there were a couple of rule changes coming out of the MLB owners' meetings yesterday as well. First is kind of one that was technically already in effect but was not being enforced. It's that the base coaches will have to stay in their coaching boxes until a pitch has been thrown. I guess that had been a rule, but now it's going to be enforced, and it's been stressed for umpires to enforce that. First time, it's a warning. Second time, they're ejected after that. This comes among some renewed tensions before Game 7 of the World Series last year. Both the Blue Jays and Dodgers coaches had to be warned, hey, stay in your coaching boxes. They're worried about some sign stealing and picking up pitches when they're moving up and down the line. So that's one that's kind of already been on the books. This other one has some potential interesting ramifications. Alden Gonzalez of ESPN reports that with the advent of the ABS challenge system that will be in Major League Baseball this season, teams will get 2 per game. We knew that. But the extra inning rule for it was just unfurled yesterday. If you're out of challenges, you're granted one for extra innings. There's some strategy there. So you could use up your challenges in the 9th, knowing you'd get one in the 10th. And then if you run out in the 10th, you get one in the 11th. I guess they don't want any critical call left unchallenged. Now, you will not get to carry it over, so you just get one. If you don't use it in the 10th, you will not get an additional one in the 11th, and so on. But MLB is saying that with the ABS challenge system, if you are out of challenges, you will get one in every inning that they play extras. Challenge in the 10th, all right, you're getting one in the 11th. I think you're going to see a lot of strategy in these extra innings of people challenging they might not have challenged before. Something to watch, and certainly something to watch with spring training. They had done the ABS last year, didn't have it in regular season games. Now we see it in regular season games coming up for the first time this season. One more thing you need to know, I know Brock wants to talk about this. Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss, who led his team to the college football playoff semifinals last year, he's been granted an injunction by a Mississippi State judge that will allow him to play a 6th year of college football. That comes after the NCAA denied his waiver request and appeal, so Trinidad Chambliss is back. That is everything you need to know. I guess one more thing you need to know here. It's Washington's biggest night out for sports. It's almost here. The 91st annual Sports Star of the Year Awards. Now, this star-studded event brings together the athletes and icons behind our favorite teams and unforgettable moments. Be a part of history and cast your vote for the men's and women's Sports Stars of 2025, representing the best of Washington sports. You can also vote for Sports Story of the Year. Voting is open now through February 14th, so through tomorrow. Last chance to vote comes up today and tomorrow. Head to seattlesports.org and make your voice heard. Winners will be announced live at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards that is presented by Microsoft on Friday, March 13th. Don't miss out. Vote now and be part of the celebration. I don't want to skew your vote, but I will say for Sports Story of the Year, the Seahawks are on there. The Seahawks 2025 season is one of the Sports Story of the Year candidates. I'm going to guess that wins, but go check it out, seattlesports.org, and you can vote on all of those for Sports Story of the Year, certainly for male and female Sports Star of the Year, and much more. All that will be honored on Friday, March 13th. And then they'll mention, again, the Pacific Northwest Hall of Famers that were honored yesterday, including Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. Well, coming up, it was a really entertaining conversation that Brock and Brady Henderson had with Kaylee Hartung from Italy. Might be a first in this show's history. We'll hear that here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I know the paint's barely dry on the new Super Bowl champ Seahawks gear, but can you believe Mariners pitchers and catchers have already reported and spring training is underway?
Holy catfish, that was fast. They know from day one of spring training, they have a chance to win the whole thing.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com. We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Holy smokes!
Seattle Sports.
For 24 years, Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar has been Bellevue's and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. Hey, this is Brock Heward, and what I love is being able to count on my good friend, Chef John Howie's reputation for excellence behind every plate. Whether it's local oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, Dungeness crab bisque, generous portions with true value, and every detail is cared for. Whether it's a date night, a business dinner, or catching up with friends and family, Sea Star is the dining experience you remember. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish.
For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Okay, guys, quick PSA. Forgetting Valentine's Day flowers is not the move. Get it right this year. Send farm fresh flowers from the Books Company. And right now, get 25% off with code CANTY. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. And it's easy. Pick the bouquet, the delivery date, and you're done. Valentine's Day is February 14th, right after the big game, so order now. Go to Books.com and use code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You know you're having fun when time flies. Final segment, Brady in for Salk today. Thank you, Brady. And not a lot of sleep, just a lot of energy and a lot of juice over the last week or so. And our next guest is, I'm going to guess, on the same boat. I don't think we've ever gone to Italy. And I know we've never had the chance on this show to chat with Kaylee Hartung. Kaylee and I knew each other back on the college football road. It was really fun, Kaylee, seeing you, I don't know, 5-6 weeks ago with the Thursday night game that kind of set the table for all of this, that epic Rams game, and then ultimately a run all the way to the Super Bowl. And you know what? NBC did the right thing. They put you with the Seahawks all week long, embedded with them. So all the way to Italy we go to check in with my friend Kaylee. How are you doing right now, sis?
What an honor to finally get the invite here on the show with you, Brock. So happy to talk with you and you too, Brady. Hi, ciao, buongiorno. I don't know what hour of the day it is. From Livigno, Italy, where I am covering moguls and aerials events for the Olympics. Still riding high from that Super Bowl win by your Seahawks.
So did you get on that private plane with Mike, after the Super Bowl?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'll say it quietly. Yes, I did.
How was that? How was that?
I mean, so many people have been like, oh, how were your travels? I'm like, nobody needs to feel sorry for me. It was as easy as it could have been, and I have never felt luckier. That's for dang sure. It was awesome, but really one of the best parts about it was just getting to recap the day, the week, the whole experience of the Super Bowl with Mike Tirico. That guy is one of one. And y'all, no joke, we landed in Milan around 8:30 p.m. Milan time. Now, mind you, this is Monday night after taking off from Oakland, California at 1:30 a.m. Pacific time after the Super Bowl. So it was about a 10-hour plus flight, but we land in Milan. We're at the hotel around 9:45 or something. And Mike looks at the head of NBC's research department, Ron Vaccaro, who was also on the plane, and just said, so see you down here at 10:30. Like, I'm talking 45 minutes from when we pulled up to the hotel. He was just going to run up, take a shower, and head out. And he was on television around 2 a.m. Milan time. And I was like, okay, my job's not that hard. Like, I've got to be on the Today Show at 2 p.m. the following day. He blows my mind. But really, getting to kind of take a minute to come down from the high that was the Super Bowl, it was really cool to get that quality time with Mike.
So before you all passed out, right, because all the build up to the game, all the energy, and I want to get to some fun stories behind the scenes as well, but before you all passed out on that flight and you had that time to just kind of reminisce about what you just experienced and what your first Super Bowl was, what Mike's first Super Bowl was, what that game was, what the Seahawks were, what was some of that dialogue on the plane?
Well, I said to him, I'm just so sad it's over. Like, there's so much buildup to this Super Bowl experience. And I said, I'm just so sad it's over. How cool was that? And he said, well, now you know what Olympians feel like. Like, we've got to wait another 4 years if I'm lucky enough to get the call up from NBC Sports 4 years from now when the Super Bowl's back on NBC, now that we're in this 4-year rotation with the ABC and ESPN coming into the mix along with Fox and CBS. So yeah, that's the line that will stick with me from that. But I mean, you said it, getting to be on the sideline with the Seahawks as soon as I got that call of which team I would be assigned, because Melissa Stark and I were splitting the sidelines. As soon as Rob Hyland, our producer for the game, said to me, you've got the Seahawks, I said, what? Like, it was a gift. Like, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I couldn't have asked for more. I felt so lucky. And you mentioned, Brock, that Week 16 game, and we'd had them Week 4 as well on Thursday Night Football in Arizona against the Cardinals. And so, typically on Thursday nights, you're seeing one of the luxuries of Thursday Night Football, in my mind, is that you get to see almost every team in the league. A couple of years ago, the league passed a rule where you could appear twice on Thursday nights, which we love when we're getting great teams like the Seahawks twice. But I felt really confident in my understanding of the dynamics of the team, and I just had genuine excitement for who they are and what they're about and what they were building. And I'd heard the confidence. I'd seen the confidence on display Week 16 for sure. So, yeah, what a gift for me in my first Super Bowl to get that team of all teams to cover.
Hey, Kaylee, this is Brady Henderson. I cover the Seahawks for ESPN. We actually met at the owners' meetings a couple years ago. Good to talk to you again.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, I'm gonna give another confession, my second confession of the show so far.
2 confessions today.
Oh, bring it. Let's go.
I have not slept a whole lot, as you can imagine, over the last week or so. And so when Brock told me that you were in Italy, I did not make the Olympics connection. And my first thought was, man, Kaylee is doing this right. She covers the Super Bowl, and then she gets out of the country. She's at Lake Como hanging out, sipping on an Aperol Spritz. Of course, you are there to cover the Olympics. But I'm curious about.
I did just have an Aperol Spritz, for the record. I literally just had one before I came back to my room to talk to you guys.
Okay, so I'm not entirely wrong. That's good to know. But I'm curious, back to the Super Bowl, and as you just told us, you covered the Seahawks several times this year. What was your biggest takeaway from a week down in Bay Area, being very close to that team? What was your biggest takeaway about the Seahawks?
The love that those guys have for one another and Mike McDonald. I feel like there are phrases and words and concepts that get overused in sports about the connectedness of teams or that love or that brotherhood. But, man, it's real with those guys, and you know it better than I do. 12 is one. Like, that means something to them. Tough and connected, that mentality that Mike decided in the offseason after his first season that he really wanted to define this team. Those guys lived by it, and it was real, and you could feel it. And I think for me, whatever sport I'm covering, whatever team, whatever event, you want to believe the things that these athletes tell you. And when it's so obvious and it's so apparent, and you have 10 different ways to try to illustrate that to an audience because of the things that players say and because of the ways that they show you that that's true, man, it makes my job so much easier.
You would have loved, we have this segment, Kaylee Hartung with us all the way from Italy, our first ever guest from Italy that we're getting a chance to talk to, and our first time doing this, known each other a long time. You would have loved, we have this segment called Here's the Thing, Kaylee, and we get our listeners to leave us at times really ridiculous messages, really fun messages, but we had Danny with an I leave us a message and say the star of the Seahawk parade was none other than Steph McDonald. You could throw all the applause, on everybody else, but the star of the show, one of our GM here walked into the building, our program director, and said the star of the show, that caller was right. It was Steph McDonald. She was awesome. You know that any good man has a great woman next to him and beside him. And we've played sound of Steph and how much she has just adored and loved and praised Mike. I think you've gotten to know her a little bit over the years. Can you kind of shed a little more light on who she is? Oh my gosh,
you telling me that makes my heart so happy. So Brady, funny you bring up that we met at owners meetings a couple years ago. Same thing. I met Mike and Steph at their first owners meeting 2 years ago in Orlando. And, it's so important for me to have personal relationships to some degree with these coaches because I'm the one who's got to put a microphone in their face at halftime when they don't want to talk to anybody. Mm-hmm. But I'm of the belief that when they know me and they have seen to some degree the preparation that I do, they will treat me with respect in a way that I very much appreciate. And it makes me more comfortable, knowing that I'm a real human to them and that I have some personality that they enjoy to an extent that they know I'm not going to set them up to fail in those moments. So Mike McDonald's just been hired as a Seahawks coach. He's at his first owners meeting, and I see him and Steph walking down a hallway toward me. And I just said, hey, I just want to introduce myself. Congratulations on the job. I'm Kaylee. And we start talking, and I'm like, wait, it's your first owners meeting? I was like, my first one was just last year. It's so overwhelming, right? Like, how's the experience for you? And they were so cute and so honest and so humble and saying, this is crazy. We don't know anybody here. And I was like, well, you know me now. And that was the beginning of a really special friendship between me and Steph. So it's funny, at owners meetings every year, as I've come to know, and now 3 years going, Jay Glazer, a guy we all know and love from Fox Sports, he always gets the coaches together for a little like guy time. And that's invite only, and nobody's allowed to just walk in and insert themselves in that. So I have come to learn that is my best time to hang out with the coaches' wives. And to build those relationships with these incredible women that I have so much respect for the way that they have to support these men that basically, widow them for the course of a football season as they're at the office all hours of the day and night. And so Steph and I hit it off immediately, and I just adore her. I think the world of her. And when I found out that I was assigned the Seahawks for the Super Bowl, she was the first text that I sent. Because I just have so much gratitude for her and so much respect for her. And I see how much she loves Mike and how much he loves her and what a beautiful partnership they have. I'm over here 40 and not married and looking for a partnership that has all of the values that theirs does. So for me to get to cover them and to feel that connection to the team is so special. Steph is just a light in this world. She's a ball of energy. She is kindness personified. And I gave her the biggest hug after the game. And I was just like, I said it to her. I was like, you did this. He could not have done this without you. I know how important you are to him. And I think, like you said, Brock, behind every good man is a great woman. And Steph is certainly that for Mike. And God, I know Mike would second that. And, we were in our production meeting with Mike, in the lead up to the Super Bowl, and Mike Tirico trying to do the best job that he could in the way that he's so thoughtful in how he handles stories and characters. He asked Mike McDonald, how do you want to be introduced to the world on this stage, right? The second-year coach that has probably doesn't have as great a name recognition going into this game as plenty of others in the league. And Mike, again, in the most humble way, the guy that he is, he was like, I don't know, man, I don't know. And he wasn't trying to, he wasn't trying to skirt the question. He didn't know what to say in that moment. And Mike goes, how would your wife describe you? And Mike looks at me and goes, Kaylee, what do you think? And to me, that was one of the best compliments that Mike McDonald could give me, that he recognizes that friendship that I have with his wife and that he would trust me, in that moment to speak for her. And I said, well, Mike, I'll ask her for the sake of this production crew knowing. I said, but I know that Steph would talk about the man you are before she would talk about the coach that you are. But for Mike, it's one and the same, because the man he is obviously has led to him being the coach that he is, that those Seahawks players and everyone in that organization just love and respect so much.
Yeah, that's really well said.
Onions? Are we cutting? I'm getting a little misty.
Yeah, Brock's wiping tears from his
eyes. I'm tearing up over here. So.
Well, that's really well said, Kaylee. I'm curious about just your time on the sideline during that game. And, the one thing, I've been covered 4 Super Bowls, but I'm up in the press box every time. You don't really get quite the, complete feeling of what the crowd is like. And, people like to say that Super Bowls tend to be, right, like kind of the more corporate environment. You don't have as many of like the diehard fans from one team or the other that are there. And yet it sounded like, from what people were saying, from just what I could see and observe from the press box, that there's quite a few Seahawks fans there. What did it sound like and feel like to you on the sideline?
Oh gosh, yeah, you're so right about a Super Bowl. It's such a different environment, that the corporate vibe that it comes to have. But yeah, I mean, are you kidding me? And I think Mike McDonald said it himself. I mean, it felt like 75-25 or something like that. I mean, Seahawks fans showed up, and you love to see it. You know how long you guys have been waiting for that moment, and I love to see that turnout. Very cool. I mean, for me on the sidelines, I try to some degree to kind of tune out the crowd noise in general to keep my focus where it needs to be. But like that Week 16 game in Lumen Field, I think that was the game this season that I personally felt luckiest to be at in terms of experiencing a really special environment that the 12s create for you guys, like that is as good of a home field advantage as there is in the NFL in a very short list of other stadiums that fall into that category. But man, I mean, for me on the sidelines, like the most stressful stretch of time in that game was JSN. You know, when at first we see him with an athletic trainer on the bench and he's getting a bandage put on his heel, and I'm like, is that a blister? Like, they're not reinforcing the bandage with tape. It's not like they were trying to support his ankle. And, you know, I mean, I absolutely cannot say something on air that's just a guess, you know, that's just an assumption in that moment. But I was like, I don't know what else would be on the back of the heel like that. And he's kind of walking, you know, trying to test it out, whatever. And then he goes back in the game, and then it looked like his head hit the ground as he unsteadily got up, and then he's in the blue tent, and then we're waiting to see what happens when the officials go to the monitor, and then he heads into the locker room for further evaluation. And you just, if you're me in that, I mean, you hate it. Like, I hate when airtime for me translates to a player being injured. And when it's the newly named offensive player of the year, it's like gutting for me. And I'm trying as hard as I can, as fast as I can, to get information to share with the audience. But that was like the most stressful period of time. And then to see him come running back, and as I'm going on air to say he's cleared concussion protocol and he's back on the sidelines, there he goes running on the field. And it also might have been one of the proudest moments for me, because I was watching the monitor and able to see, as the words are coming out of my mouth, that he's back on the field, and incorporate that into my report. But yeah, the sidelines were, again, being on the Seahawks sideline for me was a gift on so many levels.
That's awesome. Hey, last thing here for you, Kaylee. We were chatting earlier, Brady and I, trying to think of a quarterback this century that has had, I mean, there's been adoration and certainly respect, and the great ones, their teammates love them because they're so stinking good. And I got to be around Peyton, Damon got to be around Tom. Like, you've seen all of that. But to see, and even yesterday, expressed one last time with T-shirts and words and everything else, the, like, I got your back of Sam Darnold, right, in a way that I can't really remember with other quarterbacks. It's certainly on that stage. So I'm kind of curious, your intuition, your gut, your instinct as to why these guys made it so crystal clear, even in their final comments yesterday at the parade, why they've got that dude's back the way they do.
Oh, man. I mean, Sam Darnold was a class act, period, the end. I think we've all heard the stories from various people throughout the course of his life, how here's a guy who hasn't changed. And I think people know when you're authentic, and Sam Darnold is authentically himself. And one thing that I was interested to hear players say over the course of Super Bowl week, and a story that I'd wanted to get into the game and never got the opportunity to, was that as much as we were all talking about Sam Darnold's journey, you know, going into this Super Bowl and what a career arc this has been, Sam doesn't talk about that journey with his teammates. You know, he's a guy who is where his feet are. And I mean, Kenneth Walker told me he had to ask Sam to tell him about the challenges he faced and he overcame, and what was his mental like through that journey of his. But he had to ask. And then AJ Barner said to me, like, the thing I respect most about Sam is his self-belief without him needing to go out of his way to say it. And then AJ kind of paused, and he was like, you know what? It's time for us to not mention all the other stuff. Let's just say Sam's a great quarterback and he's proven it, like, period, the end. But the love for that guy, man, it runs deep, and it's because of the person that Sam is. And I was talking to his parents on the field pregame, and I just said, man, you guys did so much right raising that son of yours. And Sam had just come over to his parents and given them, you know, his last hug before they were about to be moved off the field. And I asked his mom and dad what their last words with Sam were. And his dad said, I told him to go win this one. And his mom started tearing up before she even got the words out. And she said, I just told him to go enjoy it. She goes, he deserves to enjoy this. And nobody would argue with that. So I think it was awesome for me yesterday just to be on the computer, going down the Twitter rabbit hole, trying to consume as much as I could from seeing that team celebrate this win, which Seattle's still in the streets. What's the count on the people that showed up for that parade?
Oh, there's like a million. Yeah,
just a million.
Yep,
Casual.
just a million.
Casual.
Just a
yeah.
meal. That's it, Kaylee.
Brock, call me later to fill me in on the stories that are not safe for radio.
We will
but that's
do
really
it.
why I agreed to come on this show. I want to hear all the stories from that celebration because, man, it looked like a time.
Kaylee, we will do it, and this won't be the last time. This was the first, and it won't be the last that you join the show. Just joy. We feel the joy through you all the way from Italy, and just how meaningful that experience was for all of us and for you to be front and center and share that. Super, super appreciate the time. Go get another Aperol Spritz or two. Hit the rack and keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate you, Kaylee. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Watch the Olympics on NBC.
All right, Kaylee, I'll see you at the owners' meetings. You can tell me all about Lake Como, hanging out in wooden boats and all that. Aperol spritzes.
Let's do it. We'll
I
make
think
that
it's frozen
happen.
now. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Kaylee. Have a great night. There she is, Kaylee Hartung from NBC Sports.
All right, entertaining conversation there with Brock, Brady, and Kaylee Hartung. There was another part right after that interview. In typical Brock instigator fashion, I think he was trying to be matchmaker.
Oh, he was definitely.
He was trying to. He had that. I was just picturing. He had that sly grin, I'm sure, on his face.
He said he got a text from one Mike Lefko.
Yeah, that was me.
That kind of instigated that whole situation.
Yeah. That was me channeling my Brock and saying, "Oh, hey, Brock. Sounds like Brady and Kaylee are going to be in the same place. Why don't you get the ball going there?" Because I know Brock loves nothing more than to pry into people's love lives and to just, help along if he feels like he can be there. So maybe that works out.
Everyone to be married. When Kaylee was talking during that interview about Stephanie McDonald and Mike McDonald and their relationship and how behind every great man there's a great woman, he started tearing up. He was literally wiping his eyes. I was like, is he crying?
Now, that was a good story, I will say. That it was really cool to see those two and the McDonald's celebrating during the ceremony and then the parade. But, yeah, classic Brock, always instigating, always stirring it up. And he had that mischievous grin on his face, I'm sure. Yeah, I helped it along as well. I just had to. That's the bad part of Brock rubbing off on me. Been around him too much. We were hanging out at the Super Bowl, hosting with him before. And I thought if I pried him, I put him somewhere else, it would deflect away from me because his favorite pastime when I'm hosting is to pry into my life. So I was like, direct your energy towards Brady, and we don't have to worry about it. But another thing.
I've heard your mom has learned to listen when
Yeah.
you're hosting the show because she knows Brock will get that information out of you?
Yes. So she likes to listen because she jokes that she learns more about my life because Brock will pry things out of me. So there you go. If she's listening again, maybe she'll learn some more things. But I did also appreciate the travel that they went on, her and Mike Tirico. And yes, I know Kaylee Hartung was joking, saying, look, don't feel bad for us. We're flying private. But still, that's incredible hustle. And I'm like, all right, I cannot complain.
He said he basically got off the
about
plane and started
tired.
reporting for the Olympics.
Yeah, Mike Tirico. Okay, so what was crazy too, Mike Tirico is impressive. What he did the night before they even flew, so he he called the Super Bowl. All the coverage ends. NBC goes right into its Olympic coverage, and Mike Tirico is hosting that from the field. From the field at Levi's Stadium. He's like, all right, we'll just go right into our Olympic coverage. I haven't been doing anything else. So impressive hustle there by Kaylee and by Mike Tirico. And, yeah, they got some great Seahawks games this year. I'm sure the teams hate playing on Thursday nights. It was funny that she kind of spun it in that, like, oh, well, yeah, NBC, it's great. Everyone gets the opportunity to be on Thursday nights twice a year, which teams hate because the short week and it's just heck on the injuries and it's just terrible to prep. But that Rams-Seahawks game was the game of the year, and they had that, and they were out there in full force. So pretty cool to have her come full circle there and be on the Seahawks sideline. Entertaining conversation there. It's on the podcast page. You can check it out on their YouTube channel as well, Seattle Sports. Look up Kaylee Hartung with Brock and Salk. Well, coming up, we will dive more into what awaits the Seahawks this offseason because there's that looming offensive coordinator search to take care of and what it might mean for this offense. We'll get Brock's thoughts on that. Plenty more coming up here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Man, can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world! You hear me?
Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Seattle fans, your team has made football history and are back on top. Celebrate their big win and keep the memories of their amazing season alive with this limited edition full-size championship football for just $129.95. But act fast because only 5,000 will ever be made. To order, call 800-345-2868. That's 800-345-2868. Or visit NICOsports.com. That's NIKCO sports.com. Don't get left out as these will sell out.
Whether I'm catching up with friends or family, Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue is the place. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and I love Sea Star's welcoming atmosphere and polished service, which make conversations flow easily and everyone leaves impressed. It's the same quality and hospitality Sea Star and Chef John Howie have been known for decades. And now an amazing deal. 3-course dinners in the lounge every night from open to close starting at just $50. Go check it out. Find the details at SeaStarRestaurant.com, SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Season 2 of Unrivaled Basketball is here, and the energy is unreal. Stacy Rost here telling you to get ready, because the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Built for the players, created by women's basketball stars, Unrivaled gives athletes a high-quality, U.S.-based off-season league with better visibility and support. Don't miss as Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, Kelsey Plum, Brianna Stewart, and more take the court and redefine the game. If you love high-intensity hoops, this is the league you've been waiting for. More action, more highlights, and more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Make sure to watch the action on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. And that makes it super easy to watch no matter where you are. Unrivaled Basketball, where the pace is faster, the energy's higher, and every athlete shines.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
The following is a paid advertisement for the Wellness Company.
Today we're talking cancer awareness, and I want to bring in someone with a really unique perspective, Dr. Kelly Victory. She's a board-certified emergency medicine physician with over 30 years of experience who serves on the chief medical board for the Wellness Company. And most importantly, she's a cancer survivor. Dr. Victory, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks very much for having me, Michelle.
We've been hearing a lot lately about cancer rates rising, especially in younger adults, which is obviously pretty alarming. What are you seeing?
Without question, cancer rates are rising across the board. And concerningly, we are seeing more aggressive cancers in people even in their 20s and 30s.
That's scary for a lot of people. Is there anything that can be done to help alleviate that fear?
And that is what led me to develop the new product Shield, because it is a group of more than 12 well-studied, scientifically proven supplements that help to supercharge your immune system, the first line of defense against cancer.
To learn more, visit victoryagainstcancer.com and use promo code SMALLS to save $25 on Shield.
Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, happy Friday. Mike Lepko and Brock Heward here with you. Brock, how's it going? You recovering
Morning,
from the,
Mikey.
the
How
Super
you
Bowl
doing,
excitement,
man? How you
the
doing?
parade joy,
I'm
Seahawks are Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, it's just fun. Just so I actually did a little hit on FS1 beforehand and just kind of stirring up all the memories, and was listening to our friends early this morning, our sister station out in Denver, 104.3 The Fan, and they're like, well, the Rockies and the Avs are on break. The Nuggets are at the All-Star break. The Broncos have been done for weeks. And I'm like, you poor souls out there. I feel so badly for you because, yeah, we're just going to ride a high here. And I don't think it's going to end anytime soon. It's going to ride right into Peoria. It's going to ride right into spring training, the combine, the draft. This is just at every turn, Mike. I don't know. It just feels like fuel, right? This season, just fuel after fuel after fuel, like on a fire. And that fire is just never dying down with the greatest year in Seattle sports history.
Yeah, you know what's fun? Going back to that Mariners run right into the middle of football season. I mean, literally that Monday night game against the Texans. And that's in October. Late October is when the Mariners season came to an end. And now the Seahawks season going all the way to spring training. The season ends. The parade happens. Pitchers and catchers report. Just all hand in hand. And it feels like this could happen more frequently, Brock. This feels like the start of something for both the Mariners and the Seahawks. We could keep doing this. You want to just do this every year?
You know what? I'm good. And I know Mike and John said the same thing, that they're way late. Their assignments haven't been turned in. The Senior Bowl, what was the Senior Bowl? Yeah, we weren't at the Senior Bowl.
I completely forgot about it, honestly.
Like they were the year before together. That was a big part of that story, right? Like, nope, Mike and John are really going to be boots on the ground. They're going to be in Mobile together. And then we saw them in the suite at the Combine together. All those days, all that time. Well, Senior Bowl's come and gone. Combine, Mike told us kind of off the air that he'll be there, but not like last year, because they do. They got a lot of work and a lot of catch up, but they will sign up for it 100 times out of 100 times in this calendar, and I think we all would as well.
Well, Brock, therein lies the challenge that you were talking about. There's something I kind of want to get into on Tuesday that I think maybe we'll start the show with, about the challenges of repeating and the reasons why it's so difficult to be a repeat Super Bowl champion. But just there in what you said, that your prep is behind, the basic nature of the Seahawks having to get back to work and to do so without an offensive coordinator. They have to make this hire. And then, we assume that a lot of the principles from Kalyn Kubiak will carry over if it is an internal hire. But with this offense, it's not just a clone of Kalyn Kubiak. There will be things that change, a personality of a new guy in there, the way he might see something and adapt to what a defense shows. So when you look at what's next for the Seahawks offense and their offensive coordinator, what for you will be the challenge in adapting to this new guy who comes in?
Yeah, I think they will absolutely, and Coach McDonald hit on this a little bit, they will absolutely stay within the same framework. They're going to be an outside zone team. This is who we are, a play action team, an explosives team. Like that is not going to change. And through the interview process, it started yesterday, and Brady left his final kind of little note. At the end, after I tried to be Cupid, his little note was, hey, pay attention, because even today is kind of a big day. Today, a bunch of contracts have money that becomes guaranteed in them to prominent players like Cooper and DeMarcus and Ernest. And I think the thought is, well, all of these guys are going to get their guarantees today, but, keep an eye out on that. And then he also said yesterday, Janocko interviewed. And I think Janocko probably the front runner if you were to place odds on the in-house candidates. I think from what I've heard and felt like he's a front runner, but he's got to interview. And Mike and John have got to feel that fit, and is this the right fit to have that young guy? And then if it is, how many of the other staff members stay on board? So, gosh, it is the wonderful challenge of the NFL. It never stops. It never rests. And when you're the champ, everything is that much harder. Your schedule's harder. Your draft position's harder. Your contracts, guys start to want to get theirs. Your brain drain as people want pieces of your organization. But as I said, I think we'll all embrace that hard, and internally they will as well, and they will sign up for it because they're champions, man. World stinking champions.
Now, is that Janoko kind of two-pronged where you're almost keeping him from Vegas? He's so important to this staff. Continuity of working with Darnold and seeing what he can do and not wanting him to go with Clint Kubiak?
Yes and yes. I think it's most importantly, like, not a, hey, we're just going to keep because we don't want him to go. It's, hey, man, he and Sam got a pretty special thing going. Sam played his best football of his career and lifted the Lombardi, and that guy was in the room every day with him. And obviously behind the scenes, and again, they'll go through this whole process, and maybe it won't be him. Maybe it'll be the wild card, which is the tight end coach, Mac Brown, no relation, and who's just seems to be a young, bright whippersnapper that everybody there adores. And you don't want that guy to go as well. So they'll go through the entirety. This is one of those situations where I really do. This isn't like, oh, I just trust because I'm supposed to trust. It's like, no, Mike and John, I think, are pretty sharp. And going through what they did the last couple turns, all the things they learned about the wrongs with Grubb, all the rights with Clint, I think they use that experience to make sure they get this one right with some really, really strong in-house candidates.
Well, Brock, the offense was really good for most of the season, certainly one of the top in football for most of the year. And, the defense was the dominant unit, but offense at times won them football games. But Matt Hasselbeck had an interesting kind of thought process about this offense. He told Wyman and Bob yesterday. Curious to hear your thoughts on what Matt was explaining here about where they can get better next year.
I mean, really, I think all of it. And I think that's just the mindset that you have to go in with. Like, everything needs to get a little bit better. If we get 2% better over here and 2% better over there, I think there's some guys, especially like up front, I would say there's areas of their game where they're really, really strong and really good. These things are strengths. But instead of really doubling down and focusing on that, we need to look at our weaknesses. What are our weaknesses? What are our tendencies? And so I think when, collectively, when everybody kind of looks in the mirror and says, hey, what can I do better? What can I take a little bit more pride in that maybe would help the team? I think that's collectively where you get better. And I just think that that's the way you approach every offseason, whether you're one of the top offenses in the NFL or one of the worst offenses in the NFL.
What stands out to you about that?
Yeah, just life experience, Mike. I remember being there in 2003 with some of the real struggles. And then in 2004 to watch the thing come to life. And 2004 ultimately make the playoffs, lose in the first round to the Rams, but you could see it. Like, you could feel it. Kind of then like the Seahawks in 13 or 12 with Russ, and then into 13 and 14. Like, you could just feel that evolution. And then in 2005, when that team went to the Super Bowl, they added all the cool passing dynamic that Matt had with D, Jack, and Bobby. And then they added this absolutely lethal, called it E-personnel, two-back, a fullback with 3 wide receivers. And they just added like this whole ISO component to it, where they could run it, they could throw it, and they were a nightmare to deal with. And I think that's what Matt is talking about. Like, man, this is still just year one of these guys. Unfortunately, Clint didn't even have a full calendar year here. He was that good that somebody else wanted him to be their head coach. So, that time together, and we saw the explosiveness of JSN. We saw some really cool play action pass. The next level numbers will tell you Sam was one of the best play action passers in all the NFL. We saw a run game over the last 6, 7, 8 weeks really take shape and form, as Ray Roberts talked about, as they found the things that Ken really liked to do. And that O-line, with all the time on task and continuity together for nearly a whole season, you started to feel them gel. So, yeah, man, I think the arrow is only up. It truly, offensively and defensively, you bring back just about everybody. So I don't know or see why this has to stall, why this has to be a one and done, why this has to be in any way. Like the golf analogy would be, this team should make the cut every year now for the next 2, 3 years, 4 years, and put themselves in position. Ultimately, it'll be the most difficult division in football. The Niners will get people back. The Rams aren't going anywhere. So iron will sharpen iron. It will be the best division in football. But evolution is, Mike McDonald said over the course of the year, you evolve or you die. in the NFC West. And there will have to be some evolution this offseason.
Isn't it kind of crazy? JSN is going to have 4 offensive coordinators.
It's wild.
In his first 4 seasons in the NFL.
It's wild.
Can we get the poor guy some stability? I mean, he's been
usually
fine.
You don't win, right?
He's been fine with change. But
usually you don't win when that happens.
Right.
Usually those are the teams that you look at it like, oh, there's the Jets. Oh, there's the Browns. Oh, there's the team with their 4th head coach, their 4th coordinator, their 4th quarterback, their 4th da-da-da-da-da. Usually you don't win. And the Seahawks have certainly found a way to do it better than anybody else.
All right, plenty more you need to know about the Seahawks offensive coordinator search. And yes, some NFL news. Brock mentioned contracts. Guys like Trey Hendrickson, they are now free agents. They have had their guaranteed money decline. So we'll get into all of that. A lot more you need to know. Mike Lefko and Brock Huard with you. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
12s, you sure know how to turn up.
It is parade day today.
Yeah, 12s! We talk about 12 as one. Look at all the 12s in this stadium right here. See how powerful this is?
We have one goal, and that was to bring this home to the best fans in the world. This is for y'all. Love.
The celebration continues.
I love this city.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's February, and we're a month into those fitness goals and resolutions. And are you already tired of the crowded gyms and sweaty machines? Maybe you're ready to upgrade your fitness equipment in your own home. Well, I got the place and some deals for you. Hey, Brock Huard here with my friends at Top Fitness. Right now, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor, True, or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness sells the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire Stairmaster, and much more. It's trade-in days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get in the best shape of your life. Top Fitness has the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state of Washington, and their staff will truly show you why. It's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stores. Top Fitness has locations at Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. And remember, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit today. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Forget Cloud 9. We're headed to Cloud 10 with prizes up to $10,000 in cash. Hearts will be racing every Saturday night in February as 2 lovely winners are drawn every hour from 6:30 till 10:30. Will you be one of Cupid's cash board winners? Visit daily to claim your free entry and find out. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Say your
your favorite Seattle Mariners up close at the Peoria Sports Complex. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona to celebrate an AL West championship and the beginning of another great season for your Mariners. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, great food, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for fans of all ages. Book your trip today. Support your 2026 Seattle Mariners in Arizona for what promises to be another exciting season. Get your tickets at PeoriaBaseball.com.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 Champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Brock, I need your reaction on this because I feel very passionately about what just happened last night.
Oh, I saw this.
Not a lot of people do. Maybe they do. I don't know. The internet is very skewed. You can't take for, face value what happened. I did not expect this to blow up like it did, but I just threw it out there about this news, and all of a sudden the 49ers fans found it, the Rams fans found it, Seahawks fans, some care, some don't, but longtime sports business reporter John Oran dropped the news last night that the NFL season is expected to begin on a Wednesday this year, and it's going to begin with either the Seahawks hosting an opponent, as they should, as the defending Super Bowl champs, or Rams 49ers from Australia. So if they open the season on a Wednesday, that means the Seahawks are a day later on Thursday night. Do you care? Is that a big deal or not to you?
Yeah, I saw, and I can understand. This is one of those that I kind of understand both sides of it. I would think that the Seahawks are going to play on a Thursday. I don't think there's any way they're going to play a home game on a Wednesday, as goofy as that would be. And as long of a trip as that is for the Rams and Niners, you couldn't play that in season, even if you gave them a bye afterwards or whatever. So they're going to have to play to start the year. Now, why wouldn't they do that on a Friday in Australia? I think that, to me, would be like the best of both worlds. The Seahawks open the year on Thursday against the Bears now, more than likely, right? So somebody fairly, we know their home games. I think we thought it would be the Rams. I certainly did, but they're going to hold on that to play this game. Yeah, I think the Seahawks should. I think it's a little disrespectful. They should,
thank you,
as Super Bowl champs, start the season with the first game and then play. Didn't they do that last year? Didn't somebody play in Brazil?
They have always done
Friday?
that since they've done it the past couple years. They had the Chiefs down there. They had the Eagles down. 2 years ago, they had the Eagles-Packers, and then they had the Chiefs-Chargers last year. On the Friday, after the Super Bowl champs got to open the season.
That's
right. Like the Seahawks did in 2014.
Yeah. That's what it should be.
Yeah.
Period, end of story.
Good. Thank you. Period, end of story.
I'm on your side.
You would not even believe what I thought was a pretty simple, passionate response from me. The reaction it's getting, but that's the internet culture these days.
They're really bitter down in Cali.
I'm glad you're on board. Yeah,
they're hateful
really
in San Fran, where we mashed them a couple times. It's painful. Sean McVay is still in the fetal position, still bummed about that loss. So you could understand why their fans came after you.
I know. I think he did. His mind was broken by that DeMarcus Lawrence coverage on that. On that, what do you call it? The fortuitous whatever he said.
Just wasn't right.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
So all right,
in the coverage, he was wrong.
We're both in agreement on that one.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Brock, I know you're excited about this because you're going to be down there soon. Mariners spring training. Pitchers and catchers had their first official workout yesterday. They're down there. We saw a new bullpen addition, Jose Ferrer, throwing. We saw Ryan Sloan throwing. But This, I think you'll be very excited about. Dan Wilson channeling his inner Brock Heward, talking about Kate Anderson's body.
Oh, yeah.
A tremendous talent, no question. But I think, that, again, a guy came to Seattle last year and kind of told people that he wanted to make a difference in his body and get bigger and stronger. And, what a job he has done at doing that. And he's put on some really good weight and looks, to me, noticeably different than when I met him in Seattle. So, again, there's a guy that didn't throw for us last year, but understands the importance of an off season and took advantage of it, and tremendous.
You gonna do the buff dude report when you're down there?
Yeah, there's a lot of Tyrannosaurus thighs down there. Now, he does not have those. That would be Ryan Sloan, the young pitcher, who even Divish, in filming it yesterday, is like, goodness gracious, look at his legs. He looks like Roger Clemens. He is strong. And to have Cade and him kind of back-to-back days, kind of fun to see the young pups, right? This isn't even your frontline guys. These are your pups that will be grown-ups here sooner than later, is the way baseball is working today. But lots of talent, and you're right, man. 9 days from now. Was I looking at the weather in Peoria, Arizona this morning? You're darn right I was.
So was Maura. That was
extended forecast. You were too, Maura? Good. Yeah. I was looking at it. We're going to be in the mid-70s.
Next week. Hope it's going to go back up.
Yep, we're going to be in the mid-70s to start that week. Maybe get a little rain midweek or so, but it's going to be really, really nice, and baseball's coming right at you fast.
Yeah, first spring training game a week from today, and then the Brock and Salk show down there a week from Monday. It's happening quickly.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, a lot potentially happening with the Seahawks offensive coaching staff over these next few days. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, the first to report on Wednesday. The Seahawks are interviewing 4 internal candidates, Justin Outten, Andrew Janocko, Jake Peets, and Mac Brown, yesterday and today. And then, Brock, some news yesterday that was kind of trickling out there. Some current Seahawks assistants interviewing elsewhere. Wide receivers coach Frisman Jackson interviewed with the Raiders for their OC spot. And then Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports said that the Cardinals interviewed Carl Scott for their defensive coordinator position.
Another one of our sister stations down there at Arizona Sports in Gambo. John Gambadoro, Gambo, as he's known in the afternoons there, if more is a sound hound, he is a news hound. He is connected, and he texted me yesterday. And when I see a text from Gambo, I know that it's real. And he's like, tell me about this Carl Scott guy, because I think he's the name that the organization would like, and he interviewed, and that could be I could see that. It's a strong possibility. Now, there's some danger there if you're Arizona, because as good of a secondary coach as he is, we know the horsepower that Julian and Kobe have from the neck up. It's unique. We also know that Mike calls all the defensive signals and is the real genius behind some of that. But you're going to lose people. We know it. It's what happens when you win Super Bowls. What's happened in 13, what happened in 14. There's going to be some brain drain, and you got to make sure you replenish your tree, and they will.
Now, Brock, we don't have to get into this too much now. I know you want to talk about it a little bit later, but one more thing you need to know. Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss, who led his team to the college football playoff semifinals last year, been granted an injunction by a Mississippi state judge. He's going to play a 6 year college football. Got a 6 year of eligibility, even though the NCAA denied his waiver and appeal.
3 times. Yeah, 3 times.
Yeah,
no, I don't hate the player. I hate the game, man. So this is not a Chambliss shot, but the game is just... It's just totally dysfunctionally broken. It's ridiculous. But I'll get into that in Blue 80.
Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit later. That's the big college football news of the day, and some other baseball rules that came out that we can get into a little bit later as well. The ABS challenge system, Alden Gonzalez reported that teams, we know they'll get 2 per game. There's also going to be a granted one every extra inning. So if you're out, you automatically get one in extra innings. So if you use your challenges in the 9th, you get one in the 10th.
Yep,
now you'll get another one in the 11th if you use it in the 10th. So it's rewarding challenges in close plays. Certainly, you don't want a blown call deciding something in extra innings. So baseball made that official this afternoon or yesterday afternoon. We will see that implemented this regular season. Already saw it in spring training last year. You guys will see it again in spring training this season. But it begins in the regular season. The ABS system, 2 challenges per team for every game beginning this season. That is everything you need to know. Well, Brock, I was kind of thinking about this. Okay, we had this whole Super Bowl week where you had the Super Bowl and the aftermath and the celebration, and then it culminates with the parade. How do you kind of put a bow on the 2025 season and then look ahead to 2026? I figured, why not have kind of like an award show, a way to tie it all together? our, end of the year awards.
Like with a bow tie and a cummerbund and everything?
You had these banquets, right? High school sports, college sports, Mr. All Energy Guy of the Year, whatever. So we'll have some awards we're going to give out for the 2025 Seahawks season. That's coming up next. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
It's why we bake in the sun, out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. Come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s.
And the party begins. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Soak it in.
They lived up to the dark side today. It's going to go down in the history books.
We are the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Get your Seahawks Super Bowl champions gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title team with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. If you're celebrating downtown, shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
The Mariners fix you need during the offseason.
Fans are on their feet and listen to this.
The Uncruise Adventures Hot Stove, Tuesday nights at 7 on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, we met about a decade ago when you came into the studio, and at that point, IRG was humming, but you were not 40 locations strong all over the neighborhood. How have you done this and why?
Number one, Brock, great people. Our strength here at IRG is our people. Secondly, we are a company that has a culture of giving back and taking care of our patients, taking care of our team, and thirdly, taking care of our community. We want to be your family physical therapist. More importantly, we want to be your family's neighborhood physical therapist. We want you to come in, have a great experience, and get better and get out there and be pain-free and function.
Taking care of your friends, taking care of your neighbors, taking care of your community, and taking care of Western Washington. With over 40 locations now, that's exactly what IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is doing. Find them in person, find them online at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brock, we've been talking about how you kind of have to eventually put the wraps on the celebration. Now, that could be anyone's timetable. If you're out celebrating until next season, go for it if you're a fan. I mean, teams, though, have to get back to work. And you mentioned that for the Seahawks, things like contracts voiding or vested money happens much quicker this year because, hey, they played into the final game of the season. They played in the Super Bowl, and this always happens on the Friday after the Super Bowl. So something like Trey Hendrick's contract set to void today, $6.5 million in dead cap for the Bengals. They've had plenty of time to think about that. And the Seahawks, they've had mere days, and maybe just a day because that parade, I'm sure, was always in the back of their mind. But things like this happen. So the new league year is here. We'll kind of put the Super Bowl on the back burner in terms of talking about it and reacting to it. It'll always be there.
Oh, will we
still
really?
celebrate.
Will we? Will we really?
Today we will. I mean, you and Salk are free to do whatever you want. Okay. I mean, go back to breaking down that tape from the Super Bowl.
So fun.
It is fun to play the. I'm sure you guys got into this. We were doing it yesterday. The mic'd up,
So good.
That was great. I appreciate
that. On
that.
this field today.
That was hilarious.
That was really, really
great. Has Gray Zabel provided? I didn't put this in as like a category for our season awards here, but has Gray Zabel provided like the best mic'd up moments of the year?
Best sound bites.
Best sound bite of the year. Well, no, that was
Campbell going at it.
That would be Ernest Jones, but the best mic'd up moment of the year. Yeah, maybe Gray Zabel. But that was incredibly revealing, and I think it showed a lot about how well prepared the Seahawks were with Julian Love diagramming on the sideline. Oh, Drake May does this to the back foot. Here's an interception coming. Ernest Jones walking up to the line of scrimmage. Run. Hey, it's a run. They're running, guys. Right. Hey, run play over here.
I know. It was amazing. I wonder, and we'll get to the awards here in just a second. I do wonder, and it probably won't happen because New England, at the point of that 2014 Super Bowl was so established and so many titles. So it was like, okay, how can we, give Belichick and Patricia and these guys even more credit? And if you remember, they did a whole hour show on basically the end of the game sequence. And it was really painted as how brilliant New England was and how, Seattle was chasing. And I don't think that's necessarily accurate. But I will be curious if there is a similar story done of how in the world were the Seahawks so far ahead of these guys. To your point, calling out plays, calling out tendencies, the tells that Devin Witherspoon talked about, the protections that they took apart. I will be curious. I don't think it'll go to the length that it did with Belichick back in the day, again, because this is just the first. But there was no question that Mike and the staff took down McDaniels, Vrabel in a way both physically and mentally. But yeah, I don't think I'm ready to put in the back burner at all, and we'll celebrate for months on end, all the way probably till kickoff in August, September.
Well, as we wrap up this week, so yes, you can break it down every single day if you wish. I'm just here with you now, so we're gonna put the wrap on this whole week of celebration with the award show that usually happens towards the end of the year or maybe after the year if you're baseball. So with this, kind of get into some Seahawks season awards. And try to make some of these a little broad. Yeah, it's a big moment. It's a big occasion.
I appreciate you putting on the cummerbund and tie.
Thank you.
Do you like the cummerbund?
No.
I don't either.
I don't like a bow tie either.
I don't like a bow tie either. Good. So we're on the
I
same
like the
page.
music, though.
I
You know
do
what I
too.
like? You know what I appreciate about fashion now, an award show, and the way people dress up? It's gotten a little more formal casual, where a tie is almost kind of out. You can just go blazer, unbuttoned. Most weddings now, you don't even see people wearing a tie if you're attending. You see the open collar there, and you always see some Nikes. You don't really see dress shoes anymore. You need breathability, you need comfort on the dance floor. So you get the suits and Nikes. You get the suits and all kind of fun shoes, not dress shoes.
Yeah,
so that's how we're going to approach this award show.
Okay, let's go.
Brock, I left some categories pretty open-ended. I want some discussion here. So, yeah, chime in, and you feel free to text in as well, 866-979-3776. So, all right, something like, we'll start with this. Team MVP.
It's a hard one.
On the surface, it seems easy, but hey, there are levels to this.
There sure
There are
are.
layers. You could go many different directions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is almost like the MVP of the Super Bowl in a way where, can you really cast out one guy defensively? It was there wasn't one double-digit sacker, which was a testament to the whole and the sum of all of those parts, right? Obviously, Ernest had a bunch of tackles and picks and did things no other linebacker did. We know of Spoon and the force multiplier he is, but in Big Cat setting the table for everybody else, I kind of like the Super Bowl vote. I don't think I could separate one individual. It was the collective.
Wow, that's a cop-out answer.
No, it's not, because I'm going to get to my answer. My answer is Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's MVP of this team. JSN is probably the one that would win it. He was the offensive player of the year. He set franchise records at receiver. I think the perception or the group would probably be JSN was the MVP of this team. But for me, and the evidence is, look at what Sam did for Jordan Jefferson the year before. And Justin Jefferson, I always screw that up. And look at what he did for JSN. He was the one that set the table for all of it. And you take out the 4 interceptions against the Rams, he threw 30 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. He threw for almost 5,000 yards. He was at his best when it mattered the most. He went toe-to-toe with Matthew Stafford, the NFC title game, and he not played the best game of his career with one of the most efficient days and 3 touchdowns and 350 yards. They're not even into the Super Bowl. So for me, and maybe it's a cop-out again because it's a quarterback deal typically, but for me, the MVP, I couldn't imagine them without Sam Darnold.
Typical quarterback answer.
Thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate it. God bless you.
Typical
God bless you.
quarterback answer.
Have a good day, everybody. Yes, thank you very much.
I'm annoyed because that's exactly what I was going to say. You're right.
Is it really?
One wavelength there. We're on the same brainwave there. Good job.
Good.
I like that. No, you're right. He tied it all together. For all the defense, for all they did to undergo that massive change at quarterback and the uncertainty there, for Darnold to come in and do exactly what he did in Minnesota and just carry this team, and then in the biggest moments to step up, it's tied all together with that quarterback. So I'll agree quickly so we can move on.
And then to see the reaction of teammates too, right?
He's beloved.
The guy, yes.
And he's beloved by the city. I mean, he opened a Raising Cane's the other day, the day after the Super Bowl. There were crowds out there for 7 hours in the U District.
Is that his Raising Cane's? Is he the franchisee? Do you know?
No, I think he was the spokesperson for that.
Okay. All right.
They had, now here would be something good. I don't know. We'll have to get the backstory here. Had Raising Cane's signed him to this before the Super Bowl. And then they capitalize on all this attention. That's some great intuitiveness. Or, hey, was it right after he got to the Super Bowl? Like, hey, we got Raising Cane's opening. Come open this up. We'll have crowds for hours, and they did. So, yeah, Darnold, beloved now by this city, by his team. He's the MVP. I don't think we're going to get to all these categories, which makes me sad. That's okay.
I'm sorry.
No. We got time. We can get back to it later. What about, and I'm going to make it difficult on you here and the listeners, your defensive player of the year? Not just the defense, because the defense was remarkable, but who on that defense is the player of the year?
Yeah, for me, it's Big Cat, and the stats don't tell that story.
I hate it. I'm agreeing with you on all these. All right, I'm going to change my answer then. Yeah. We're just so wise, Brock. You and I. We're so wise in everything we say.
Or we're pretty close to it. And, the impact and the influence these guys have when you're out and you're in the building a lot and you talk to all of these players, as you guys do on the afternoon show over the course of the year. And this is just kind of one of those. One of the awards I always loved the most, and it's gone away because the Pac-10 went away and the Pac-12, that's called the Morris Trophy. And the WAC, the Washington Athletic Club, was the one that put on that award. And they would invite the guys. And I love that award because the players voted on it. The O linemen voted on the best D lineman. The D lineman voted on the best O lineman in the league. And then they celebrated those big guys. And to me, like, man, if you pulled the guys in the room, you pulled the people he had to play against. Byron Murphy was a fire hydrant. The edge players were dominant. Marcus Lawrence was unbelievable. But to me, Leonard Williams, the big cat, was the one that just set the table for everybody else. And they lived without D-Law for a game. And they lived without Derek Hall for some games. And they lived without some of these people. They didn't live without Leonard. He was there and available all season long. Big Cat's my defensive MVP.
Yeah, I agree. I want to be original. No, I agree.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate
I'll
that.
do that. I got to practice my wave there. Okay, Brock, I think this one could go a number of directions. So who is your newcomer of the year? Newcomer. So it could be a rookie or it could be a new addition to the team.
Yeah, why don't you go first since you're just copying everyone?
You're right. You're going to make me think of something here. I really struggled back and forth, and it's going to be a rookie, in my opinion, because of Darnold getting MVP. I was like, all right, he's obviously the newcomer of the year as well, but he's the MVP, so you don't double up. It's kind of like the NFL. They go offensive player of the year and then MVP, or like quarterback of the year doesn't get MVP most years. So I am going to go with Nick Emanwari. Gray Zabel was a very, very close second, but because the offensive line, we talk about them as a unit and the tying together of them as a whole, Gray Zabel was a very, very close second. I'm going with Emanwari for everything that he brought to the defense, for him being the perfect piece in Mike McDonald's defense and being that factor that no one knew how to deal with. Sean McVay, when he wasn't complaining, remember? He was raving about Nick Emanwari's versatility. So for me, it's Emanwari there. Hold your applause.
That is a great call. And I think maybe the first time, if I were to have gone first, I'd probably lean him. I think there's really three candidates. I think it's him. I think it's Gray. And then ultimately, I'm going to go with this guy for the same two reasons I talked about my first two winners. This is about the team. This is about the locker room. This is about the force multiplication from inside. And to me, it's DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
I didn't think he had this much left. I really didn't. He called it from day one with Hawk Blogger. He was prophetic that he's never going to win a Super Bowl in Dallas, and he wins a Super Bowl here. And when you listen to D. Hall and you listen to Byron Murphy and you listen to those guys, he's psycho. He's a psychopath. And he's a perfect kind of psychopath you want. That's played a dozen years in this league, and he's made $100 million, Lefko, but he plays like he's made nothing with his hair on fire. When those bigs run and the littles tackle, he's the big that runs it down and forces a fumble and runs it down and sack fumbles Purdy and runs it down and makes plays. Oh, and runs out when he sees a coverage in a cover zero where I got to cover the back, Kyron Williams out of the backfield in the NFC title game on fourth down. So I'm going to give a little lean there to DeMarcus Lawrence and all that he brought on and off the football field.
All right, Brock, and our listeners. Anyone who wants to text in.
Applause, please.
This is going to be no applause till the end.
God bless y'all. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Oh, I should have known. I should have done something where it's Brock getting endless amounts of praise and applause. And,
I really appreciate it. No, thank you.
Going to his head.
Thank you to the cat. I really appreciate that.
Are you guys accepting the awards on their behalf? Is that what we're doing?
That's pretty much.
Yeah, I guess it is. You're right. Why are they clapping for us? We didn't do anything. All right. Brock is accepting the awards on behalf of the Seahawks, who are busy celebrating the Super Bowl. But I love this one. This is my favorite category, and I guess I'm praising myself here. But how about this? Moment of the year. A singular moment. Not game of the year, but moment of the year for the Seahawks.
This is a great one, and this is a prisoner of being there, and the prisoner of the blood and the adrenaline pulsing through my body in the moment of the great story arc. Is people will tell you, like, a great story's got to have an arc to it. The 2-point conversion to beat the Rams on Thursday night was the moment of the year for me, and what that did, and all of it, from the call, which was the right call. Hey, we're not going to play it safe. We're not going to play for a tie just to get in the playoffs. We're going to play to win. I don't want to deal with Stafford anymore. That guy's thrown for 500 yards against us. We don't have an answer right now. Sam with a throw, you could argue the touchdown, you could argue the cup pass, you could argue all the things that built up. But to me, that was like the story building to that moment. And you go for 2, and everything is right in the world. The protection is right. Sam is right. An unsung hero on a wide delay check down is right. Like all of it was right. To me, that moment right there in the stadium exploded. And from there, they took off all the way to the Super Bowl.
Darnold has time, looks inside, it's caught, touchdown, make an extra point, make a conversion. I don't care what it is. The Seahawks win the game again on the last play of the game.
Oh, I cut it off early. I was excited. Sorry. I wanted to get to mine, and I didn't realize I would stop the recording there. No, that was such a good call. I'm sorry, Steve. Cut off your call there. That was the moment. I was trying to find the one that I had where I, again, waffled back and forth for a long time because obviously to win the game there, that is the singular play that wins the game, gets them the 1 seed, all of that. But I don't think any of this happens without a guy they brought in mid-season and a guy that in the moment, Sam Darnold had thrown an interception. The Seahawks are down 16. The defense gets a stop, but they're still down 16. The offense, you didn't know what you're going to expect. But this, to me, is the moment that started it all, that led to the 2-point conversion, that led to everything you just said, and really sparked the season from this point.
This is a high wobbly kick. Shaheed has to run up, makes the catch at his own 43, starts up the middle. Now he has a gap on the left side 40, turns upfield, there he goes, 20, 15, 10, 5, holy catfish, touchdown, Seahawks! I'm telling you, the coaches next door breaking the glass. And Rashid Shaheed does it again. Just when the Seahawks need a big special teams play, they get it. A 59-yard punt return for a touchdown. The Seahawks right back into this one. They're going to go for 2 as they trail 30-20.
Yeah, Brock, so many moments from that game. We could have picked Charbonnet picking up the football. We could have picked the Cooper Kupp catch before the touchdown and 2-point conversion. So just a lot of fun. I thought it's a good way to wrap up the season. Always fun to relive the glory there. We could have just played 30 calls as moments of the year. Maybe we'll do that.
That wasn't even the NFC title game that also had its wild swings of emotion.
We'll do that on Tuesday. We'll play some more just great moments from the season. A lot to recap there with those moments of the year. Keep texting in as well. Appreciate all the texts coming in. 866-979-3776. Right now, let's get to Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, first up, why is a franchise tag even more likely for Ken Walker?
Yeah, time of the essence. Those franchise tags, by the way, come around like the Combine does now, I think 10 days or so. About the time we get down to Arizona, it's just wild. The Combine gets going, and you could start to franchise your players. You buy a little time, and I like this from Adam Schefter yesterday. He's on a podcast here, and he gives you a little bigger picture on just kind of the early read of the league, the Combine, the free agent pool. Here was Shefty, and I'll add on to it.
I've had GMs, front office executives, scouts who have been looking at this free agent class and saying, not a great class. These teams have done a great job at tying up their own players long-term and making sure that they don't get to free agency. When we talk about the draft, and we'll see how it shakes out over time, people aren't all that excited about the draft either. So we got a free agent class that's not real deep. We've got a draft that is not considered real deep. And you know what that tells me then? It tells me we may get more wheeling and dealing in trades than we've had in other years. I don't know that it'll happen, but it certainly seems to be a trend in recent years. Teams have been more apt and open to make big trades.
It's kind of a bummer that the Seahawks can't franchise tag necessarily more than one. And I do think it'll be K9 because the number is the most favorable there. And while overall, in totality, Schefter's absolutely right, this is a down year in the free agency, but not with what the Seahawks are going to lose. I mean, without the Seahawks, it'd be a real down year because you're going to put Mafe, you're going to put Shaheed, you're going to put Woolen, you're going to put Kobe Bryant, possibly K9. You're talking about legitimate young free agents, and that doesn't happen. right? I mean, you can't lock up everybody, so they prioritize Charles Cross and Abe Lucas, rightfully so. They're going to prioritize Spoon and JSN and try to get those deals done so they can fold it in and be more favorable to their cap. But you're basically talking about these young Seahawks studs and then some older veterans around the league that make the class overall a little bit weak. I think that, too, adds to K9. You know, you've got to franchise him. Could you eventually possibly trade him? I don't know. I think you've got to have him with the rest of your roster where it is and Sharp's where he's at. So be fascinating twists and turns, and the Seahawks are going to be very prominent in many of the headlines.
Yeah, and we know they rarely franchise tag. And what would it be, around $14 million for a running back? That's seems like a pretty prohibitive number, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch because Ken Walker certainly a vital part of this Seahawks offense this past year and moving forward. All right, Rock, number 2. What stat did Warren Sharp post that further accentuated a Seahawks strength in 2025?
You a Warren Sharp guy?
I don't follow him. I went to look up a stat because I think you might be going one of two ways. He did have a good one. And then I see a clip of Brock Heward on my Twitter or X feed from this morning. Early this morning on FS1. You're up there. Yeah. You're going all over the internet here. Can you name 5 Seahawks? Brock Heward adamant that America didn't give Seattle the love or respect they deserved all season. Not to get off track here. What's the Warren Sharp stat?
The Warren Sharp stat is in what the Seahawks were very good at, and what these 4 guys interviewing for the job are going to have to convince Mike McDonald they can stay really good at, is explosive plays. So how important is it to generate explosive plays in today's NFL, Lefko? This is from Warren Sharp. In 2025, if a drive had 0 plays of 15-plus yards, it had a touchdown rate of 6%. It had a scoring rate of 16%, less than a point per drive on average. If you don't get explosives, you don't score in this league. If a drive had just 1, not to compare and contrast, if you had just 1 explosive play, that touchdown rate explodes 6x to 36%. The scoring rate almost 4x to 61%. 3.3 points a drive. Not to nerd out with every little point and expected play average and all the rest of it, but bottom line, you got to be explosive. And this offense was through Barner, through K9, through JSN, through Shaheed. And again, I don't see that slowing down. Now, obviously, we'll see where K9 ends up, and we'll see Shaheed's probably going to be a Raider. But Torrey Horton, when he was in that mix for the first 6-7 weeks of the season, remember he too, 6 touchdowns, many of them in the explosive variety. That will be a key selling point for all 4 of these guys, these in-house candidates who are interviewing for the job, a key component pushing into 26.
Now, I thought you were going to go with this one. He had another interesting stat, so I was trying to figure out which one you were going with. I think you'll like this one as well. Warren Sharp also put out there under center dropbacks in 2025. Guess who had the most?
Ooh, the Seahawks were way up there, right?
Seahawks were way up there. The Rams had the most, 251. Yep. The Bears behind them at 192. The Seahawks third at 175. Those are good offenses. All there. All at the top there. And the worst offense, the Commanders, a measly 17.
Yep.
Under center dropbacks.
Yeah, that's why Kingsbury is not there anymore, and Daniel's got the snot beat out of him, just like Geno did the year before when the Seahawks lived in that shotgun. And you brought up the mic'd up with Kobe Bryant and Julian Love. You know why those and how those safeties were able to read those tells of Drake May that much more? Because he too was in the shotgun a ton this season. I don't know where New England ended up on that list, but in the Super Bowl, it was like every time it felt like he was in the gun. You get under center, a lot harder for the second and third level of the defense to key in quite as much on the quarterback.
All right, number 3. Brock, how has college football continued to disintegrate over the past week?
Yeah, you hit on a little bit need to know earlier. So is this the world we're living in? This world living in where the NCAA denies Chambliss once, twice, 3 times, and they say, Ole Miss, let's find us a nice judge down here outside of Oxford, Mississippi. Let's find us a little judge that's going to read the evidence a little bit differently than the old NCAA does. And let's get a little injunction here and appeal that sucker. And all of a sudden that judge says, you're darn right, Rebels. You're getting screwed out of this. Mr. Chambliss, you get to play your 6 year. Is that where we're going?
I'll take that signed football. Did you see he was signing footballs in the courtroom?
Is that really where we're going with this thing? I mean, that on one level is just gross. On the other side of it, if you noticed, maybe not because of all the other headlines, the Bahamas Bowl, gone. The Motor City Bowl, gone. Jimmy Kimmel's LA Bowl.
Yeah, the Gronk Bowl now, I think is
The
what it's
Gronk
called.
Bowl, yeah.
Gone.
The Huskies, the last one to win that beauty. Unfortunately, that's going to be a relic one day. That blowout of Boise State, that LA Bowl, gone.
Can I tell you something?
Going to be gone.
I realized the last time I hosted this show was on the day of the whatever it was, because I had made a segment joking about all the sponsor names that had gone through.
Ridiculous.
But yeah, it's gone. So congrats, Huskies. Last winner of the Gronk whatever bowl.
Those sponsors aren't making their money back. Viewership isn't very good. The stands are all empty. So that's one side of it. The other side, we got judges now, and it's just silly. I will say this. I will be curious. I don't know if this will happen or not, Lefko, but I was chatting with somebody, and they were like, there's these huge funds, right? All of the hedge funds and all of the money out there and all the private equity. And we saw the Saudi fund and what it did for golf with Liv. Like, is there just going to be, some private equity that's going to put $100 billion together and say, hey, enough of this shenanigans. Let's have a ruling governing body. Let's have a collectively bargained agreement, and let's take 90 of you. Let's do this right geographically. And, because the numbers are there. I mean, the millions and millions and millions and millions that watch the playoffs and the championship, those are extraordinary numbers, much more than the NBA has and even baseball has. So there is an appetite for it, but man, is it dysfunctional right now.
Yeah. Well, we still watch, but it's getting more and more eroded by the day. So, yeah, not a good sign for our beloved college football. All right, that is Blue 88, 3 football questions with Brock every day here on Brock and Salk. We're going to do a little buy and sell coming up next, Brock, and it's themed around our trip to the Super Bowl. The Seattle sports field trip down to the Super Bowl, and, of course, everything that came from that Seahawks Super Bowl win. All that coming up next. Mike Lefko, Brock Heward here with you. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Man, can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world! You hear me?
Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would rather get my teeth drilled than go to a car dealership. However, I recently had a breakdown with my vehicle, and I knew that I had to get a new one. I knew where to go. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. I'd heard amazing things. I knew the GM, Mark, so I ended up going out there. Mark, you're with me right now, and I got to be honest, even knowing you, I was nervous. Just being at a car dealership brings pressure, but you guys really focus on customer experience.
Well, there are some dealerships where you go in and you feel like you're getting jumped on. We don't do that, okay? There's absolutely no pressure at our dealership, period. And we backed it up with a 5-day or 500-mile, 100%, no questions asked, money-back guarantee. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one. So if you want a low-pressure experience, check out our reviews. We have thousands of 5-star reviews. You can buy with confidence. Wayscar Ford's been family-owned and operated in downtown Auburn for over 103 years. You don't stay in business that long by not taking care of people.
See it for yourself at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. That's wayscarford.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really? Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Season 2 of Unrivaled Basketball is here, and the energy is unreal. Stacy Rost here telling you to get ready, because the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Built for the players, created by women's basketball stars, Unrivaled gives athletes a high-quality, U.S.-based off-season league with better visibility and support. Don't miss as Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, Kelsey Plum, Brianna Stewart, and more take the court and redefine the game. If you love high-intensity hoops, this is the league you've been waiting for. More action, more highlights, and more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Make sure to watch the action on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. And that makes it super easy to watch no matter where you are. Unrivaled Basketball, where the pace is faster, the energy's higher, and every athlete shines.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Eward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
We're going to do something that I love doing. I try to play it as a game, but more apparently, as you keep telling me, I can't win this game. Is that what happens here?
It's just more we want your opinion.
Okay. Yeah. I always try to win. We're doing buy or sell.
No, we're like
and
the
I would
Danes.
like to win.
We're like the Danes. I was reading something on Denmark. You know why Denmark wins more gold medals? With only 5.5 million people in their population, more gold medals than any other country in the Winter Olympics.
I do not know. Please enlighten me.
It's a process.
Okay.
They go about their youth sports entirely different than America and a lot of other places. They're not about competition until they're 13. You just play. You just have fun. That's what buy and sell is, Mike.
Okay.
All right. Just like the Danes in youth sports, we just
I'm
play.
always in it to win.
Just play and have fun, would you?
All right. I will cede control over here. Okay. Maura, please take us through buy and sell. I'm going to have fun. We're going to roll. We're going to have fun on a Friday morning.
All right, this first one, I think I'm asking because I have my own opinion. But buy or sell San Fran as a great Super Bowl city.
Sold.
As a host.
Sold.
Yeah, I
Sold.
agree. I agree.
Lady in the second row. She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10. I know I got zombies on fentanyl right down the road. No, sold.
Okay.
Sold.
All right. See, we're not going to take this and make it into what some people try to make it into. San Francisco as a city is beautiful. But the problem is the Super Bowl.
Beautiful.
Yeah. The problem is the Super Bowl was in San Jose. I mean, it
Yes.
was.
The spread out nature and the lack of them feeding us was more my issue.
I mean, I love San Francisco. I hadn't been there in 20 years. I forgot how beautiful it is because, it was actually sunny when you're outside instead of Seattle in the winter. I love Seattle. It's a beautiful city as well. But to explore it again, I wish I had more time to explore. I wish I would have had lunch with you and your famous people there, Brock, the old deli board. But just to see it was great. But the actual Super Bowl things we had to do, impossible because the teams were nowhere near there. We were not even close to actually covering. The teams were there to cover. It was awful. It was awful in terms of coverage. So sell on that.
Logistics awful. City beautiful.
Sold in the back row.
Terrific. Just play the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean the airport had no signage up because technically the San Jose airport was the home airport for the Super Bowl, and the team hotels were in San Jose. Every team-oriented event to cover was in San Jose. So enough of San Francisco as a Super Bowl city. I like the city, like to visit.
Seattle would be a tremendous Super Bowl city.
Get a roof. You want a roof, and we'll have a Super Bowl.
Well, and things wouldn't have to be that spread out.
Correct. You have everything right there. A team would practice at Memorial Stadium. A team would practice at Husky Stadium or the Seahawks facility and the Husky facility if the Seahawks aren't in it, right? You're all right there. You have everything right there.
Yeah, it would be like if Tacoma hosted the Super Bowl and called it Seattle. That's what San Francisco did.
More like Olympia. It was like an hour drive. I mean, with traffic to San Jose, an hour and a half at times.
All right. So even further.
And Lefko and I are always very judgy if you don't feed us.
Yeah,
the other
that's
Super
true.
Bowls I've been
to,
everything's sponsored. There's all kinds of money coming in. Like, just have some food out for us when we're at Radio Row all day.
All right. I want to get to a few more of these. So let's move on to the next one. I want to get to one that's 4 down on this list because I'm fascinated by Brock's answer.
Okay. Buy or sell Reek Woolen as a Seahawk in 2026.
Yeah, that's old.
Lady in the second row.
That quick on that. Okay.
Oh, yeah, he's sold.
Okay.
I know who it was, okay? That mic'd up sound. Tell me when the ref came over. You don't have to tell me. I know who it was.
27. Yeah, it's 27.
Yes.
It was 27. So, yeah.
I know who it was.
You think because of that, of not,
somebody's just going to pay him way more. He'll go to Cincinnati. Cincinnati will be dumb enough to, or Arizona, or somebody going to pay him a lot of money. And he's an uber talented, high traits guy, but the focus and the attention to detail. They should have shut out the Patriots. If he would have done his job and been on top of that thing, you shut them out, but it didn't happen. So.
Yeah, I'll sell that as well. Just because
in the back row.
They like Josh Jobe, and I think we've seen Mike McDonald and John Schneider move on from guys that might not fit this entirety of what the team is. Moved on from DK Metcalf. They traded DK Metcalf. They traded Geno Smith. So, yeah, I think Reek Woolen's going to get you're right. They had a nice big contract somewhere else, and we'll sell on that one.
All right, buy or sell Devin Witherspoon deserved Super Bowl MVP.
You want me to go first? You go first.
Yeah,
I keep copying you. Okay. Well, you're going to copy me here. Bye. Absolutely. He was, whatever term you want to use, force multiplier, as they said during the broadcast. He was a game wrecker. He was in the backfield. He had Drake May seeing ghosts in that game. Devin Witherspoon completely destroyed that offensive game plan. I know the defensive line, they manhandled the Patriots offensive line, but Devin Witherspoon was making Drake May's life a nightmare. And in a game where, you had your kicker as the leading point scorer, no one really stood out offensively. Yeah, give it to Devin Witherspoon.
Man, I'm just selling today. I'm selling that. Now,
wow. You're selling. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You agree with Walker?
I do.
Okay.
I do. If I had to cast that vote, he had almost 80 yards after forced missed tackles. He forced 9 missed tackles in that game. There were times there were lanes. There were many times there were not lanes. He did damage and punctured that New England defense in ways nobody else did. I think the second highest number of yards after forced missed tackles was 35 for New England all year long. He more than doubled that. And, it was a chintzy, weak holding call on Sundell late in the game anyway. He should have had 185 yards and throw that touchdown on, and nobody's even asking the question. He did it, just got called back. Yeah, K9 was my
Have you ever done Super Bowl squares, Brock?
I did. I won it one time.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
Had that Ken Walker touchdown stood, and you just said it should have stood, I win Super Bowl squares. Instead, I go to like 0-800 or whatever. So I've never won, and I was sitting there, and I had multiple things that could have played out. Had the Patriots not scored their second touchdown, I win. Had the Ken Walker touchdown stood, I win. But no, I'm just sitting here back with you. Would have quit it all? Would have gave it all up? No, it wasn't anything big, but it just would have been fun. The thrill of winning, I love to win. I want to win everything, and I didn't win there, and I was a little upset. Terrible holding call. Should have been a touchdown.
All right, we'll get to the one you want to get to.
All right.
Well, I'm curious. So, what's the equivalent for Brock here? Is this just a question for me?
Yeah, this is just for you, I guess.
Well, okay, I'm going to ask Brock.
But
the
we
other
can
side of
reverse it.
Yeah.
Brock is the best Super Bowl roommate. If you had to choose between who we have there, we're taking Stacy and I out of it. No co-ed rooming. Wyman, Bob, Lefko, Curtis, Salk, or Bump. Is Brock the best of that group?
You can't answer this, Brock. I'm answering this.
Buy or sell that Brock's the best option.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm selling that. I'm selling that big time. I don't want to be woken up in the morning with, let's go, Lefko. It's Super Bowl. Come on. Too much energy. Too much energy from Brock in the morning. Can you imagine trying to sleep and this guy is shaking the bed, getting you all hyped up, trying to get you to go downstairs and start the show? No, I'm sorry. You told me. Actually, I'm selling because of what you told me. I'm going to pick Salk. You said he sleeps all the time.
Yes.
There you go. I'm going with Salk. He sleeps all the time. You wouldn't even know you had a roommate.
He's like a sloth. Yes, it's great.
Okay, let's
just don't bother him. Let him sit back. How about you?
Yeah, spin it.
I think you'd be up there. Yeah, Salk is nearly impossible to beat. He's pretty neat. He showers fairly quickly. He sleeps the whole time like a human sloth. So I think Salk is probably the winner of the group, but I think you'd be real close. The germaphobe, your roommate would be difficult. Dave, I've done that. He snores like you know what. Bump would be way up there. Bump's pretty chill too. It'd probably be you
Bump
three
said
on
he
the middle.
snores too.
Can I tell you something? Bump would have been out way too late for your liking.
That is true too.
Yeah.
That is true too.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have liked that. That was my thought.
You or
with him
Salk,
and
I think,
Wyman.
probably the good roomies. Yeah.
No, I don't think you would have liked me either.
No?
Yeah.
Are you a germaphobe?
No. No, I was. We were out late sometimes.
Does Bob bring his own silk sleeping bag?
He does not. He sleeps normally.
His own little
Nobody
cryo
explained
chamber.
to us that he desanitizes his entire suitcase.
He's got wipes on a holster. It just.
And then he washes everything in his suitcase, even if he didn't wear it because it was in the suitcase.
So sell on all the roommates but Salk. There you go. All right, that's some buy or sell with the Super Bowl and with our little travel down there. Moral of this is no more Super Bowls in San Francisco. Brock, speaking of Super Bowls, we got to talk to G. Scott coming up in a little bit. But the NFL world goes on. There are some contract things to learn about. There's some potential offensive coordinator, not news, but updates on the Seahawks offensive coordinator search. To get into all of that, coming up next in Need to Know, Mike Lefko, Brock Hewitt, we're here with you. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Man, can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world! You hear me?
Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open and happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeservice.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, Brock, the NFL world goes on. We know this. Seahawks conducting an offensive coordinator search. We've heard about the 4 internal candidates, but NFL Network's Tom Pelissero was on with Rich Eisen, and he was asked about the potential for any outside offensive coordinator candidates for the Seahawks.
There are some other, coaches that they've interviewed because they've run offensive coordinator searches, I think now 4 years in a row. So there are other, coaches out there. I don't believe it's Mike Kafka. He's now on staff with Detroit. I know he was a top candidate last time, and the Giants at that time wouldn't let him out. I don't anticipate that he's going to be the guy. Hank Fraley from the Lions, Adam Stenavich from the Packers are 2 guys that they interviewed last time around as well. They have to, under league rules, run a full search here. So they're starting out with the internal candidates, which, by the way, bold move starting your OC interviews the day after everybody is in a literally Bud Light sponsored parade. Yeah. You're finding out, above all else, who can sober up the fastest prior to these interviews.
Hey, figure out who's built like a champion. That's what you
right.
do there.
That's pretty good.
Now, would you be surprised? Does it seem like there's any chance an outside candidate is the OC hire?
I don't think so because of what Tom just said there. Fourth coordinator in 4 years. You referenced that with JSN earlier. It would sure be nice to have continuity, familiarity, somebody that knows you and you know them and all of that. So I would think these 4 in-house guys are the front runners, but I've also learned this over the years. Mike, that's also a time to explore. It's also kind of data collection. It's, how are these teams going about it? What is their process in Detroit? What is their process in Green Bay? And teams really utilize that. The Seahawks have some coordinator or some assistant coaches interviewing for coordinator jobs elsewhere. The receiver coach in Vegas and Carl Scott, the DB coach, Frisman Jackson, the receiver coach, Carl Scott, the secondary coach in Arizona for the D coordinator job. Same thing. Those teams are trying to gain intel on how they operate, how they go about their work, some of the maybe intricacies of some of their schemes. So it's all a process. I would lean into an in-house candidate, more than likely being the favorite in this one.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We're getting the sweet sounds of spring and baseball, the click-clack of cleats, the pop of the glove. When you have someone like Kate Anderson, Ryan Sloan throwing to Cal Raleigh, just good sounds.
Just feels right.
Good views down there. I was going to say smells, but you can't really smell.
You get the little
through
birds
clips,
chirping underneath the eave right there, too.
You know what the smell of baseball is like. Yeah, you get the early morning sunshine when you guys are down there. That's going to happen a week from Monday, so it's all happening. And a lot of familiar faces, obviously, when you have a guy like Cal Raleigh. He's your catcher. You know that. You know who the rotation is going to be. You have your 5 starters. But there's a new face down there. Jose Ferrer, their new reliever. Dan Wilson talked about that new lefty in the bullpen.
Gabe, he handled it all so well last year. But, to have another lefty that we can go to down there that has the big arm is huge. And Ferrer just got off the mound just real briefly yesterday. So that was the first chance to see him. But I'm a guy that I'm really excited to see. I think is a huge, piece for us in the offseason. And I think the work that Jerry and Justin did in the offseason was tremendous in bringing in Ferrer and Ruff Snyder and Donovan and getting Naylor signed. I mean, these are huge pieces that they were able to accomplish and, really sets us up with a very deep roster.
What I hear Danny say as well, a guy that's hard to catch is a guy that's hard to hit. And based on some of the scuttlebutt with Ferrer was like, this dude's got some serious stuff. And Kate Anderson, first time throwing for a bunch of them. Danny didn't see him live. I don't know if Hollander had as well. I think that was the first time kind of seeing him live and in person. And, so far, so good, Mr. Lefko. And 9 days from now, the morning show contingency will be down there setting up the table. As you know, that whole process down in Peoria, right outside the clubhouse, the birds also chirping early in the morning. Cannot wait.
I can't believe we haven't talked about your seal calls. Or how would you describe that? What he did down there on the wharf?
Sea lions.
Okay, sea lion. I forgot what animal was there because it was like a lifetime ago.
Them. I was making a scene. Don't you worry about
it. They responded.
They responded? Brock Hewitt's sea lion whisper?
I speak sea lion.
You speak sea lion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I speak it very well.
All right. Of the birds and the sea lions.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Okay, I want to get people riled up again. Brock, this news dropped yesterday from longtime sports business reporter John Orrand. He said the NFL season is expected to begin on a Wednesday this year. And we don't know yet who's actually opening the season. You'd think, hey, usually the Super Bowl champ opens the season. You get the whole world watching you. You get all the attention. You get all that, the glory still of being the king. You're on top of the world for one final game before the next season starts. But no, not necessarily. So it's either going to be the Seahawks hosting a to-be-determined opponent. We'll find out the schedule in May. Or Rams-Niners from Australia because, they have to travel far and it's a long flight and they need time before week 2. So it could be 2 teams, 2 division rivals, by the way, opening the season in front of the Seahawks.
Yeah, not right. That just doesn't smell right. You see it on the surface, and you can kind of see it on the surface, and logically, okay, that kind of makes sense. Logistically, that kind of makes sense. But you can't disrespect the champs. Don't do that. Yeah. And the people came after you, huh? Fangs from San Francisco and the Fangs from LA, they came and bit you?
I think a lot of people. Well, I have a lot of likes, so a lot of people agree, and you'll hear the negative when the positive people just agree with you. So a lot of it was just the yes. Some people emphatically agreed. Some people, of course, you get the why does this matter? Who cares? Blah blah blah. There are fans like that. I'm a more passionate fan, and I care about these things. I like to get riled up.
Yeah.
So if you're a fan who's logical, I appreciate that. Those fans like, who cares? They won the Super Bowl. I get that mindset. And then yes, it's funny how it goes in waves, where then the Rams and Niners fans saw it and they're like, oh, look at this fake outrage. People complain. And then I think a lot of them are spam accounts, the old numbers letters combination. People don't exist. But yeah, Rams and Niners fans, they're a little.
Well, that's everything you need to know right there.
Fired
everything
up.
you need to know. A little personal question left. We've got an hour and a half. I haven't asked you a personal question yet.
I know. I feel like
and
it's
I got
about
to
happen.
witness it. I got to see it. Speaking of fans and everything else, fury, rage, getting fired up. Saw you nearly get into a brawl there at Media Row, So have you ever gotten into a physical altercation?
Are we going to wait until G's here? Or no, we're doing this
as
now.
a fan, have you ever gotten into a physical, like chest to chest, bumping chests?
No, the most physical I think I've gotten and the most riled up was in high school. While I was in the middle of a tennis match, I started yelling at another parent because I thought they were offering coaching advice to my opponent. But it turned out to be a parent of one of my tennis teammates.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's my best moment. And by that, I mean worst.
Oh, you were like John McEnroe,
Yeah.
huh? You were screaming?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Nothing like some high school tennis ferocity out there. I'll have to think about that. I don't think
good.
I'm not a very, despite the image I give off of just being fired up about everything, my fandom is more a stressed out, pacing, internal, like in myself.
Kind of neurotic.
Mora's seen it.
Neurotic,
Mora has watched me watch a basketball game, and it's highly entertaining for everyone else involved, I'm sure. So I just do that. No. I'm a self-sabotaging fan here, Brock. I don't get other people involved. So, all right, I'm sure we'll have more stories to share because G. Scott's coming up next, and it's always a ride when he hops in here. So we'll catch up with G about getting to ride in the Super Bowl parade. That had to be a ton of fun, and everything else here. Mike Lefko, Brock Heward with you. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I know the paint's barely dry on the new Super Bowl champ Seahawks gear, but can you believe Mariners pitchers and catchers have already reported and spring training is underway?
Holy catfish, that was fast. They know from day one of spring training, they have a chance to win the whole thing.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com. We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Holy smokes!
Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin. Muckleshoot. Get your Seahawks Super Bowl champions gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title team with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. If you're celebrating downtown, shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's home show season. To celebrate, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is giving you 20% off and a lifetime installation warranty, plus 12 months to pay with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing. See us at the home shows or visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 Champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Mr. K's Construction reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mr. K's Construction, committed to making your home and our community beautiful since 1977.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, Friday at 8:30. You know what that means. And Brock, I'm stunned, actually. I thought after Wednesday that G. Scott was going to say, well, not 1 million people here. Yeah, I only do my work in front of 1 million people now, as he did during the Seahawks parade. But he's here with us now, Brock.
Salk is out. Is Lefko in?
Yeah,
is Brock going to be in? Brock's going to be in.
Hey, Lefko, look, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Today is Friday the 13th. And I was just thinking to myself, I said, Self, Lefko got a woman now.
Yeah.
Lefko got a woman now. Come on now. It's Valentine's Day.
And
come on.
All
yes,
the things
sir.
that we could talk about.
Listen.
I figured this was coming 20 minutes in.
No,
you were just in a Super Bowl parade.
Do you think I come here? Nobody wants to hear sports from me.
Oh, I want to hear about the parade.
Me?
This is more than sports.
So, man, tell me about it, man. You dating a sister?
Yeah, tell us all about your lady.
No details. No personal details.
Oh, she likes
Privacy.
to keep it on the down low?
Come on.
Is she told you she didn't want to be talked about?
No, actually, I think she would like the attention. It's funny. She was saying, do your coworkers know about me? And then she wanted to tune in. Well, you obviously knew.
Wait,
you brought up right away.
Have you posted her on social media?
Stories, not posts.
Oh,
I'm
hey,
ti-
no,
I'm
that's
waiting.
weak.
No.
Hold on, time
No, no,
out,
no.
time out, dog,
There's a
time out,
reason
time out.
she doesn't like public posting. She's
So what do you mean you post a story? Would you post her hands or her feet? By the
A
way,
story
shout out to there's some feet people.
disappears.
There's some feet people out in the world like that. You know what I mean? Anyway, what'd you do? Post her feet or her hands? What'd you do?
No, you can post a picture of a person. It just disappears.
Haven't we did this before? Didn't we do this with Betsy? Shout out to Betsy. We had to finally find out if she was real. Left go, we don't believe you.
Oh, okay. Because of Justin's thing. You do not believe in me.
No, don't
Okay.
believe you.
Okay.
So what do you do? Gee, that's a good question.
what's up?
What do you do for your first? This would be your first time dating her on Valentine's.
Yeah.
So what's your
we have
first
plans.
Valentine's? Yeah.
Well, you know what?
write her
I got
nice
no details,
cards?
but
listen.
we haven't planned it. I planned this out a month ago.
I knew, because Mara hit me up, and she was like, are you in? Because, Salk's not here, and it's just left go. What?
Maura didn't know. Maura didn't know until today.
No, not about this. Just to see if he was going to be
oh,
here today.
okay. I thought you meant the relationship.
No. So I came in, Brock. I got 10 G. Scott tips for Valentine's Day.
Let's go.
Oh, come
Let's
on.
go.
All
Let's
right,
go.
here we go. This is all for Left Go. All right, number one, thou shalt not wait until 4:47 p.m. on Valentine's Day to figure it out.
Yep.
All right.
That's good.
Number two, Left Go. Presentation matters. I know you want to go to Safeway, fam, but don't give her the gift in a bag, in a plastic bag. Get it out of there. Presentation. Number three, put the phone down. What I mean is, so when you have your date and everything, Left Go. You can't be, those Instagram models, you can't be double tapping them
You're
while
the
you
one
out
who
on
wanted
date.
me on social media with those posts.
Yeah,
I'm
here we go.
off.
Number four, effort is sexy. Now, Left Go, you don't have to have a yacht, man, but the effort. She wants to see the effort. Number five, know your person. She might like roses or she might like seafood. She might like peace and quiet. You need to know what she wants. Number six, stop competing with Instagram, too. Like, don't get on social media and see what Brock is doing or Mike Salk's doing. Everybody can't be Brock. You know what I mean?
Comparison to thief of joy.
Thief of joy. Number seven, flowers and chocolate from her work boo or your work boo are unacceptable. Okay, so if you got somebody that you work closely to all the time, or she works closely to, and you find out she gets some flowers and some chocolate, that's unacceptable. Left Go. Don't let it happen.
I don't think we'll have that problem.
Okay, cool. Number eight.
I don't really. Look at who we work with.
Number
it's
eight.
not gonna be a problem on this
Number
side.
8. Don't overspend by trying to impress. Okay. Don't try to go to the Met Grill. You know what I'm saying, or all those type of places, or the butcher's place. No, don't do that. Number 9. Say what you actually feel. Left Go. You don't have to say Happy Valentine's Day. You can say, baby, I appreciate you. Yeah. Man, if it wasn't for you, you know what I'm saying, I wouldn't have to get through my work shift. Because you know what I go through at work, and my work is hard. Because Left Go, your work is real hard. What you do every day is hard. We all know. Anyway, number 10, and this is the most important one. Remember, under promise and over deliver. Left Go. Don't say what you're gonna do tonight. That's right. Don't say. Just do it. Because you sit there and say that, then you fall asleep, and then she mad. There you go.
All right, thanks,
How
Dad.
long we been dating now?
4 months.
4 months.
Yeah. When did Actually, here, I'll give you some details.
Did you just write that down, Brock?
I'm writing all. I'm
Oh,
writing.
we're taking notes here.
Hey, Brock,
haven't you been married for
Brock's a
decades?
You learn. You got to be
Taking
curious.
notes.
You're
Always trying to
learning.
improve.
All right.
Always taking coaching. There he is. That's a good quarterback there.
So what were you going to tell us?
What?
As far as, will you give us some
I'm
more
looking
details?
at Brock right here.
Oh, do you have some more details?
No, the only detail I'll give is that big sports fan. So the first time we hung out, we watched Seahawks Commanders Sunday Night Football. There you go. So if the Seahawks wouldn't have had a good season, who knows? Maybe this doesn't even materialize.
Wow.
Local girl?
Yeah.
How'd you meet her?
No details. That's to be determined later.
Fam, it's okay. It's 2026. We all meeting boos online, fam.
No, I actually met in person. So it's a long story. No time for this. It's a nice, actual, whoa, you can meet people in person now. I didn't realize that.
425 just texts in, Brock, and says, G, my wife says she doesn't want anything. Is this a trap? Hell yes.
That way, why was that not .10 or whatever? That's an important one.
Big trap.
You guys steered me wrong. I might have not
Hey,
gotten
G, I
anything.
got another relationship question, but I got to get to some football. That was really good. I like that topic.
We'll come
I
back
thought
to
we
it.
were start with the parade. I was going to willingly indulge all of
the
this.
parade was fun. How about that? Boom. what else you got? Let's go.
All right, Brock, what do you got?
Compare and contrast the parade in 13 and the parade in 25.
And the parade in 26, I can feel my hands and my toes.
Yep.
The 13, I couldn't feel nothing. I was cold. Like that's it. I'm being serious when I say this. It was great. I loved being there for the parade. But I was too cold. I didn't really have a great memory.
In 13,
in 13.
that was cold.
It was just way too cold.
Now, this one, you were on the truck, right?
This one, I was on the truck. I'm grateful.
Yes.
That was pretty awesome.
Who was the best partner on the truck? Rank the, because it was Moyer, it was Bump, it was Jen, it was Dave.
Well, I wasn't on that truck.
No, he was the MC truck.
I was on the MC truck.
Come on, bro.
I had DJ Roscoe. We was rolling down, and I was talking to the people, and they gave your boy a microphone. But I gotta say this. Hands down, probably my most favorite day in Seattle since I moved here 27 years ago. It was absolutely beautiful to watch all the people and friends, strangers, loved ones, hugging, high-fiving, screaming, number one, all that stuff. And I'd say my favorite on my Instagram, G. Scott Sr., you'll see. There is one where it's the 7-Eleven. You guys don't know where that 7-Eleven is, when you got the Space Needle in the background. And, that part right there where I had this young man, he was dancing in front of the 7-Eleven. I had him on video. Then they had the people on top of the roof on the 7-Eleven. They were dancing. You had SPD, police officers. They was happy, high-fiving, and it was just an amazing time. So, man, I'll never forget that. And when I got back to the stadium, we're going back, and I'm heading to my car. I literally said this. That might be a day that I'll never be able to top for the rest of my life. You're talking about an organization. Like, I was the car wash guy 23 years ago, and you mean to tell me if I would have told the car wash guy 23 years ago, hey, man, listen, just buckle up, chill out. And 23 years from now, here's what's going to happen. The Seattle Seahawks are going to win the Super Bowl in their 50th season of being an organization. Not only are they going to win the Super Bowl, you're going to have an opportunity to go down with Cairo, Seattle Sports, and you're going to get to cover the team. Then you're going to go to the game. You're going to hang out. Then after the game, the best wide receiver that's in the league right there, you're going to go to his quick little after party, hang out with him, see loved ones, that. Then you're going to come back. And then when you come back, you're going to have an opportunity to MC and be an MC at the ceremony inside the stadium. And then after that, you'll be able to be in the parade, and you get to talk on the microphone, and then that'll be your day. I probably won't beat that day for the rest of my life.
No notes there. All right, we're done. I mean, we're done early. Well, gee, how are we topping that? Brock wants to bring something else up, but I don't know how to transition. That was wonderful.
I know how to transition.
Awesome.
Brock, you sent me an awesome no, seriously.
Oh, I thought it was funny.
You sent me an awesome question, and it was Seahawks related. You and Mara, you were asking me about the soul of the Seahawks, that question. Do you still have that?
I do. We went through a little awards earlier in the show, just kind of put a little capper on all the stuff, and it was a little more like traditional MVP and newcomer of the year and everything else. I'm curious from your perspective. Here's a couple little G. Scott that I figured you'd like this. I figured when you were on the stairs or in the treadmill today, I figured you were bouncing this one around.
Have you been watching my Walking with G's on the treadmill?
I've kind of been digging them.
Oh,
yeah. I like you kind of glistening a little bit. Your heart rate's up. I'm kind of.
Appreciate that.
It's pretty good.
All right, what you got?
Who's the soul of this team?
Oh, this is way too easy. He reminds me when back in the day, in the LOB days, there was one individual that when he walked in rooms and he came in the building, he didn't have to say anything. It was just the way that he was. He had an energy, and there's a connection that this guy had then on the team and on the city and on the 12s. And that same guy still has that connection and grasp on the city today. That was Marshawn Lynch then, and today it is Ernest Jones IV, and it's not even close. That dude is the soul of this team. When that dude speaks, and whatever his language is going to be. Whatever he say, people are hanging on every single word because it's real.
You know what jumped out to me as well, and the mic'd up helps so much of this, G, when you actually get to see them walk the talk, and it's not in a press conference or at a podium or anything else. It's actually in game. Not only his high IQ to call plays out and be on top of those details, but you know what? The soul and the protector and however you want to frame it is, typically it's the one that like protects the vulnerable. And he is on the sidelines, and not that Sam Darnold is vulnerable, but the number of times, if there was like the number one armor bearer for Sam Darnold, it is Ernest. That whole game when you hear mic'd up right on the sidelines and he's pacing while the offense on the field, that's my quarterback. Not like a TO at a podium crying, hey, my quarterback. Like Ernest, real time, that's my guy. I told you that's my guy. I told you he's a dog. I told you that's my quarterback over and over and over again. And I don't know, man, that to me just stood out clear as day.
You see his T-shirt? You see his T-shirt?
Yeah.
You see his T-shirt?
I saw the T-shirt.
That's going everywhere. People want those shirts now.
Let me tell y'all something. And, you know, y'all know me. I get a little deep and philosophical sometimes. Listen, y'all. Everybody in life needs somebody to love them the way Ernest Jones loves Sam Darnold.
Yes.
You get somebody.
Speaking of love, okay, good. Right. Speaking of love, let me get you something here. So we're gonna get to the swag. We're gonna get to the spy. I got a few other things.
Come on.
Speaking of
really
love,
wanted to bring this up.
Speaking of love, G, this story was made for you, and I don't know if you've seen it, and if you haven't seen it, I know you're bringing it up on your show with Ursula later today.
Come on.
Because the Soundhound Maura brought this to our attention, yesterday, Maura, a couple days ago, and we couldn't fit it in.
It's a few days old, this story.
Couldn't fit it in with everything. Did you, Maura, I'll set the table for you. G, did you hear about this Olympian from Denmark and the trials and the travails that he found himself in his love life?
No.
Oh.
It's a Norwegian biathlete, Sturla Holm Lagreed, who won the bronze medal, and then decided to take that moment after to reveal some really personal things to try to win a girl back. So he spoke in his native language, so I'm going to read this part. He said, "There's something I want to share with someone who may not be watching today. Half a year ago, I met the love of my life, the world's most beautiful and nicest person. 3 months ago, I made the mistake of my life and cheated on her. I told her about that a week ago. This has been the worst week of my life. I had the gold medal in my life, and I'm sure there are many people who will see things differently, but I only have eyes for her. Sport has come second these last few days. I wish I could share this with her." So he chose to take that moment. I don't think she enjoyed it. She basically said it's not going to happen. This was his response in English to all the media attention it got.
Yeah, I haven't got any reactions from the girl that I mentioned. And yeah, I'm happy because then maybe she hasn't seen it. Maybe she will see it at the right time. I hope I don't make anything worse for her. But maybe it can help. I don't know. I hope there's a happy ending in the end. So we will see what time will do.
Was this the right strategy?
Your man's losing it here, by the way.
Yeah, Brock, why you laughing, bro?
No,
That's serious, man. It's heartfelt.
So, if Buddy or if his lady were listening to my Walking with G that I had this morning, today's topic on Walking with G was some doors are closed to save you. You see what I'm saying? And what I mean by that is sometimes that closed door wasn't there to hurt you. The closed door was there to protect you. So my message isn't to him. My message is to his boo. His boo right there. As a matter of fact, I'm asking you, Brock, have you ever looked back on something in your life that you wanted so bad, but you're thankful that it didn't happen for you?
Ooh, good question.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure somebody listening right now knows exactly what I'm talking about. Maybe it was that job you wanted. Maybe it was that NFL career you wanted. Maybe it was that opportunity you wanted. Maybe it was that relationship you wanted. You know what I mean? I know I had a time, I told the story today. I had a time right here, I was having a relationship problem about 15, 16 years ago. Shout out to Mo Kelly with the Seahawks, VP for the Seahawks. Mo was like, well, come on down, let me help you out. So me and my lady go down to Mo Kelly. We get into the office. He says, let me talk to her first. She goes in the office first. Man, Brock, within 5 minutes, they come back out, and Mo Kelly said,
It's over.
It's over. I said, well, wait a minute. You gonna give me my chance to talk? He said, no, this is done.
No.
I was mad at Mo Kelly for a few years. Now today I want to thank him. So sometimes closed doors ain't rejection, it's redirection. So look, that's what old girl got to do. Hey, partner, go ahead, go get you some gold medals somewhere else.
Yeah, I thought that confession was soft. I thought that was super
All right,
soft.
what would you have done?
Don't use that stage and that time to try to guilt.
Yeah.
That is
It feels
soft.
manipulative.
It does.
Ooh.
Yes.
Mar, you're right about
Mara.
that, girl.
That's right. You throw that right in there.
He wants the
into
world
that
telling
mix.
her, you should give him
Yep.
another chance.
That's weak.
Yep.
Because truth of the matter is, he gonna do it again.
Choices have consequences.
You know what I mean?
Choices have consequences.
I ain't gonna tell y'all a story, but I wasn't just a client. I was the president. I know. He gonna do it again. All right, what else y'all want to talk about? Oh, no. What was the rest of the awards?
Oh, yeah. You got to get back to that.
Okay, so you gave me the soul. How about the spine? And I know maybe it's semantics. Maybe they're one and the same. Maybe they're not.
Yeah.
But if Ernest is like the old soul of this team, who, looking back on one of the greatest days of your life, will you look back and go, man, that was really the spine of this Seahawk team in 25?
Leo. Leonard Williams. That's the spine. It's the backboard. It's a veteran right there, right? You know, here's someone who, he don't really, he's not one of those big talkers like that. But, man, that dude is really solid. You know what I mean? Like, really solid, respected, came over from the Giants, comes here, loved what he had to say in the event inside of Lumen Field where he thanked everyone since he's been here from New York for embracing him and bringing him in and accepting him. I think it's him. Here's somebody, I think he is, how many years in the league is he? 8, 9?
Yeah.
Ish, right?
Yeah,
so now, I want to say that as far as spine, and I do want to give an honorable mention to somebody else, the big dog, Jay Reed. Jay Reed, who, as you all know, he played with some of the old fellas, Mike Bennett's and the Cliff Avrils, and he's bringing some of that sauce, that old school flavor back to this team. He was a definite veteran, so I would give the spine to those guys.
Man, 11 years. 11 years for Leonard Williams.
Yeah.
Even more impressive.
And
But he plays like it's his first or second.
And his father-in-law is Ronnie Lott. Could you imagine if your daddy-in-law was Ronnie Lott and you won your first Super Bowl and Ronnie Lott look at you and be like, oh, that's cute.
How many times you looking at his pinky, by the way? How quickly do you try to scope out Ronnie's?
Bro, look at my pinky. My pinky messed up.
Yep. Who's the swag? There are a lot of options for this one. Who's the swag?
It's a lot of options, but it's easy. Yeah, he is come on, man. He talked that talk. You understand me? Look, if people listening right now, you already know. And if it ain't a fork, it's a what? It's a spoon. that who it is. Easy.
He talks fast, too, doesn't he?
I loved him during the
He
parade.
talks that cash.
That speech.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great
in his parade.
Post-game, he was great, too. Like, that kind of gets left out with some of the other stuff post-game is like they went right to him on the field. And it's not like he's usually the first one. And I thought he was so real. He was so raw. That mic'd up right on the field with Coach McDonald, too.
Yeah.
That was captured, like – I got your back. I knew, and I said this yesterday. I think it was a blue 88.
Yeah.
I felt going in on Friday before the game, and it was so fun to have you right down there at Media Row doing your show and feeling the whole vibe and everything else. I kind of felt like when Mike Vrabel won Coach of the Year Thursday night, that those dudes, that was going to be, not that they're fueled by external, they're an internal group, but I felt like that was going to be a little fuel. Yeah. And I think you heard it from Spoon and others, man. They did not like that their guy was that disrespected in that vote, so overwhelmingly so for the others.
Let me tell you right now, them voting committee, they love Ohio State. Now, I'm being for real. Look at who won the awards. They love Ohio State. There's a reason. Mike Vrabel, Ohio State. JSN, best in the world, Ohio State. Emeka Ibuka, Ohio State. You know what I mean? Yeah. They love Ohio State. All right. And then the last one, you had the star of the team, right?
Yep.
Oh, that's easy. I mean, come on now. I mean, the dude was walking around in the parade like that. The dude is literally the Beatles right now. You know what I mean? Like Jackson Smith and Jigba right now is, I mean, his character. Do you guys remember this? Do you remember about, I would say, before that Thursday night game, And before Trey Rose and the Rams came, before Puka Nacua and the Rams came to town, do you guys remember how everybody used to, who's better, who's who, Puka, JSN, this and that? Ask that question now. Because this is the reason why. Just because you're good on the field, that might be great. What you do off the field is so important. This is why I do my best to try to tell these young guys that come into the league, hey, a lot of people good on the field. What you do off the field. Puka Nacua's brand is absolute trash right now. The Rams have a decision to make. Are we going to pay that man? Because I don't think they will. Puka is a problem right now for that organization.
You know what I love was Rabel up there emceeing it. Gee, I said there's never been a better MC in the last 3 decades in Seattle than Steve Rabel. When you go to an event that he's a part of and he's the one up front, you and John Curley, auctioneers, the best in the game right now, man. You've done an unbelievable job in that phase of it as well. But Rabel is so good. And do you remember Rabel's line before he handed the microphone to JSN in the stadium? He said, "The smile of an angel and the heart of an assassin." And I thought that was so good. Just encompassing JSN.
So yesterday, as you all know, probably know, you guys saw him, Steve Rabel was in our building. And I'm going to tell y'all something. I don't go around saying that I would like to be like that person. My dad's dead, so I don't really do that. But I will say, that man, Steve Rabel, yes, Brock, you're right. He is the top of the top when it comes to the MC. And so yesterday, I was just being around and in his presence. He's an amazing person first, right? And then he's an amazing MC. And I was thinking when I was with him yesterday, I was like, man, if I can be half of what he is on the MC level, man, I've done it.
And lesson for you, Lefko. Like you're 4 months in, so Valentine's pretty big
Bring
for
it
you
back
tomorrow.
To this. Right.
Yeah, Raves is like 40-something years into his, and you might want to take some notes down. I saw you not writing any of G stuff. I don't know. Maybe you're still smart enough to remember all of those 10 points.
Well, he's going to send it to me. We're digital era. He's gonna text it to me right after. But Rock, we're saving trees here. You're scratching away on the paper. Work smarter, not harder.
Right now, is she listening right now?
Might be. I don't know.
Hey, I also heard there's a dog involved, so I think bonus points if you get her dog some kind of Valentine's Day treat.
Oh yeah. Wait, Lefko. Do you kiss the dog in the mouth?
No, I don't kiss the dog in the mouth.
Does she? Tell the truth, dog.
Yes. We got to go.
Dog, she kissed the dog in the mouth, bruh?
I think so, yeah.
Damn.
All right. We'll leave on that.
Oh,
G,
Lord.
Thank you for the time. That was
you can't kiss
wonderful
damn
stuff.
dogs in the mouth, man.
Good stuff there. Congrats on the parade. Thank you for all the love advice, I guess. All right, well, we'll come back. We'll get to the best of the week coming up for you in review. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world! You hear me?
Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Mike Lefko and Brock Ewert here with you on a Friday morning. Head still spinning, as it usually is after G comes on. Whirlwind, just blowing through. taking everything in its path. Yeah, lot to unpack from there. I was attacked right away by you two. I knew it was coming. I thought we would gradually work into it, but good job on your end. So yeah, big final hour coming up. We got your calls, open phone lines at 9:30, 866-979-3776. Plenty to talk about. I'm sure you'll have plenty to call in.
I haven't heard from anybody from the parade, so I've heard others' perspectives.
I wanted to hear from G about the parade.
Yes,
because that's a cool, unique experience. I cannot even imagine being amidst a throng of 1 million people. So please call in if you're at the parade, memories of that, anything you want to talk about at 9:30, 866-979-3776. But right now, time for You in Review.
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Clark. Good morning, Joel. Let's talk to Coach McDonald.
This is For You in Review, brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you can find the full version of every interview.
I will say, Brock, I think many people found the full version of this Mike McDonald interview one of the most viewed videos in, I think, our Seattle Sports YouTube history. So go check this out if you missed it. Mike McDonald, fresh off the Super Bowl. He had just come back from a celebrity tour, right? When he joined you guys on Tuesday morning, he had just gone to Jimmy Kimmel. He was all over late night TV. Mike McDonald, a guy that, not the most comfortable public speaking. He admits that. And I thought it was very endearing and very entertaining what he told you two about his Jimmy Kimmel experience.
Just everybody was just awesome. Even they got me that shirt. Like I didn't have a shirt, I had a T-shirt. So we're like calling them and stuff, and they have costume people. They had like a rack of clothes and like nothing fit because I'm like freaking weird shaped. And so they'd like bring me another shirt because like I would have looked like fat guy in a little shirt if they would have let me wear the first shirt.
And they fly you down there, so you got to go down to LA for that, right?
Yeah, flew us down, flew us back last night.
So who was that?
Incredible.
You and your family? Who else is in that?
Yeah, my mom's like the biggest Jimmy Kimmel fan of all time.
Really?
So when I asked her if she wanted to go, she literally started crying. Wow. That was pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Jack didn't care. He wasn't impressed.
No.
What's amazing about that and what reinforces that some of the YouTube numbers, that little clip is the most watched, I think, outside of Tom Brady in his appearance with us the day after Belichick gets snubbed, and that timing was awesome. But you know what resonates there, and this is just an old adage that is so true and shows up time and again, whether it's in media and life, stories stick. Stories stick. And, that's an anecdote. And you could just picture his mom, like, in tears, right? You could just picture the different shirts that he's trying on and his staff, like, what do you think? No, you look fat in that one. No, that one's awkward.
You think his wife told him that? Come on.
Of course she did. Yeah. She's an amazing teammate and, best friend of his. So, yeah, just kind of resonate. And just anecdotes, stories, those are the things that stick and people remember. And Mike has gotten so good at being able to share those and let people in, right, in a public manner. And, man, we are all in for that.
Well, I think the thing that stuck out to me, and I caught this right away when you guys were talking to him on Tuesday, and I thought, okay, this is so perfectly Mike McDonald, perfect insight into the mind of a coach when he just kind of offhand was like, yeah, really impressed by the way they run their operation.
Yes.
And talking about everything behind the scenes. No, not that you're like doing this late night talk show. It's a celebrity and you are the public consciousness now. Nope. Impressed by the way the assistants had everything ready to go, the rundown, where they put them, the minute to minute. I could see him exactly being like, oh,
absolutely, I
got to borrow this.
Yep.
And that to me stuck out.
Always learning, man.
Right.
Always learning.
Always learning. And then, Brock, this was also incredibly endearing as well, especially then in the aftermath of, well, I'll kind of relate this after we hear it, back to what I saw from him during the parade on Wednesday. But Mike McDonald explaining to you guys how he wanted to preserve and save all the moments that were happening.
Steph showed me last night that you can save reels on Instagram. Yeah. So in the past, I would just like it, and then I would go to my likes, and I could like go back to see.
Oh, actually, that's what I did too.
Okay, so I didn't know. So now I know you can save it. So I have like a Super Bowl like a folder.
Oh.
And you just try to capture everything. Like I was telling, like there's videos of like our city when it goes to zero, and there's like chants going on. There's fireworks going. I mean, out of the. It's just I want to just capture all of it. So there it is. Hopefully, Instagram doesn't go defunct here.
Brock, and then during the ceremony before the parade, he's standing there kind of off to the side after he had given his speech. And then throughout the parade, while he's riding in that truck with his wife, they're just there. And Mike McDonald holding the phone, trying to capture everything, but holding it horizontally. I don't know if you know, but all the kids these days, they hold it vertical video for social media. So McDonald's still that old school, maybe the new updated meme of LeBron James, the flip phone, 25 years ago, he's holding that flip phone up, and that's such a funny picture that people go back to. Mike McDonald holding the phone horizontally, just trying to take it all in and capture the moment. And
it's perfect.
I think you can relate to that in that moment.
Yeah, he's not doing it. Maybe the vertical is what you do to share because that's what everybody does. He's not doing it for the public. He's doing it for his own memories. And when he watches game tape, guess what it is? That all 22 from the lower level, it is horizontal. So for him, he is a creature of habit. That's probably the way he's going to view it forever and have it forever. And as he hugged Sam Darnold in that post-game moment, you're Super Bowl champion forever, and they can never, ever take that away from you.
You think he's going back to watch this film, like a film study of his parade footage? Hey, how can I do this better? All right, well, I pan too quickly from that crowd shot.
Yeah,
good, 30 rows deep.
Yep.
Next year, when we do this again, I got to really focus in a little bit more, capture the reaction shot. I could see him doing that. Telestrator.
Seriously, like the curious ones, the talented ones, the really bright ones never stop learning. Never think you got it all figured out, whether it's Jimmy Kimmel, whether it's your own Instagram reels, you're always trying to grow.
Now, getting into the more serious, we'll get to this. We don't have much time to react to it, but it was really interesting what Joel Corry told you guys later in the week about something the league could do with quarterbacks and their salary cap.
Did the league like what happened Sunday? Or does the league sit there? Let's throw it out. Let's put it on the table here. Does the league sit there and say, we cannot have a team get to the Super Bowl and look that bad? We cannot have 100 million people watching our product and all they're talking about is the halftime show. We cannot have Mahomes and Allen and Herbert and Jackson and Burrow not in this game. And does that spur them? Like if I started talking with some buddies on a text chain, and I'm like, is the first conversation in the league office how they redo the salary cap to take away a portion of the NFL quarterback, the NFL salary away from the salary cap?
Like the Larry Bird exemption, right? Try to create a little exemption in there to carve out and make sure you can still have a complement and a full team around you. I don't think it's there yet, Lefko. Yeah. Kind of like those 7-9 playoff teams that make the playoffs, and you're like, really? Why is Carolina? Like, it happens once every 10 years or 5. Like, it's not that big a deal. And I don't think it is crippling the league or crippling these teams. I think it was just one of those odd years in the AFC where Burrow, Mahomes, Lamar, maybe they're aging. Maybe they'll age out of it, and the next phase got to grow with Nix and Herbert, and the youngsters continue to grow and develop. But, yeah, I see where Joel was coming from, and he was even saying they should do this. He wasn't saying that. Right. It's, if this trend continues, keep your eyes out, your ears open.
All right, that's For You in Review. A lot of great stuff there. Those interviews, their entirety, you can watch them on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. Just look for Brock and Salk. The McDonald one is a must-watch. That is just gold there. Fresh off a Super Bowl, where are you going to get insight like that? So go check out the Mike McDonald one, and always good insight from Joel Corry all season as well. So For You in Review there. Open phone lines coming up at 9:30. Still some time to think of what you want to call in about. 866-979-3776. But coming up next, some important things to know about the Seahawks offensive coordinator search. Mike Lefko, Brock Heward here with you. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I know the paint's barely dry on the new Super Bowl champ Seahawks gear, but can you believe Mariners pitchers and catchers have already reported and spring training is underway?
Holy catfish, that was fast. They know from day one of spring training, they have a chance to win the whole thing.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com. We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Holy smokes!
Seattle Sports.
Get your Seahawks Super Bowl champions gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title team with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. If you're celebrating downtown, shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products design smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
At Pacific Power Batteries, we know that 3 out of 10 people are pretty good with math. The other 8 people, not so good. That's why we're here to help you select a battery with the best value of dollars per cold cranking amp, per minute reserve capacity, or per amp hour. We speak battery and often use a calculator. So come visit us at Pacific Power Batteries, where, with a 12-volt battery, we'll throw in the extra 0.6 of a volt for no extra charge.
Heritage Mechanical reminds listeners suicide is one of the leading causes of death in our country, and we lose nearly 50,000 people every year. Signs include withdrawing from friends, extreme mood swings, or drug and alcohol use. If you or a loved one are feeling trapped, lonely, or hopeless, there is help available. Please call or text the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline anytime to reach someone who cares. A heartfelt message from Heritage Mechanical and Auto Repair, family owned since 1998, in loving memory of Osha Hagen.
Spring training is here, and Toyota of Kirkland is throwing you nothing but fastballs down the middle. Step up to the plate on a new ride for the upcoming season with their incredible inventory and offers on Toyota favorites like the Prius, Tacoma, Camry, and Corolla. Their all-star team will get you set up with a test drive so you can round the bases and head home with that car the same day. Don't strike out on savings. Swing by Toyota of Kirkland today, just off I-405 on the Totem Lake exit, or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. Save $1,700 when you have Day and Night match your current furnace with a qualifying AC or heat pump.
Your furnace is lonely all by itself, but it doesn't have to be. With our Matchmaker Special, we'll match your furnace with a perfect air conditioner or heat pump to keep your furnace company and your home comfy all year round.
Match your furnace to a qualifying cooling system and save $1,700.
Dayandnight.net.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Brock, a lot happening in the NFL today, including the Seahawks and their offensive coordinator search. And we learned from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler on Wednesday about 4 internal candidates that they are interviewing yesterday and today. Andrew Janocko, Justin Outen, Jake Peetz, and Mac Brown. And this was NFL Network's Tom Pelissero on with Rich Eisen, giving the latest on this coordinator search.
Andrew Janocko is a key one to watch because not only he's the quarterbacks coach, not only is he a top candidate for the Seahawks offensive coordinator job, there's also a possibility, a strong one, if he doesn't stay in Seattle, that he's going to go with his best friend Clint Kubiak to Las Vegas and become the Raiders OC. The difference is in Seattle, Janocko would get to call the plays. So if he's offered that job, I don't know, but I would think he would strongly consider taking that over being a non-play calling OC with the Raiders. Jake Peetz is another one. When they changed out the offensive staff last year, Peetz was the one assistant that Mike McDonald really felt strongly about keeping in Seattle. So another guy who could either go with Clint or potentially be the play calling OC in Seattle. Justin Outen, Mac Brown, 2 other assistants in Seattle. Both those guys are going to interview for the job as well.
Brock, it sounds like actually we just got some news about a minute ago. A first name, the first external name associated with this offensive coordinator search. Ian Rappaport put out there literally a minute ago. Seahawks will interview Arizona Cardinals pass game specialist Connor Sanger. Just 30 years old. He also interviewed for the Bears OC job this offseason.
Okay.
So there's a name, I guess. We were kind of wondering what external candidates.
Hank Fraley they talked about. I know they interviewed him last year. And as I said to you last hour, some of this is about gaining intel about the operation. Some of it's learning like, hey, man, this guy's 30. Maybe he's not ready now, but maybe a year. Like, you always got to keep the stove hot. You know, I know that's not just for baseball, that's for football as well, because things never, ever stop burning. By the way, today also kind of a significant day. It is the Friday after the Super Bowl. The Seahawks, like other teams, today is kind of a decision day on a number of prominent players as far as guaranteed money for next year. So 6 different Seahawks. Sam Darnold the most, $17.5 million of his deal next year becomes guaranteed today. Cooper Kupp, $9 million, Abe Lucas, $7 million, Ernest, $5, DeMarcus, $5, Jaron, $2. You're talking almost $50 million guaranteed dollars of next year's contracts happen if this day ends for those guys and nothing gets restructured. So I think a DeMarcus and a Cooper probably the ones to keep a little eye on. Veteran guys, by all accounts, everything I've heard is they want to be here, and they would certainly, I know for Cooper, like today to end with nothing changing because half of his contract basically becomes totally guaranteed after the clock strikes midnight tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, get excited about baseball season. Mariners pitchers and catchers had their first workout yesterday. Full squad will be down there reporting and having their first official workout in due time as well. The first Cactus League game is Friday, a week from today.
1 week.
Mariners, Padres kick it off, and then you guys will be down there before you know it. I mean, you and Salk again, together again. You can't get away from him.
You know what I can't wait for? This guy's in the best shape of his life. This guy came back in the best shape of his life. Play that Danny Wilson talking about the lefty, Cade Anderson. You played that earlier, I think, in the first Need to Know. Talking about when they saw Cade after taking him number 3 in the draft. And I remember that. The jersey kind of looked a little large on him. That guy went to work on his body. Here was Dan Wilson yesterday.
A tremendous talent, no question. But I think, that, again, a guy came to Seattle last year and kind of told people that he wanted to make a difference in his body and get bigger and stronger. And, what a job he has done at doing that. And he's put on some really good weight and looks, to me, noticeably different than when I met him in Seattle. So, again, there's a guy that didn't throw for us last year, but understands the importance of an off season and took advantage of it, and tremendous.
And unlike 10 years ago, Lefko, 10 years ago, it was like, oh, you're going to get him a lot of innings. You're going to build him up in the minors for years and years and years. He and Ryan Sloan being the other one, the teenager they took in the second round just a couple years ago. Some of that has changed in baseball. You've seen that. You've seen that evolve, right? You saw the Blue Jays with their college pitcher who has played a prominent role in the series with the Mariners and all through the playoffs and World Series. I think he was his first year out of college. So now Cade is really young, and Tommy John is senior year of high school. So I'm not saying you're going to see him, certainly not to start this year, and maybe not this year at all. And same with Sloan. But you're going to see those guys as Mariners a whole lot sooner than later compared to just a decade ago in baseball.
Well, what did he say? He put on some good weight? Is that how he phrased it? Okay. Yeah. So I guess it goes without saying the advice that you and G would give me is to not ever tell your girlfriend she put on some good weight.
Yeah, no,
Even though you
don't
mean it
go
as a
there.
compliment. Yeah.
No, that wasn't
only
one
use
of
it
the
for
10 that I wrote
athletes.
down.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
We'll go through those 10 before we end the show
Okay.
today.
So yeah, good weight for Kate Anderson. Only use that to apply to athletes.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Brock, these are some minor things, but some interesting rule changes coming out of.
Source is looking great. You put on some good weight.
You imagine how that would go? I'd have many more stories if I actually say that. It's not going to happen.
I'm sorry. What'd you
I
say,
have some
Mark?
common sense. No, what you said was more important. These are minor changes. We don't need to know about them, but they are some things to watch for this upcoming MLB season. The first one is something that I guess had been on the books, but officially getting enforced this year. So base coaches have to stay in their coaching boxes. I guess there's been some issues and some consternation about some pitch tipping, if they can pick up the pitch and the grip. So this is going to be enforced, though. And umpires have the discretion to say, all right, we're warning you. And then they can eject the coach. It's not going to be like an automatic ball or strike. If it's a pitch clock violation, the coach just gets ejected, either your first or third base coach, after the second time. And the other rule that will go into effect is the new ABS challenge system. Going to be fascinating to watch how this plays out all season and the strategy behind that. We know you get 2 challenges per team per game, but Alden Gonzalez reported yesterday that if you're out at challenges going into extra innings, you'll get another one. You only have 1. They do not carry over. You have your 2 challenges. Those do carry over, but you run out in extras, you get 1 more, but you only get 1. So they just want to make sure, I think, that if a key play
like that,
happens.
Lyle?
It's interesting. We'll get Lyle's thoughts on it here.
Down with that, Lyle?
On ejecting base coaches? No,
No, the ABS challenge. He wasn't listening.
You love the replay, right? You're all in the
one challenge given automatically in extra innings, even if you don't have any.
The more chances to show up umpires, the better. Yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
One and only one. So you can't roll them over to have 7 in the 15th inning. But if you run out of challenges, you'll get 1. If you use it, you'll get another one. I think we'll see a lot more strategy with those challenges in extra innings. So that is everything you need to know. Brock, I won't bring up the Trinidad Chambliss thing again. I know you already aired your grievances with that, but he did get his injunction.
Hey, Lefko, just remember, know your personnel. Know who you're dealing with. Know that effort is sexy. I mean, effort
You're reading those lists from G?
Yeah, is sexy.
Those keys? Yeah.
Stop comparing. Don't compare yourself with other people on Valentine's, even though it's your guys' first, just 4 months in. Don't overspend. Say what you really feel deep down in your heart. And, just remember, under promise, don't over deliver.
All right.
Or something like that.
Well, that could be the theme of this show today, in these last 30 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah,
I want to hear from the people.
Yeah,
by the
we're going to
way.
hear from the
Monday
people.
was so fun. I don't know if you guys opened up your phone lines on Monday. We did in the 6:30. We did in the 9:30. We got so much great reaction from really all over the country. But and anybody can call in. This week that's been, everything that you've shared with family, friends, loved ones, coworkers, you just still euphoric. You still just want to share all the great things about a Super Bowl championship. And in particular, if you were at the parade, I'd love some eyewitness testimony to what that was like. G shared a beautiful story of how meaningful it was to him when he got back into his car after the parade, a day that he will never forget. So phone lines wide open for you. There's just a few different thought starters.
Yeah, 866-979-3776. Your calls coming up next. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app.
Can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world! You hear me?
Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Hey, Hoop fans, Bump here. Don't miss out. It's your last chance this season to catch Seattle U men's basketball take on big names at Climate Pledge. Come see the Red Hawks take on St. Mary's on February 18th. Grab your tickets at goseattleu.com/tickets. Red Hawks rising.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mike Lefko and Brock Heward here with you, taking your calls on anything and everything. Brock wants parade stories. 866-979-3776. Before we go to the phone lines, though, little programming note really quickly. We are not here on Monday. You're going to hear a lot of Super Bowl content, a re-air of the whole Super Bowl broadcast. That'll take up most of Monday on our airwaves. And we are back on Tuesday. Brock, you and I, back. We're going to do it again.
One more time.
So there you go.
Yeah, one more time. Salk, the sloth has to get all of his rest. He's got to make a 3-day weekend, a 6-day weekend somehow, some way. So he'll be back on Wednesday. He'll, really have to toughen it up and get 3 days before we pack our bags and head to Peoria. Now, in all seriousness, it's been a whirlwind, right?
Yeah.
It is helpful to be as young and sprung as you are, and Lyle is, and Stacy is, and so many youngsters, because we've been going, man, just going and going and going and going, and no complaining, because it's been the ride of all of our lives, and what a storybook season it was. But yeah, a little rest, and then we'll get into baseball season. Football will never go away.
No,
but, we'll shift gears just a little bit and bring you everything from Peoria a week from Monday.
Well,
Amazing.
Let's get to those phones. You've been asking about parade stories, so we'll go out to Sherry in Federal Way. Sherry, how are you this morning? Do you have a parade story for Brock?
I do. First of all, I wanted to say, hands down, you guys are the best. I listen to 710 Seattle Sports, and you guys, the coverage has been absolutely amazing all season long. Really, my cup is full. I am a long-time season ticket holder. I was at the parade back in 2014 or 15, and this season has been absolutely magical. I think it was because we were riding high from the Mariners, and then boom, here we were. And this was just such a phenomenal ride from the class act all the way through. This team is so different and unique. I think it's the most special of all of the teams that I have followed. And the parade, absolutely amazing. I mean, when I thought about the parade a few years back, I can still feel that cold. Really, that memory is just synced in there. But this was, you couldn't have asked for a better day in Seattle. I was there with a million of my closest friends. And the fact that no one got arrested, there was no property damage, it really speaks to who we are in the Northwest and the love we have for this team. And going into baseball season, I'm riding high, and I think next year, I think we could do it. So thanks so much, everybody, for everything you guys have done to really be alongside all of us fans. It's been magical. And I need a vacation from the Seahawks. I think I got to go to Hawaii or something.
Fantastic. Good stuff, Sherry. Appreciate it. Yeah,
I think you need
get
to
ready for another parade.
Head to Peoria. Get down to Arizona. Yeah. That's a great vacation. Some will be going to Hawaii sooner than later, but I would, Sherry, recommend you get down to a little baseball in the sunshine in the desert as well. She makes a point there. And we've talked about this, Mike, and I know, again, you guys are so close to these teams as we are. We get a chance to be around so many of these players and coaches and everything else. That Mariners team was full of such good vibes. Such good vibes. And then you bring in a Naylor, and just the chemistry and all of the ingredients went into it, and it just worked. The Seahawks were so full of an unbelievable amount of love. Right? It was the good vibes. It was the love. And then really, like between Dan and Mike McDonald, their leadership is to not make it about them. Is to really celebrate everybody but them. So, Sherry, I second your point. They were pretty fortunate with the teams that we get to embrace and get close to.
Well, I'm going to go out to Michael because I have a little bias here. Great name. So we'll go out to Michael next. Michael, how's it going this morning, and what do you want to talk about with us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear us all right, Michael? How's it going?
Oh, great. Yeah, I love your show. I wanted to talk about Jackson Smith and Jigba, and we're in the off season where everybody puts on their GM cap, and Brock has been talking a lot. Michael Salk rather, about, you got to build it in the trenches, and kind of like not sure about whether we would end up paying Njigba. And what I wanted to say is he doesn't realize, or he doesn't seem to acknowledge that wide receiver one is an elite position in the NFL. It's one of the most sought after. And then Njigba has emerged as an elite wide receiver, one of the top few in the league. And we're going to, assuming he stays healthy, a year from now, maybe, I don't know if he'll do the 5th-year option or not, but we're going to want to pay him. And, Jamar Chase gets $40 million a year now. That's the bar. It's going to go up as salary cap goes up. And I just think that, you can't just get locked into a platitude like you build it in the trenches. Yeah, you do build it in the trenches, but not only in the trenches. There's a reason why the Rams were the one team that could really kind of decimate our defense, and it was largely because of Puka Nacua, an elite wideout. And I was going to say, too, if you guys got Matt Harmon from Reception Perception on the show, I don't know if he's ever done the show. He is really high on Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Well, a couple things I think there,
Good
Mike.
stuff
Thank
there,
you.
Michael.
Thank you
Appreciate
for the phone call. And it is a Michael world. That's a Michael Kahler.
World.
We got Mike
Oh, yeah.
Lefko. We got
Pacific
Michael
Northwest
Salk.
Hall of
We got
Famer
Mike-
Michael Bumpus coming
we got
up
Mike
at 10.
McDonald. We got Mike Vrabel. We got Michael Bumpus. I mean, it is a archangel Michael kind of world that we live in, Archangel. I think with JSN, Lefko, there is a world. I think what Salk is saying is like, if you just simply pay him 3 years from now and you lock into that money, not many number one receivers making that money have lifted the Lombardi Trophy. That's just a fact over the 60 Super Bowls. But I think the key is you get him locked in now, and it's like baseball eating arbitration years. It's like the Cal Raleigh deal. It's like the Julio deal, right? You are able to save because you say to JSN and his people, here's the deal. Here's what you're making in your 4th year. Here's what you're making in your 5th year. Those are the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. That's the starting point of the conversation. How then can we fold in the couple years after that? So all of a sudden we're not paying top of market and top of market and top of market and top of market. That eroded the Seahawks. Listen to Cliff Averill. He'll tell you about the capitalism that eroded the Seahawks when all of a sudden everybody's got to get all theirs. And Sherm and Earl and Cam and Bobby and Russ, and they all wanted to be top of market. It was all about that all the time. And, that's a different world to live in. So I think there's a middle ground there, Michael, and I think JSN will be a Seahawk, and hopefully you get that deal like Charles Cross done sooner than later, because that is better for the overall management of the cap and the team.
All right, we're going to go out to John. We're going to keep it moving here. I have lost the phone line here. All right, John, appreciate you joining us here. Calling from Montana. How's it going this morning, John?
Yeah, feeling good. Just thinking about the Seattle sports year it's been. I didn't get to spend that 2022 Mariners playoff run with my mom. I was in basic training during it. So getting to have my first playoff run, and as special as it was, going as far as we've ever been, and now the Super Bowl with her as well, these are memories that I'm going to pass on to my kids eventually one day, just like she passed on stories of her with her dad. And so just thinking and getting to make these memories this year, it's been such an honorable year, and listening to you guys every day at work, it's just so phenomenal. I want to thank you guys, and if any of the players or front office happen to be listening, thank you to you guys too, because you make this special, and you're the ones who make the stories that we get to tell. We just get to live vicariously through you. Thank you.
So good,
Yeah,
man.
thank you, John.
That.
Yeah,
Look
appreciate
at
that.
John. Look at the Montana guy right there, just bringing it home. Who was it? Sherry, the first caller there down in Tukwila, talking about 1 million friends, right? Getting to share it with everybody there at the parade. And it was awesome. And there were stories afterwards of how amazing the cops did of really navigating at times some kind of murky scenes with fans at the very end of the parade, jumping over and just wanting to hug and love on the players. And all of that went really, really
And
well.
just one angry biker. I'll show you that video. If you haven't seen it.
I saw her. Yeah, she was really mad. The bike lanes were closed. I saw that video. You know what?
One angry biker. 1 million happy
third,
people. One
or you
annoyed
can go down second. You don't have to be down fourth here, sweetie. Just move down a street or two. But what John references right there too is the generational impact of it. Right. And that is the cool part. It's not even the million that day with all your friends, but it's the conversations for years and years and years to come. Father, son, mom, daughter, grandpa, grandma, just the generations that it does bring together in sports is pretty stinking awesome in that way.
Brock, you asked for parade stories, and the people are here to deliver some parade stories. So we'll go out to Kirkland. Jake in Kirkland. I hear you have a parade story for Brock. How's it going, Jake?
Yes, indeed. I'm doing pretty well. That day, Wednesday, was perfect. I showed up at the stadium at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was at FanFest the week before, and so I thought, like, people were going to line up early, but oh well. It was all worth it. I mean, just being in the stadium of 50,000 plus and looking around and seeing all of Seattle and shouting their hearts out, it was incredible. And then just to go onto the parade, seeing every person in sight, 1 million plus people. Yeah, I mean, perfect. The weather, the city showed out. I'm just truly honored to be able to participate in this, and for the team, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for you guys, the show, to cover all this. Yeah, it was truly special, truly a special year in Seattle, and why not keep it rolling? I'm going to be down there in Peoria and later in March. And yeah, I'm just truly grateful. Thank
Jake,
you.
So what exactly do you do at 4 in the morning when you arrived at Luma? Do you take a quick little nap? How do we buy the time?
I picked my spot in line, so I picked my spot that I'm going to be in line. So I was in gate 7, so mapped that out. And then there was a couple staff members, walking around, so I talked with them a little bit, and this was my first time, going to a parade, so I was like, how many people are going to be here, how are we thinking?
Separation and the preparation, Jake. No, I'm down with it, man. That is a die-hard right there, Lefko.
Yeah.
I'm digging that.
Absolutely. I love this team. I love this city, and I'm just, again, truly grateful, and thank you to the players, the coaches, the everyone that covers the team, the city, the people, the fans. Honestly, just grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jake. Quick little intermission from the parade stories, Brock. We'll take a little Mariners question. Spring training, it's here. We talked about it. Mariners spring training, first game happening a week from today. We'll go out to Kyle in Ritzville. Kyle, here you have a Mariners question for us.
Yeah, I want to know, is our third base position going to be our weakest link this year?
Well, thanks, Kyle. Yeah, we'll you want to weigh in on that first, Brock?
I think a year ago at this time, Kyle, there was a lot of question about that. I think there was rumblings that Jorge Polanco was going to be the everyday third baseman. There was real curiosity of what that would look like. I don't think there's much curiosity nor question. I think that's going to be Brendan Donovan just about every day. Kind of depending, obviously, on how that unfolds for him. But he's going to be I think he's going to be your leadoff hitter. I think he's going to be largely your everyday third baseman while, being flexible with the rest of the roster. And I think we're going to enjoy, from everything I've heard from everybody that's covered the Cardinals and all around baseball, a lot of folks seem to be pretty high on Brendan Donovan.
Well, and I'll tell you what, if it's not, that means Colt Emerson won the job. And I know that's the goal. That's the hope. If he makes the opening day roster, what you might see from Colt Emerson. So if you're seeing Colt Emerson out there, that means he seized it.
Too.
He did it.
He took the opportunity, like Julio did in his spring training as a young player. Hey, Lyle, I know you're busy fielding calls, but do you remember last year? It was about the end of the week last year at spring training, and we were down there, and you and I just kind of snuck into the batting cages, and it was when the young guys were there. And you listened to Felnine Celestine hit the baseball, and it just sounded different. Divish posted some video. Did you see Colt Emerson's BP the other day?
Oh, yeah, he was crushing the baseball.
Holy smokes, is that loud contact? I mean, loud when that ball hits his bat. So, yeah, Kyle, out there in Ritzville, I think between Brendan Donovan and then giving Emerson enough runway here to win this job, if he can take it through the spring, I think those are a couple fun options, certainly, to keep an eye on.
Yeah, we'll watch that for sure.
If Colt Emerson wins the job, I would bet you'll see Donovan play a lot more right field. Otherwise, he'll play third base.
Yep.
All right. Plenty of Mariners talk coming up over the next week plus when they begin spring training. We'll go back out to some Seahawks questions, and sounds like Aaron has a question for you, Brock. Aaron, how's it going this morning?
Oh, it's going awesome, guys. This is so good. Hey, by the way, real quick,
thank you this week for all the free therapy talk. I mean, I've never heard so much talk about love on a sports station ever. And I mean, I've been married 25 years, and I learned a thing or two from G this morning. I mean, I'd be like, Brock, man, send me the text, send me the notes, dude. I appreciate that. So I have a question, Brock, about John Schneider. Probably didn't get talked about much, and I kind of know the answer, but did you see him throwing things and passing out things at the parade?
Yeah. At the parade, his little baby Jesuses. I did.
The little baby Jesuses that said, Jesus loves you. I mean, dude, you know, the circle of love in that building, we just all need to model ourselves after that for sure.
Yeah, Aaron, I think there was a lot that came about. Appreciate the phone call over this stretch. And that's typically what happens with championship teams. And by the way, the story will continue to unfold. Right? This just doesn't go away. It'll be celebrated. We'll learn even more throughout this offseason as they dig into next year and try to repeat and all that fun stuff. But I do think, Mike, and you guys, as much as any show on this station, talk to the players on the regular. Right? You guys have your Seahawks spotlight. You talk to these guys. Did you have the sense, Brady and I were chatting about this yesterday, I did not know there was so much loss on the team this year with dads. Did you guys get that sense over the course of the year?
No, and to be fair, I don't think that's something, players going to reveal to like an outside group or entity. It sounds like with the makeup of this team, you keep that in house. So your brothers are there to pick you up and support you. But no idea about everything they overcame this year.
Again, some of their mission and some of their, keep things in line. But sure seems, but behind the scenes, these guys, that's where, Aaron, I think a lot of that love's cultivated. Like, there's a lot of grief. There's a lot of hurt, man. There's so many guys, John Schneider included, who lost his dad. And you walk through those things together, I'm sorry, you're not going to be surfacey. It is just going to peel back that layer of surface talk, and it's going to get raw and emotional. And then with the makeup of Ernest and the makeup of Jake Bobo and the makeup of Drew Lock and how they do, I think, want to dig in and talk through those things as well. I think, Aaron, that was a component of bringing this team really closely together as well.
Well, it's been such a feel-good week with the Super Bowl and then the parade, just that civic communal joy and what you were just mentioning and Aaron mentioned about all that love there. Let's get some more parade stories. We'll go out to Mike in Puyallup. Mike, I hear you have a parade story for us. How's it going this morning?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Two of my teacher friends, I'm old enough to remember having the cool teacher when I was a kid that would let you watch some baseball playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Well, two teachers tried to let their kids watch the parade, and there was too much profanity. And they had to scramble for their computers to turn off. So I regret that. That's too bad. Those kids won't get that memory. But that's the real reason I want to call is the instant replay. When Tacoma would have the instant replay, the Rainiers, they would play Sade's Smooth Operator every time. I'm hoping we can get something like that. Not the Jeopardy theme. That's been played out. Give me some Smooth Operator every time we go to it. That'd be great.
Look at Mike.
Good
Look at Mike
stuff,
bringing some wisdom there.
Yeah.
What do you think? Mariners pretty good with that. Their video board, their whole team, their whole operations, they tend to be on the cutting edge of a lot of that in the league. So I bet you,
I'm sure
Mike, down there
they have something cooked
they'll
up.
have a plan.
They
have a plan.
definitely have something cooked up for that. All right, we'll keep it going. Phone lines are packed here. If you want to call in, 866-979-3776. A few more minutes to take your calls. Go out to Morgan in Mill Creek. Morgan, how's it going this morning?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
Yeah, just two observations. I was down at the parade. This was my second time going. I got to go back in 2013. It was just so fun. It was much warmer this time, so I was thankful for that. But just a couple things. I love what we had with the Mariners and then this year with the Seahawks. What I love about this time of the year is that it just brings on a whole new fan base. We went down with a bunch of the people from our church, there's people that just don't watch football, but just got swept away in it. And I just love that it's not just like people that have been following the team for years, but like there's these people that just catch the bug, and they're out there. And one of them's out there at the parade crying, and they've never been a part of something like this. And they see all the people unified, and it's just so cool to be a part of. So that was one thing. But the other thing I wanted to say was just so awesome, man. I just had to give out a shout out to my boy, John Schneider. We were at Westlake Team Store, and they rode by in the car, and John just looks at his wife and just lays a fat one, dude. They made out for like 20 seconds, just straight through the parade. My boy, Atta-way, John.
Little
Atta-way,
PDA,
John.
little PDA. I mean,
Little PDA.
he loves hard, doesn't he? You look at Schneider; he just wears his love on his sleeve.
Makes it
It was
look
awesome.
Yeah, he's not going to hold back. He didn't hold back on the stage. I saw some of the videos as well of him before he started to speak. He's real. He's emotional. He's done it now twice. No one else in the history of the NFL to rebuild this thing and to win 2 Super Bowls and all they pour into it. Yeah, it was cool to see them emote. And I would agree. Wouldn't you, Lefko? And you probably feel this on your guys' show in the afternoon. There are new fans. It is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's cool to jump aboard. Oh, to jump on the bandwagon. Yeah, great. Awesome. The more the merrier. That's the whole NFL's motto anyway. Cast that net far and wide, man. Bring everybody into the product. And in this team and these characters and these stories, I think even kind of deepen those new fans here pretty quickly.
All right, phone line's still open. You can call in about whatever. Mariners, Seahawks,
If you saw
parade,
Schneider making out with Tracy, go ahead. Give us a play-by-play.
Whatever you want. We'll go out to Lacey. Dorn in Lacey. How are you this morning, Dorn?
I'm great. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Of course. What do you want to talk about today?
I want to tell everyone that's on sports radio how great they are, because that's totally what's on my car radio everywhere I go, and I travel a lot, and people that in the car with me go, why isn't there music? And I go, because I'm learning a lot about sports. And they go, oh, yeah, that's why you know so much about sports. And I go, yeah, I listen all day long. I listen to everybody. I never turn it off. I'm a little irritated on Sundays when some other dudes are, on from wherever. So I turn it off then. But the other thing is, like, every day leading up to the Super Bowl, I was going through all of my jerseys. I was wearing every single one except number 3. I couldn't put that one on. Been wearing them all the way. Today's the first day I haven't had one. But I want to figure out how I can get that young man's really long name on a jersey.
E-Man Worry.
Yeah.
That's going to be a long one. They'll figure it out, Dorn. Thank you for the phone call. Thank you for listening to the show and all the shows in the station. We feel it. We feel it. I tell Molly this. It's been like almost 17 years, Lefko, of doing this. Mm-hmm. And there have been a few moments, right? That run in 13, the playoff run for the Mariners to end the drought a few years back. Certainly the playoff run of the Mariners this year on top of this, where you feel the emotion coming at you, like almost through the microphone, right? You can feel just the people out there, the fans that just – I got to be around this. I want more of this. I got to know more, and I don't want it to stop. And you know what? It's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. The Mariners are not going to stop. The Seahawks are not going to stop. The city is not going to stop. I tweeted out the other day, I think this has turned into a top 5 sports town in America. Mm-hmm. I think now when these national folks tune in, they're like, man, what is in the water in Seattle? That T-Mobile was just rocking, absolutely rocking. Lumen Field is just blowing the roof off. And then you throw in the Sounders and the Storm and the Husky. Like, throw it all together, man. We got a pretty darn good here in Seattle.
Yeah. Well, Brock, there's only one thing left to say after the greatest sports year in Seattle sports history. Good show today. The hay
for this day is in the barn.
Hay is in the barn. Bump and Stacy coming up next. We will talk to you on Tuesday right here on Seattle Sports.
Get to the chopper!
12s, you sure know how to turn up.
It is parade day today.
Yeah, 12s! We talk about 12 as one. Look at all the 12s in this stadium right here. See how powerful this is?
We had one goal, and that was to bring this home to the best fans in the world. This is for y'all. Love.
The celebration continues.
I love this city!
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Get your Seahawks Super Bowl champions gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title team with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. If you're celebrating downtown, shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
Spring training is here, and Toyota of Kirkland is throwing you nothing but fastballs down the middle. Step up to the plate on a new ride for the upcoming season with their incredible inventory and offers on Toyota favorites like the Prius, Tacoma, Camry, and Corolla. Their all-star team will get you set up with a test drive so you can round the bases and head home with that car the same day. Don't strike out on savings. Swing by Toyota of Kirkland today, just off I-405 on the Totem Lake exit, or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel remind parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel. Family owned and proudly serving our community for over 30 years.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Sports. Snapshot.
NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the Seahawks will interview Cardinals pass game specialist Connor Sanger for their offensive coordinator opening. The Seahawks are already rumored to be interviewing 4 in-house candidates, including Andrew Janocko, their pass game coordinator Jake Peets, run game specialist and assistant O-line coach Justin Outen, and tight ends coach Mac Brown.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Happy Friday to everyone. We have a lot to get to today, but I want to start with this. Last night, congratulations to Michael Bumpus, who was honored at the Pacific Northwest Pro Football Hall of Fame induction ceremony hosted by Steve Rabel. Now that we've honored you, I just want to say, Steve Rabel is so funny.
Hey, so funny.
Steve
What
Rabel
an MC.
is so funny.
Man,
Now,
he killed that.
I think in another universe, Steve Rabel was a stand-up comedian, and I'm not saying that because I've had like zero exposure to comedy, and I'm trying to be nice. I'm saying it because he's genuinely so funny, and he's a volume shooter with jokes.
Yeah.
I swear 50% of them people weren't picking up on.
Nah, you texted, so we're sitting at different tables, but you texted like, half of the people here aren't appreciating what Rabel's putting down.
They're not.
They're not.
It was so great. And he's so great with hosting, so you pick up on little things like how he's keeping a conversation moving, how he's, if a moment gets a little, awkward or nothing was tense, but, it's just kind of keeping it light and really funny and just a great touch with hosting, but also with being genuinely so funny. But also, Bump, congratulations.
Thank you.
We surprised you.
Yeah, y'all.
Shout out to Kathy and Kyle.
Well,
Yeah.
Y'all acted like it was, granted, I didn't expect you to be there. I didn't it was whatever, but.
Oh, so you didn't expect us to be
the
there.
whole day.
You were expecting us to let you down.
It was just all whatever. It's all,
Okay.
yeah, Bump, hey, have fun at your thing tonight. And then I see
I
Curtis.
didn't even say have fun at your thing tonight. I just bye.
Your little induction thing,
Yeah.
Curtis showed up with the quarter zip.
Yeah,
Stacy showed up with the
oversized
blazer
and oversized
I was
pants.
like, what? My people showed up, man. I appreciate you guys. It was a fun night.
So I was trying to keep the surprise from you at various times yesterday.
But you almost ruined it.
The most difficult time was when I was changing into my more fancier clothes. So we have like a shower stall room in our basement here in the building, and then like also a really big bathroom, private bathroom. I noticed that the shower stall was locked. Somebody was in there, so I went into the other one, locked the door, and then just basically, based off of the noise, I could tell it was Bump.
What noise lets you know it was me?
I don't know. I just I have a very, very keen ear to that kind of thing. So I was like, uh-oh, that's Bump out there. If he sees me dressed up like this, he's going to think something's up because I'm never dressed like that. And so I'm just waiting because I'm all dressed up, ready to go, but I'm waiting for him to be done out in like the hallway area because I was like, if he sees me, I'm going to blow my cover. So I was waiting for like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It was just like, come on, Bob, get dressed, man.
I was taking my time too. I was in no rush.
Joe in Bellevue says, Bump saying you were invited apparently. Now, first of all, are we incredibly offended? Yes. No. It was like an event. You had to like buy a table and it was like RSVP, a serious. Yeah. It was like a legit tough to get into kind of thing. But our company and our GM and PD were kind enough to figure out a way for us to be there to surprise you. And I'm glad that we decided not to tell you.
That's dope. I didn't expect big ups to Kathy, Krista, Simeona.
We all surprised you.
Kyle was there.
Did you know Kyle and Kathy would be there?
No, I didn't know Kyle and
So
Kathy.
everyone surprised you.
Who am I missing? Jess was there.
Arlene.
Go Cougs, Arlene.
NASA,
Chobe. Nah, that was cool, man. You guys surprised me. That's what's up. I appreciate it.
Paul Moyer and Steve Rabel. Paul was also inducted.
Yep.
Have the funniest banter. I was just thinking while I was watching this, like, this is an amazing moment for Rabel's doing a great job. You and Paul got inducted. And with you guys and the rest of the group, it was a great honor. But I was just thinking, like, I would sit and watch these guys at a bar top. Like, just talk.
Hey.
You guys were clowning each other.
Hey, that's how we show love. That's why I try to teach my sons. It's like, if I'm not talking crap about you, I don't love you. That's why
exactly
I talk crap about you all the time,
It hurts
Stacy.
my feelings.
That's how you know I love you, because I talk crap about you all to your face, though, not behind your back.
No, I
It's
know.
to your face.
Now listeners start doing it too.
Oh, texters all
God,
day.
all day.
We get
bro.
it all day from the texters.
What else did I want to say? A lot of people there supporting a really, really fun night. Cool just to also realize the rich history that we have with football here, whether it's our collegiate stars. Warren Moon was there, which was very cool. The highlight they showed from Paul Moyer's induction was him intercepting Warren Moon, which I thought was a great
Well, there was also a highlight clip of, it was either Joe Nash or Jeff Bryant sacking Warren Moon, too. And I looked over there, I was like, is this on purpose? Are they doing this to, like, get at Warren?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what's kind of cool, too, is Lofa was there, Lofa Tatupu, and there was a highlight of Joe Nash tackling Lofa's dad. And,
That's cool.
I had drinks with Lofa afterwards. He was like, his dad passed away a few years ago, and he was like, man, that was so cool seeing my dad out there.
Oh, I love that. And kind of unexpected, because it's just part of like a highlight reel video that you don't know what it looks like, right? No one outside of the Seattle Sports Commission is part of that production. So very cool. Anyways, congratulations.
Thank you.
We are very excited to celebrate with you, and we're happy that we kept it a surprise and that Curtis stayed in the bathroom.
Hey, Wazoo got to step up. How am I in the Pacific Northwest Football Hall of Fame, but not in WSU's Hall of Fame?
Figure it out,
WSU,
Cougs.
come on,
I've
let's
always
figure it
said
out.
the Cougs need to get it together. You know me. Any opportunity I have. Oh, what I did not appreciate was both you and Paul mentioning that you guys are undefeated at Husky Stadium.
Oh, undefeated, baby.
That was tough.
Let's go.
It was a tough look for my dogs.
2-0. It's all right.
It was tough. All right, well, let's get to the show, but we wanted to start by saying that. We are going to talk a lot about contracts today, the offseason, jumping right into everything. Coming up at 11, though, we do have a little bit of a look back on the Super Bowl, because why would we not celebrate and continue to celebrate? ESPN's Kalyn Kahler is going to join us. She was the pool reporter for the Seahawks, which means she was one of two people, Super Bowl week, only two people that got to follow these teams around and see all the behind-the-scenes stuff, so we finally get to ask her about it. Really excited to do that. First, I want to bring up, Bump, a question that we got from a listener the other day.
All right.
We have been talking, we'll get more into it, but we've been dipping our toes into conversations about these contract extensions, right? Money decisions that the Seahawks are going to have to make. And someone texted in yesterday, and I saved it for today, and they said, hey, how does this team change if they have to make JSN the highest paid wide receiver, or let's say Witherspoon one of the highest paid corners? Because, they added, we know that there are teams like the Cincinnati Bengals or the Dallas Cowboys that have a top paid receiver that haven't made it to the Super Bowl. Like, does that change the path for them? So I thought that's where we could start the show. What do you think?
I think it does change, right? You got to spend money. If you have a team that wins a Super Bowl, there is somebody on that team that is going to have to get paid. In this case, it's JSN. He's going to get, $37 to $40 million a year. That's going to affect your salary cap. Big ups. Could you imagine getting $40 million a year? Goodness gracious.
Man, the way I would be at the mall. The thing is, like, my spending habits wouldn't change. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's
they
just
would.
The money would.
Yes, they would.
No. The amount I spend would, but I wouldn't think to, like, let me go get a high-rise luxury apartment. I would immediately be like, oh, my God. I can get so much from Uber Eats. I'm going to go to H&M. You know what I mean? I'd still be buying fast fashion and, like, wasting money.
You would not go to H&M anymore. I guarantee you would not go to H&M.
I still would. I would want to, because I like volume. I'm a horrible resource drain in the world.
Let me tell you, as a person, my first game check for the Seahawks, all right, was a lot of money.
Yeah.
It changes you. Trust me.
Well, what did you buy?
You're not going to H&M. You're not going to H&M.
Where am I? Okay, well,
all right.
I'll table this. And get back to
anyway.
it.
But this is going to change the Seahawks, because now they got to figure out where you allocate money.
Yeah.
What is most important to you. And in this case, I think the priority should be JSN, it should be K9, it should be Kobe Bryant. Like, those are the three players I feel like should be prioritized. There's some guys who aren't going to be here. It changes your salary cap. It changes your future. But I think that, one, JSN, he deserves it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you put together the 8th greatest season a receiver has ever had in the NFL. You deserve to get paid. So it's not. I do not want to see people texting in asking JSN to take a pay cut. No, you earned this. He was the best receiver in the game this year. But it changes things, man. But I believe in the scouting department. I believe in JSN. I believe in John Schneider and Mike McDonald. I think they're going to get this thing right. but it does make things a bit more difficult.
Yeah. Someone said somehow John Schneider kept, after 2013, LOB, Russ, and Lynch. He'll figure it out. Not all those guys were up for contract extensions, nor were every single one of them up for top-of-the-market extensions. Now, they did, in May of that year, ahead of their second Super Bowl trip, extend Richard Sherman. So there were decisions you had to make.
Yeah.
They are fortunate in that, much like leaving 2013, this team does not have to extend a quarterback. They do not have to, have someone immediately take up, 20-something% of their cap. However, this is not going to be the same formula that it was last year. It doesn't mean it can't be a winning formula. But you had two playmakers on rookie deals last year, JSN and Devin Witherspoon. That's going to change.
Yep.
It's going to change.
Yep.
That changes things.
We've had this conversation before. 206 texted in. I already know what you're going to say. Problem is, Tom Brady was the greatest of all time, yet he was most likely never the highest paid quarterback. Any correlation there? I don't know, but pay cuts make champions. Why did Tom Brady take the pay cut?
Because his wife was worth $300 million.
Exactly.
And he was still getting money. Look.
Exactly.
One day we will have the 30 for 30 about the money that Brady was getting under the table. I swear to God, we're going to have a Curtis conspiracy corner about it. And secondly, Tom Brady was not one of the highest paid quarterbacks. He was not the lowest paid quarterback. He was routinely, just because he wasn't going over 20% of the cap, he was
still like top 5 back then.
Exactly. And you've got that situation with Sam Darnold right now. Great. It doesn't mean that JSN needs to take a pay cut.
Right. No. It's I love the Tom Brady conversation because people forget to realize that wifey was like a billionaire. Dang near. She was the highest paid supermodel in the world, Craig.
Yeah, that team had some other things going on to help win those Super Bowls.
If my wifey was getting paid like that, I'd be like, I'll shave off $5 million. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good here. We're good. And I'm making all this money off the field as well. So yeah, that's a conversation. That's an angle. But in the NFL, you know what NFL stands for? Not for long. You will not be making this money for long, most of these guys. So when you have an opportunity to cash in, especially when you're young, you just had one of the best seasons a receiver's ever had, you cash in, you get that money.
Mm-hmm.
It's easier for people who aren't on the team to look at it and say, oh, well, it's the better good of the team. It's a team sport. End of the day, it's about you. You got to make sure you get what you're worth, and you take care of your family. So, no, Jason, don't take no pay cut. Get your money, and the powers that be will figure it out.
This is also something that every team has had to and will have to navigate no matter what. So somewhere out there on any team, there's going to be like 5 guys accounting for like a good chunk of the salary cap space.
Yeah.
And then everyone else behind them. It's just a rotating cast of who are those guys and do they make up the difference, right? If your top playmakers are those guys, great. You're doing your job. It only becomes a problem when it's like you have guys accounting for this and it's just simply not enough. So you're looking at the Bengals and you're going, you have 2 great wide receivers and a great quarterback accounting for this. The problem is your quarterback can't stay on the field. That affects the value of your receivers, and your defense is horrible. Oops, now you got a problem. So the way I think that Seattle can benefit from this is, yes, you're going to have to make JSN a top-paid receiver. Yes, that does change a little bit of the formula of your team. However, you have a lot of really young contributors. I think youth is Seattle's answer to this question about what happens with the formula when it comes to the cap space and with the money they're going to spend. The answer is Torrey Horton. You got to see him for, knock on wood, a full season next year. He's on a rookie contract. On defense, Riley Mills. You just saw him make like one of the coolest plays in the Super Bowl. Oh, he finally gets to have a year with this team.
Mm-hmm.
You've got guys waiting in the wings to try to make an impact and compete for these spots, and those are the guys that you're going to be turning to. Nicky Manwari heading into year 2, right? So you've got a lot of young players. You are one of the youngest teams in the NFL. You're going to have to lean on that and lean on that continued development when you're paying JSN that much. I think that's going to have to be your answer.
Yeah, and you have the 5th highest salary cap space too. Like you have some wiggle room, and there are ways to manipulate contracts to make it so you're able to make these moves.
Mm-hmm.
The worst part about having the 5th highest is that you're looking at the teams in front of you. I mean, you got the Chargers, the Giants, the Raiders, Tennessee. It's like
you don't want to be them.
No, you don't want to be them. The fact that we're even associated with them in this, I hate it, but I like it at the same time because you have some wiggle room. But there are ways to manipulate contracts to where you defer money, high signing bonuses and all that good stuff. So they will figure it out. But the main thing is what you mentioned is that you got young guys who are ready to go, who are on these rookie contracts. And that's why when you win a Super Bowl, your window's like 2 to 3 years. It's like, all right, because you're going to depend on some rookies, some contracts you've already signed that extend maybe past this year and in a couple of years. You got to depend on those. But yeah, it's you're in a window, and this is a great place to be. That we're talking about this.
I know.
We're talking about paying the best receiver in all the land.
Right.
We're talking about the young guys who can contribute. Yeah, it's a bit stressful, but you've won a Super Bowl and your window is wide open right now.
It's kind of a similar conversation that happens when your coaches get poached from other teams, is what happens when every single player you have that you may not be able to retain is going to get a more competitive deal in free agency from another team. That's what you're dealing with right now. That's a great place to be. Get your championship gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with both licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Celebrate the title with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. That's ESPN15. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, Headline rewrites.
Must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, ESPN's Shams Charania confirmed there will be a March NBA Board of Governors meeting with expansion as one of the parameters. Let's take a listen.
And I'm told there is a Board of Governors meeting in March where the expectation is there's going to be some more information, financials on what it looks like when you go get a couple more expansion teams potentially, what it means for the rest of the league, what it means, how much are the valuations of those two teams going to be, what does the league layout look like, and then potentially in the summer as 2026 goes on, have a potential determination. But my understanding is Seattle and Las Vegas are the front runners for expansion teams, and then from there, a Western Conference team moving to the Eastern Conference. So you think about teams in that region, right? Memphis, Minnesota, New Orleans. Could one of those teams potentially move to the Eastern Conference? These are conversations that we'll be picking up as 2026 goes on. This is still a few years away from actually taking place as far as these expansion teams being put forth for the public.
So, what's the real headline?
Do these parameters extend to the shores of Lake Washington? Also, that last line just kills me.
What?
Now, we're still a few years away from these teams being put to the public. Oh, my God. It's just going to be this never-ending carrot that the league is dangling with, like, you know, what we're going to announce next year is actually what the committees plan to do. It's going to be an announcement of when you can expect the team. It's just constantly putting it off and putting it off. I hate it so much. You know what? It's not that I'm not going to care until a team is announced. It's just that, like, I'm not going to let myself get too emotionally invested until I know a team is coming to Seattle and you can tell me when.
But doesn't it feel more real now, though?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
I mean, Shams is a pretty plugged-in guy.
Shams ain't put it out there if it ain't for real. Like, this is the most real it's felt. People ask me all the time, Mom, when's the team coming? Like, I have all the answers. I lie to them. I say tomorrow. They'll be here tomorrow. But doesn't it feel more real now, though? This is as close as we've gotten so far. So, you know what, Stacy? Put some positivity in your heart.
No.
And start believing. It's about to happen. Maybe a couple years, but it's going to happen. Before you hit 40, which is 20 years from now.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right? Yeah. It's going to happen.
Okay, fine.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the NFL season will reportedly open on a Wednesday in 2026, and it could be the Rams and 49ers in Melbourne, Australia, with the Seahawks playing the following night. What's the real headline?
Well, looks like Seahawks-Rams will not be our NFL season opener here in Seattle. No joke with this one, but I think the headline rewrite, is really about trying to narrow down who the Seahawks are going to host on Thursday night to open the season. We were all kind of hoping the Rams could be that team.
You didn't want the smoke.
That's true.
You didn't want the smoke.
I actually did say that. I said, well, wait a minute. What if we build up to it?
I want the smoke.
I think it's going to be, Curtis and I were talking about this, Seahawks-Bears now.
Yeah, that sounds good. We play the Chiefs too. Could be them.
There's Patriots that come here too, so Super Bowl rematch.
I think
those are like probably the three most likely now.
I think the NFL would want to make sure that for a season opener on Thursday night, Patrick Mahomes was fully healthy. Do we know if Patrick Mahomes would be ready to go week
we're
one?
We're not going to know we're probably not going to know until the end of training camp.
Then I don't think they're booking that one for week one. I think it's
Yeah.
going to be Seahawks Bears.
Yeah, that makes sense. We adopted the Bears this past season, right?
We sure did.
We did.
Yeah.
And
but unfortunately now we have to.
Now you're putting them back up for adoption.
You can return them.
It was foster care is what we were doing. It was foster care. That's not nice.
No,
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
That's really
not nice. But
wow.
We're giving them back.
Yikes.
We're giving them back. I would make a reference to Lukey, your dog, but I'm not going to do that
I
to
would
you.
never give Lukey back. I will never give Lukey back.
Hey, Stacy low-key was... Stacy, you was ready.
I was thinking of when I was talking about the NBA dangling the carrot. I was thinking of Lukey's races. Lukey's a greyhound. He's a former racing greyhound, and I was thinking
to
that's,
dangle the like.
It's like a
bone
rabbit
or something. Yeah.
It's not a bone. It's like a rabbit stuffed animal thing that they put on like a 45 mile per hour. But that's also what the NBA is doing. Is what I was gonna say.
Yeah, they are.
Lukey.
We accept.
My little
Headline rewrites.
I got him on the camera right now. I just watch him all day. I was watching him at daycare. Let me tell you about his daycare. This is how bougie his daycare is. They give out these like little salmon sushi rolls that you can buy for them for lunchtime. And then when you go in, they tell you which dogs they played with and like which friends they made. So it was
That is bougie.
when they went to pick him up, they were
Hey.
like, Lukey played with Bear today.
That's some real delegation stuff right there.
That's bougier than any daycare I've dropped my kids off
That's
at.
some real delegation. You know what we do? Put that dog in the backyard. It only comes in every now and then.
You can't do that. You can't do that with a greyhound. First of all, I don't have a backyard. Secondly, he's basically naked. His fur is so thin. Thirdly, he's such a good boy that he deserves to have a sushi roll for lunch and to make friends. Do you know how many doodles are at his doggy daycare?
Wow.
An absurd amount of doodle
My dogs
crossbreeds.
growing up would have whooped your dog's butt. Because my dogs was grimy.
They couldn't catch him.
Backyard.
They couldn't have caught him. But
All
you know
day.
what? I feel like you should respect, like you and Lukey are both athletes.
Does Lukey have that
Do you
dog
not-
in him?
Does
He does. It's a different kind of
Yeah.
dog. It's a different. Don't you kind of have you and Lukey? I feel like are kindred spirits. You both love a 40-yard dash.
You know what Lukey is? He's
Diva wide
Love to
receiver.
throw the ball around.
No, Lukey is a Manhattan OC quarterback.
What's that?
Just quarterbacks.
Okay.
They live a different life.
Oh,
quarterbacks.
I see.
You know what I mean?
see.
Quarterbacks are different. My dogs were D linemen.
Lukey's going to be
Okay.
like an aioli and all that
Oh,
stuff.
I should have named him Aioli.
That would. I kind of like that.
Oli?
name.
I'm gonna do
Oli
too.
for short? Yeah.
No, that's not. Bump and Sam both call him the same name. They call him Dookie.
Dookie.
Got him.
Not
Has he
funny.
dookied in your house yet?
No, he's had no accidents because he's a perfect dog. Because he's perfectly well behaved.
You are a parent. All parents think their kids are just the greatest.
He is the greatest. The vet said he's very polite and gentle. I didn't
believe
even
it.
get to the last headline. That's fine. I'm moving on. How much will a JSN deal actually cost the Seahawks? That's next on your home for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
12s, you sure know how to turn up.
It is parade day today.
Yeah, 12s! We talk about 12 as one. Look at all the 12s in this stadium right here. See how powerful this is.
We have one goal, and that was to bring this home to the best fans in the world. This is for y'all. Love.
The celebration continues
I love this city.
on the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included in every tire we sell. It's more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's all about you getting more from less. Stop by or book an appointment at leschwab.com. The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Season 2 of Unrivaled Basketball is here, and the energy is unreal. Stacy Rost here telling you to get ready, because the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Built for the players, created by women's basketball stars, Unrivaled gives athletes a high-quality, U.S.-based off-season league with better visibility and support. Don't miss as Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, Kelsey Plum, Brianna Stewart, and more take the court and redefine the game. If you love high-intensity hoops, this is the league you've been waiting for. More action, more highlights, and more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Make sure to watch the action on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. And that makes it super easy to watch no matter where you are. Unrivaled Basketball, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass, and sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Yay to Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the socks. Up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch
Pods today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Let's talk about how much a contract for Jackson Smith-Njigba could actually cost this team from Spotrac. They estimate the market value for a new deal to be not necessarily top of the market, but not number one. They have him at $37 million average annual value. We're going to be joined by CBS Sports cap expert Joel Corry coming up in about an hour and a half. So we'll ask him what he thinks that could look like. But as of right now, Spotrac, has JSN at 37.7 average annual value, which would be second behind Jamar Chase at 40.2. I think the two questions that we'll all be asking ourselves until we see those answers are, number one, does he break 40 million and become the highest paid wide receiver? And number two, is that impacted by Puka Nacua? Take a listen to what Rob Staten told us the other day.
There is one question about that. It's going to be who gets paid first, because Puka Nacua's not got a fifth-year option. So there's a little bit more desperation on the part of the Rams to get that deal done now. Unlike the Seahawks, who can wait until July, August, September, they've got the benefit of the fifth-year option. I imagine that they're going to get this deal done, and it's going to be fairly routine to get the deal done. But they have got a bit more time to play with here. The Rams have got to do something, I would suggest, either before the open market happens in March or maybe shortly after that. So because of that reason, that would probably mean Puka Nacua gets paid first, Jackson Smith-Njigba gets paid second. That makes him the highest paid receiver in the NFL. But those two players are going to be 1 and 2. It's just the order of which who gets paid first, because whoever gets paid second is going to get the most money, but JSN's going to be in the top 2 without a shadow of a doubt.
So who ends up getting it? I mean, this is where the market was in December. This is Ian Rappaport.
Good luck somebody stopping Puka Nacua, one of the best offenses in the NFL, has one of the biggest stars in the NFL, Puka Nacua, the second leading receiver this year, once again established himself as one of the NFL's best. And after this season, because he's finishing up his third year, he is eligible for a contract extension. My understanding, this is a big-time priority for the Rams to lock him up to a big money deal. Jamar Chase right now, the NFL's highest paid receiver at over $40 million. We will see how close, or maybe over, Puka Nacua gets.
All right, so that was in December before JSN finished with nearly 1,800 yards. Bump, when you're looking at both Puka and JSN's production, let's say that Puka maybe gets paid first, like Rob said, doesn't have the fifth-year option, so may get done first. Who could command the bigger deal fairly?
Here's the thing. Both agents are going to try to make their player the highest paid, as they should. That's what they're paid for. That's what you're supposed to do. When it comes down to production, Puka has had more production over the last 3 seasons. Mm-hmm. His second year outweighs JSN's second year, right? Puka's been relied upon earlier than JSN because obviously DK was here and Cooper Kupp was declining over there with the Rams. But when it comes to contracts, it's all about timing, and the timing is perfect for JSN. It's perfect for Puka. JSN should be the highest paid receiver based off of just last year's production. And if we're getting technical, like Puka's game, I think Puka's a great receiver. Mm-hmm. I think that he will be a great receiver for the next several years in this league. But his game ain't gonna last as long as JSN's game. Puka's game is violent. It is not as smooth or skilled as JSN. Doesn't mean that it's not gonna work in this league. He reminds me of a more athletic Anquan Bolden. Like Anquan Bolden was like a violent type of receiver. Puka's a bit faster, but their styles are similar. JSN is the modern receiver to where you don't want to take the big hits. You're going to get down. And your game isn't run through you. It's move you and go around you. So I think JSN's game is going to last a bit longer than Puka Nacua. And if I am his agent, that's probably what I'm bringing to the table is like, look at the way my client plays. He doesn't take a lot of big hits. The biggest hit I've ever seen him take was in, what was that hit? Was it the Rams where he went up and caught the football and bow, got hit?
For Jason, yeah.
Yeah, against the Rams. He doesn't take the big hit like that. Deshaun Jackson used to be the same way when he was playing. He never took the big hit. I appreciate that about him. So, no, it has to be JSN. I mean, everything leans towards him. I'm Offensive Player of the Year. I have the 8th best season in NFL history when it comes to being a receiver. Why wouldn't I be the the highest paid receiver? Now it's a waiting game. It's who's going to flinch first. And I think that when it comes down to it, the Rams are going to approach Puka and his agent and say, look, this is what we're willing to offer you because you didn't have the best season, even though you've been more productive the last three years. It's all about timing. So, yes, he should be the highest paid receiver in the game. Give that man $40+ million. I know some people are going to text in and say, well, what about the team?
I've got him ready for
and
you.
all this. And yeah. So be it. If you are the best at your job, Lil Bobby's dad, whatever you're doing, if you are the best at your job, you want to be paid accordingly. So don't ask JSN to take no hometown discount. It's about the team. Yes, it's about the team. End of the day, he is the best receiver in the game right now. He should be paid accordingly.
A 5th-year option for JSN would be, I think, $24-ish million. Obviously, you want to eventually turn that into a long-term extension. So that is one option that Puka doesn't have, like Rob said, because he's not a first-round pick. But JSN does have the 5th-year option that they could exercise, which they did for Charles Cross before coming to an agreement on a long-term deal. I am going to read you one of those texts, even though you were anticipating it. JSN should get paid, says the 206. But it's hard to imagine how you pay JSN $37 million plus and put together a good team around him.
You can do it. You can do it. It's tough. There's ways to maneuver money. It's all about the signing bonus that first year. That's how you kind of push money back. Is you pay these dudes, you get that signing bonus the first year, get that guaranteed, and you push the money towards the back end of the contract. There are ways to do it. What you don't want to do is make Jason feel disrespected.
Yes.
You don't want to do that because then now the vibes are all wrong. What do we love about this team, Stacy? It's how close they are, right? Mm-hmm. How they love each other, how this is a team. And you gotta keep that vibe. Some people are gonna say, well, if he's not willing to sacrifice for the team, then he's not one of us. Where it's like, no, this is a business. End of the day.
Yeah, this is his employer.
He's only gonna get in this league maybe 8 to 10 years.
Imagine if your earning power ended before you were 30.
Exactly. Like, you got to maximize. You got to get as much as you can. And the Seahawks understand that as well. You have the best receiver in the game. Pay him accordingly. Push the money towards the back end of the contract. Just make them feel secure. That's what most athletes want. Give me security. Let me know when this deal is done, I'm going to get $80 million. If I know at the end of the day I'm going to get $80 million, all right, let's work.
Well, and for anyone wondering, well, how are the Seahawks going to do this? Rams are going to have to do it too.
Yeah.
They're a Super Bowl betting favorite. Like, they're in the same boat you are with Puka, like Bump just talked about. The Rams are going to need to figure out how they can give an extension to Puka Nacua that pays him $37 million plus an average annual value. It's not going to be 37 every single year, but an average annual value, and also be a Super Bowl roster right now. And they got to do it with a 38-year-old quarterback and figure out how to make the most of his window. You are paying Sam Darnold less, and Sam Darnold is younger. It's not as talented as Matthew Stafford, but it's slightly different problems there at quarterback. Both good ones to have, but other teams are going to have to figure this out. And not only that, you look at a guy like CeeDee Lamb, who's in a top 5 in wide receiver contract. Well, Dallas is also top 5 in quarterback contract, and you're not. So there are other teams that have problems where they're paying a top receiver a lot of money because he's worth it. Oh, and the problem is they're also paying their quarterback top-of-the-line money. So Seattle's still got an advantage there.
Stacey, the window is open right now.
It's right now.
To win another championship within the next 3 years, the window is open. So what do? You go all in, you pay your guys, and if it doesn't work out in the next 3 years, then you go through the cycle that the NFL does and start all over again.
Yep. Again, like we said, we're going to be joined by CBS salary cap expert Joel Corry coming up at 12. If you guys have some extra, we have our own contract questions that we're going to ask him. If you guys have a couple others that you're like, okay, I need to know what this is going to look like. What about this guy? You can send those in. But we're going to try to ask about quite a few unrestricted free agents, who Seattle has the best chance to keep, what the market could look like for Ken Walker. options for JSN that include a fifth-year option, things like that. So we're going to try to cover our bases coming up at noon with Joel Corry. Do not forget to tune in for that one. It's going to be the most important conversation we have the offseason up until we get to the draft. All right, we are sticking with the Seahawks and then getting to ESPN's Kalyn Kahler, who was the pool reporter ahead of Super Bowl 60. That's coming up at 11 on the home for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
I know the paint's barely dry on the new Super Bowl champ Seahawks gear, but can you believe Mariners pitchers and catchers have already reported and spring training is underway?
Holy catfish, that was fast. They know from day one of spring training, they have a chance to win the whole thing.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com. We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Holy smokes!
Seattle Sports.
Seattle fans, your team has made football history and are back on top. Celebrate their big win and keep the memories of their amazing season alive with this limited edition full-size championship football for just $129.95. But act fast because only 5,000 will ever be made. To order, call 800-345-2868. That's 800-345-2868. Or visit NICOsports.com. That's NIKCO sports.com. Don't get left out as these will sell out.
Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in northern British Columbia. King salmon runs are at their peak in May and June, and halibut and lingcod are always plentiful. Check out how easy it is to visit QCL at fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. And let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to speak with ESPN pool reporter Kalyn Kahler, who followed the Seahawks ahead of Super Bowl 60, and get the behind-the-scenes look at that team's confidence and how those practices went heading into their Super Bowl win. Before we do, the latest news on the Seahawks coaching search from Adam Schefter minutes ago. Sources, Ravens director of football strategy and assistant quarterbacks coach Daniel Stern is leaving Baltimore to accept a job with the Seattle Seahawks, possibly as their pass game strategist, but he is off to Seattle. Note, Jake Peetz is the current pass game coordinator. Jake Peetz is both an in-house candidate for the offensive coordinator job for Seattle and rumored to potentially follow Kubiak to, I almost said Oakland, to the Raiders. So this news, understandably, is making some people go, is he replacing Jake Peetz? Does that mean Jake Peetz is OC? Does it mean Jake Peetz is leaving? Now, Brady Henderson of ESPN says, it would stand to reason that Daniel Stern's exact role and title will depend on what the Seahawks do at OC and how it impacts current staff members. Current quarterback coach Andrew Janocko and pass game coordinator Jake Peetz are two of the four in-house candidates interviewing for the job. What I took from Brady's report is that Peetz, doesn't have the job right now, isn't going anywhere, that they're all still figuring it out. It's moving pieces, but that they're bringing Daniel Stern onto the staff. Okay. Now, one more staffing move here. Ian Rappaport reporting that defensive pass game specialist and DB's coach Carl Scott, who has been in the mix for the defensive coordinator jobs, including at Arizona, is planning to remain with Seattle. So great news for the defense. Lots of moving pieces for the offense. Bump, before I get to questions about a future OC, your reaction to this news?
It's confusing.
It's very confusing.
There's a lot going
happening.
On. It's like, he's coming over here, but y'all stay here. But one of y'all might be the OC, but you might not be the OC because I'm going to talk to somebody else.
It's everyone in the room.
But you know what I mean? But let's go have dinner. You know what I mean? It sounds confusing as heck. But what I do like is that it sounds like Carl's staying. Carl, I've watched a few of his seminars and stuff, and my man is on point. He's a great coach. Don't know much about Janocko and Peetz, but they're in-house. But if I'm them, I'm sitting here. Here's my one question is, how does this affect the relationships, though? Because you're sitting there, you're waiting for a job. Guys are being entered into the chat, being added to the group chat, and everyone's talking. And Mike McDonald's still sitting back like, all right, but I got to choose one of these guys. Or maybe not any of these guys.
It's like The Bachelor.
Like, who knows? Yeah. It's tough. You know what I was weird about The Bachelor? Is that dude be kissing all these girls, and they all think they're in love with him.
Oh, yeah.
And really, he's just focusing on one. That's a perfect example. This is what this feels like. This is The Bachelor.
Wait till you find out what happens in the final, 3 episodes.
I'm going to all these dates, and I'm making all these people believe that I'm in love with them, yet I'm only choosing one of y'all. this is what it feels like. I just hope that the relationships remain intact.
Yeah.
And I think Mike Macdonald's good at that. And behind closed doors, he's probably maneuvering in the proper way.
So, again, the news that you need to know about is twofold. One, that the Seahawks are hiring, according to Adam Schefter, Daniel Stern from Baltimore. Daniel Stern is joining the offensive coaching staff, possibly as a pass game strategist, but it's yet to be determined. That's relevant because Jake Peetz, who is an in-house candidate for OC, is the current pass game coordinator. So people are wondering, well, does this mean Jake Peetz is going to Vegas with Kubiak? Does it mean he's getting hired to OC?
Yeah.
Or does it mean he's still there in his role and that Seattle is just bringing on more talent and that they'll figure it all out and TBD on what Peetz is doing or who the OC is? So it's not a hire to OC. It's someone being brought on to the coaching staff in an offensive role that may indicate what's happening at OC. So just keep your eyes peeled for maybe it's Jake Peetz, maybe it's Janoko. We don't know. But some interesting shuffling happening there with the coaching staff. Bump, what I also want to get to here is what you want to see carried over with this coaching staff. No more Clint Kubiak here. He's heading over to the head coaching role with Vegas. Congratulations to Kubes. Best of luck with your brand new quarterback at number 1 overall. Fernando's fun to watch. But Seattle fans care what's happening here in Seattle. What are some things you do hope this offensive coordinator does? Some things that you love from Kubiak's time here that you want to see continue?
I think the foundation of the run game, which is based on the outside zone, needs to remain, especially if you decide to muster up the money and pay K9. Mm-hmm. Like, keep him comfortable. Like, he likes, I don't know if he likes it, but he looks productive in the outside zone type of run. It sets everything up. It gets the defense moving east and west. I'm all for that. I think that has to be a staple in this offense, is having the ability to move a defense in one direction and boot off of that. I love it. Stubbornness when it comes to the run, averaging 29 to 30 runs per game. Previously, they're around 21 to 22 runs per game. It doesn't sound like a lot, 7 or 8 runs, but it really is. And then just the first punch. Like, the first punch has been run the football. Mm-hmm. We saw screens get more involved this year. Goodness gracious, how long have we been waiting for this?
Years. My whole life.
My whole life.
My whole life. I remember a baby saying, like, I would love for the Seahawks to successfully execute a screenplay.
You know,
I would always say that.
We were talking about when Raves was here yesterday, one of your favorite plays, right? And I think Curtis chose Rashid's punt return.
Yes.
You chose the 2-point conversion to Sawbird. You asked me, we didn't get to mine, but mine was the screen against the Niners. It was a 20-yard pickup. And the reason why I liked that, it was because it just showed the versatility. Because when you successfully run a screen, that means you set everything else up. You don't just run a screen. There's a play action, there's a boot, and you toss it back and get the defense flowing. That means that you've run multiple plays to set this up. And that's what Kubiak did to set up those screens. So, screen game has to be on point. And then this feature JSN. He's got to be the man.
Yeah, I think what sticks with me, look, I'm not an X's and O's person. That's not my lane. But I am an active listener to our guests. And what sticks with me is a conversation that you and Brian were having during his time with us on the show. When I asked Brian and then you kind of some things that you wanted in a coordinator. And what Brian said was, look, I don't know what this scheme's going to look like. Mm-hmm. I don't know who the coordinator's going to be. I don't know what's going to happen. But what I do know is that it sure seems like Mike Macdonald knows what he wants. And that's not necessarily entirely the case in his first year when they brought in Ryan Grubb and they're figuring it out. And they kind of were late hitting the ground run, or they weren't able to hit the ground running because the Ravens went to the AFC Championship game. You know what I mean? So you didn't have not only your pick of who you wanted as OC, but you were a first-time head coach at 37 years old.
Yeah.
You're figuring it out. You knew you wanted to run the ball, but this is all new to you. And that stuck with me. It's like the important thing is maybe not necessarily who they bring in, but that Mike Macdonald knows who he wants to be.
I think the best thing that happened to Mike Macdonald was not being on the same page with Grubb.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, all right, well,
I love a feud.
This is what I don't want. I'm going to go get exactly what I want and what I need because there's a philosophy that I believe in.
Yep.
So I believe that he'll make the right decision. and all will be well. But there's pressure on whoever walks in that door as OC.
That's right. Washington's biggest night out for sports is almost here. The 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards. The event brings together athletes and icons behind our favorite teams and unforgettable moments. Be part of history and cast your vote for the men's and women's sports stars of 2025. Voting is open now through February 14th. Head to seattlesports.org to make your voice heard. The winners will be announced at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards presented by Microsoft on Friday, March 13th. ESPN's Kalyn Kahler has behind-the-scenes info in the days leading up to Super Bowl 60. Coming up next on your home for the Super Bowl champions, Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
It's why we bake in the sun, out on the berm every summer at training camp. It's why we scream till it hurts. Come fall and winter.
Listen to the 12th man.
It's why we're 12s.
And the party begins. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Soak it in.
They lived up to the dark side today. It's going to go down in the history books.
We are the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Get your Seahawks Super Bowl champions gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title team with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. If you're celebrating downtown, shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com. It's home show season. To celebrate, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is giving you 20% off and a lifetime installation warranty, plus 12 months to pay with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest financing. See us at the home shows or visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
It took us 93 years to build this reputation, but it'll take just 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to my friend Brock Heward. Brock, why did you call First Mark?
Brandy, it is so good to talk to you. It's been too long, and we made that call. And the only bummer is we waited too long. I know you hear from people that you talk to as well as I do to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. I just wish we would have done it earlier. You know, Brandy, the word that comes to my mind is a word I use on my sports show a lot, and that is connective tissue. It's important in team building. It's important to players in a locker room to be connected to others. And when it comes to insurance, it's so complicated, it's stressful, and you just don't even want to deal with it. And that's where the connective tissue of having a pro, having a broker, having a partner, and most of all, having a teammate like First Mark Insurance was the best connective tissue we could find.
Brock did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports the Seahawks will interview Cardinals pass game specialist Connor Sanger for their offensive coordinator opening. The Seahawks are already rumored to be interviewing 4 in-house candidates, including Andrew Janocko, their pass game coordinator Jake Peetz, run game specialist and assistant O-line coach Justin Outen, and tight ends coach Mac Brown.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. ESPN's Kalyn Kahler joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Kalyn, how's it going?
Hey, how are you guys? I'm doing well.
We have a lot of questions for you, given that you were fortunate enough to be following this team for Super Bowl week. We felt like in watching the mic'd up behind the scenes audio, which was released this week, 40 minutes of it, it certainly felt like the Seahawks had a ton of confidence on that sideline. What did you see at practices?
Yeah, that was really a big takeaway that I had, is that this team was, I mean, they keep using the phrase loose and focused, which a lot of times when a coach says something like that, you kind of roll your eyes and you're like, all right, what does that really mean? Like, everybody says their team has like this great culture, but like, what does culture really mean? But, being at practice for 4 days, Wednesday through Saturday, it was very clear, and I was like right on the sideline, so I could really get the sense of what players were saying, what coaches are saying, like how guys are feeling right during practice. And the last 2 days, Friday and Saturday, the guys were just shadow boxing rampantly on the sideline. And I'm sure this audience has probably seen the clips of the shadow boxing that occurred at the media availability. I think that was on Thursday of last week. There were a couple of defensive players who were shadow boxing each other. And then another one, I don't remember who it was specifically anymore, but someone else was like narrating it with special sound effects. And so during practice, as I was walking up and down the sideline Friday and Saturday, and those are the lighter days of practice, they're not working full speed. They've pretty much done all of their hard work up to that point. They're obviously not in pads anymore. So it was a very light environment. But as I was walking up and down, all I'm hearing is these like random sound effects, like ee, ooh, like random noises like that, because so many guys were doing the shadow boxing, which I still don't fully understand what it is or how to play. Yeah. And I asked Mike McDonald about it, and I was like, do you ever play? And he was like, no, I try to pretend like I don't understand the rules so that they don't involve me. But the players are certainly very, happy, confident, loose, energetic, all of that. And that was very clear from, being at practice.
Kalyn, do you think that Mike Macdonald being in his 30s kind of like allows that? I don't know how many teams you've been around, because me, I just touched 40. God bless my soul. Just touched 40. And, me growing up, my experiences in football is that, it's strict, it's rigid. You don't play around on the sidelines. Do you feel like Mike Macdonald being young kind of contributes to that?
I think it definitely does. But, on the flip side, Pete Carroll, the previous coach, was very much like that as well. And, he's 74 now. So I don't know that it's necessarily strictly because Mike Macdonald is young and youthful, because he actually really you guys have seen all of his public media appearances. He's so dry, right? Like, he is so dry and so he has a really good sense of humor, but it doesn't come out all the time. And he's just very straightforward, and he's very Belichickian. That was kind of another takeaway that I had. The pool report is a weird job because you're the only reporter who's at practice for Super Bowl week. And so you have to try to get all the information you can to disseminate to everybody else, and it's mostly reporting on injuries because that's sort of your main purpose. And it's really the only thing that you're kind of allowed to report about, because you can't say anything about plays that you saw being run or, anything strategic or personnel wise like that. So the only thing you can really report about is injuries. And even when it came to injuries, every question that I would ask him, he would just answer with silence, with no words. And so I would just be standing there. Yeah, I would just be standing there okay, I don't really know what to say now, because I asked the question and he just kind of stood there. But it was great. We had a good rapport, afterwards, after I stopped recording, he'd be like, well, you understand where I'm coming from. And I'm like, yeah, obviously. He's like, what information would you want the opposing team to know? And I'm like, no, totally. I wouldn't want them to know anything if I was a head coach. So he's very dry and sort of Belichickian in protecting the information of the team.
If it helps, Kalyn, I'll let you know one thing we've learned about Mike Macdonald, especially through the show he does with our morning show, Brock and Salk, this year, is first of all, that when sometimes he's just quiet because he's genuinely thinking of his answer. It's not even like a sassy kind of, it's like he's stopping and pausing and thinking of what he wants to say and then thinking it. And in radio, I would say 3 seconds of dead air makes you physically uncomfortable. He had over 15 seconds of dead air in an interview when he was asked, well, Curtis, it was describe John Schneider in one word or something like that.
Yeah, he took about 17 seconds.
To think of his answer. I felt uncomfortable, but God love him. You had a viral moment where you fell into Sam Darnold's locker. This is your opportunity to, on the record, if you want to blame a colleague or someone for pushing and sabotaging you. So tell us what happened.
No, I have no one to blame except the folding chair, really, which is the moral of the story is to not trust a folding chair, because they're not reliable. So Sam was the last one to come into the locker room after the game, and that was because he was at the podium. I'm sure everyone wanted to talk to him, so he was the last player to come to the locker room. And Drew Lock had a beer ready for him. Hands him a beer. They had a laundry cart full of beer, which was awesome. And so there was plenty of beer to go around in that locker room. So Drew Lock was ready, waiting for him. Gave him a beer. Sam talks to Clint Kubiak and Drew for a while. Then everybody swarms to Sam's locker because he's going to talk to reporters in the locker room again. So I had written a story about Sam. I had pre-reported a bunch of stuff about Sam, and the story was pretty much done, but I wanted to add, something from whatever he was going to say post-game. And I'm couldn't hear anything because I was kind of on the edge. So I went around to the closest side that I could get to him, and I kneeled on this folding chair. I think it was technically Drew's folding chair, or I'm not sure whose locker it was, but it was right next to Sam, the folding chair. I kneeled on it. It immediately collapsed underneath me. I went hands first into the locker cubby, and I didn't even notice I had done this, but there was Sam's beer. He had set his beer down to do his interview, obviously, and so I knocked the beer over as well. And so then Sam stopped his interview. He was so nice about it, which I think is the takeaway here is don't trust chairs. And then Sam Darnold is really a good person because he was oh my God, are you okay? And I'm yeah, I'm just really embarrassed. And he was well, it's just, and I'm sorry about your beer. And he's no, that doesn't matter. It just matters if you're okay. So he was really nice about it. And it it was, at the risk of my own embarrassment, it was nice to see that he's like really a good person. Because when I, had worked on a story about him, like that was really what kept coming up is like I talked to people from like every stop of his NFL career, and everybody was just like, oh my God, we're rooting for him. We're really hope he wins. Like we want the best for Sam. And it was cool to see that actually materialize. And like one thing from my reporting on Sam that like the best detail that I thought I got that I feel like says so much about him and how he was able to, save his own career for being labeled a draft bust is that I talked to Brian Greasy, who was his quarterback's coach in San Francisco. And Greasy was one of the people responsible for recruiting him to come to San Francisco as free agent when, they weren't sure if Brock Purdy was going to be ready to play. So there was a chance he could play, but he was likely going to be a backup going into that year. And Greasy said when he was recruiting him, he asked him, the most important question he asked him was, how do you feel about yourself after, everything you've gone through with, New York giving up on you, losing the quarterback competition in Carolina after you're traded to Carolina? Like, how do you feel about yourself? And Sam answered and said, I kind of like myself. Like, I like who I am. And that, to Brian Greasy, was all he needed to hear. He's like, I knew he was talented. And to know that he still had to believe in himself and he was still so confident in who he was, that made Greasy know he was going to be able to do it.
That's great. I mean, for a guy like Sam to go through all that and still have that confidence, I mean, I played in the NFL myself, and I've seen guys kind of like just fold, when things don't go their way. So it's great, to hear that from Sam. You were around the team during Super Bowl week. They're a confident team. You talk about them shadowboxing on the sidelines. Is there a assistant coach that kind of stood out to you, other than Kubiak? Obviously, he's a leader. He's going to the Raiders. But was there a coach that kind of got your attention?
I mean, I think there's a few. The first one is just Leslie Frazier. And I think it's been written about pretty in detail, like what his role is on this team. I mean, he's a former head coach. He's so experienced. And when Mike McDonald, I think McDonald has said this, when he took the job, he reached out to Leslie right away and was like, I would love for you to come to Seattle with me. And I've talked to Leslie about this too. And Leslie was like, yeah, for a defensive head coach, sometimes it can be hard because the offensive head coaches have a better sense of like calling timeouts and game management because like they're super involved with that side of the ball. But for a defensive head coach, it can be difficult to like manage all of those things while you're thinking ahead for your like next defensive series to be like, all right, what are we going to do on this next series? So Leslie said, that's one of the things that he helps out with on the headset is like, he is like the eyes and ears for McDonald in the game management aspect of things, or, with looking ahead on the defensive series. He's just there to sort of fill in wherever he needs it. Right. And he's there having had the experience as a head coach. And McDonald worked for Leslie, I believe it was in Baltimore, where they first, connected. So Leslie stood out to me, and Leslie was, very involved with the defensive line during practice. There was, it was cool to see him like really hands-on with that position group. So he stood out to me. And then I think like Andrew Janocko as well, the quarterback's coach. I mean, I just kind of talked to him more. I talked to Clint a little bit throughout the week too during media availabilities. But I talked to Janocko as well with like, working with the quarterbacks and, just working with Sam and everything that he did this year, and just trusting Sam. And Kubiak also had a really interesting, quote. Like I had asked him, like, what is the lesson from Sam's career? And like everything he was able to achieve and with all the stops that he made. And he was like, well, the lesson should be patience. But he's like, this is the NFL and like, we don't have any, like, we're not going to have any, essentially. I'm paraphrasing, but he was like, patience is not a reality. So he's like, the lesson with Sam is just like, you get your tail fired and you just have to start over and you start again. So yeah, I would say like Janocko, Leslie Frazier, and then Jake Peetz as well. Like Jake Peetz stayed after practice one day to work with the quarterbacks for a while. So I think Peetz is another one to watch as far as just being really involved on the offensive side, obviously.
One last one for me. I should have asked you when I was talking about Super Bowl practices, but you had the single biggest story of Super Bowl week, which was, oh my God, did Nick Emenwari die? What happened? I know you can only tell us certain things, but were you surprised to see him play based on what you observed in practice?
I was not surprised because he, as I reported, like Wednesday, he injured his ankle during practice. It was not during the padded part of practice. And, you know, players went over to comfort him after he hurt his ankle. He left practice early that day. So that day it was unclear what was going to happen. It was just not, you know, there was not enough information, even from what I saw at practice, to like make any sort of judgment. Then he missed Thursday. He didn't practice Thursday. I didn't see him at all on Thursday. He just was not even out there. I'm sure he was, I asked him actually post game, like what he was up to. And he was doing like treatment and rehab. Like he said, his direct quote was like the whole day. And that went for like up until game day. Like every day he was like doing as much as he could to like make his ankle stronger. So he wasn't around Thursday. Then Friday and Saturday, he was a full participant. However, as I reported in the pool report, like they were not practicing at full speed Friday or Saturday. So again, hard to tell, all right, what percentage of health is he at? Because nobody was working at full speed that day. So like, you know, it would be impossible to say, oh, he's going to be 100% healthy Sunday because nobody was even working at 100% speed Friday and Saturday. So I wasn't surprised though, just seeing him as a full participant. And again, seeing how he interacted with teammates and, you know, someone's kid who was kind of like a ball boy on the sideline, like they were playing catch Friday, Saturday, whenever he wasn't involved in the play. So like his attitude seemed very relaxed and again, loose and focused, right? Like confident. So like based off of just his body language and like seeing him in practice Friday, Saturday, and the fact that he was a full participant, I was not surprised that, you know, he played the whole game Sunday and honestly, you know, seemed totally fine. I did talk to him after the game though, and I was like, oh my gosh, you've lived like 9 lives this week. He also had a birthday on Saturday. His birthday was Saturday, and I was like, well, how'd you spend your birthday? And he's like, well, I was just doing treatment like the whole day. Like he did cryotherapy. Yeah, he did some cryotherapy, tried some other things. He was like, yeah, I was looking up alternative methods and whatever. And so he was just like, but the one thing he said was like, I said, well, what were you thinking when you got hurt? And he said, I just knew I had to be there for my guys. I was not going to let that, you know, I wasn't going to let that keep me out of the game. Right. And I think the fact that it was an ankle and not a knee is obviously huge. Like if he had a knee injury, I think it would have been much harder for him to come back from for Sunday. But I think with the ankle, it was like, you know, he was determined that he was not going to let this stop him from being out there.
All right, well, Seahawks fans are still reveling in this win and looking back at all the moments. So it's been very cool, Kalyn, to talk to you, the pool reporter who followed this team all week and saw things that so many millions of people were like, well, tell us more. Very cool to be able to chat with you and get that insight. And thank you so much for all your hard work during the week. It was so helpful for us here in Seattle and for fans to have so much of that information. She is ESPN's Kalyn Kahler. Thanks, Kalyn.
Thanks, Kalyn.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Can't get enough of the Seahawks Super Bowl victory? Tune in on Monday, President's Day, for a special rebroadcast of the Seahawks win over the Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Relive every championship moment starting Monday at 10 a.m. Let's get to 4 Down Territory.
This is 4 Down Territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Bump. Who's reminded you that you need to specialize in a skill in the NFL?
NFL is full of athletes. There are guys who can do multiple things, but some guys get lost in the mix. And right now, I'm looking at Deebo Samuel. He is going to be a free agent. He's going to cost $12 million to the Commanders. And the reason why is because he doesn't do anything great. He's just an athlete.
Isn't that weird to think about?
It is. Because when he's on point, he's on point. He's younger. Give him the football, let him run. But once that athleticism starts to dwindle away, you got to have a skill. That's why I look at Stephon Diggs. He's not as fast or as quick as he used to be, but he is a route runner. He can still get open. Deebo Samuel is not a route runner. He's not a very skilled guy. He's just a great athlete. So once you start hitting those late 20s, early 30s, and you're just a good athlete, you lose value. And that's what I see with Deebo Samuel. I don't see him having another great year. I think it's a wrap for Deebo Samuel. He'll be on a roster for the next 2 or 3 seasons, but he doesn't have the skill set that gives him the longevity. Think of like Larry Fitzgerald. End of his career, slow as heck. Skilled, though. Can still get open, understands defenses, and can move his body in certain ways and move defenders off their spot. Deebo's stuck, man.
One of the things I'm always going to remember about Deebo, that was it the conference championship game against the Green Bay Packers when basically like Deebo ended up converting to win them that game. Yeah. I don't remember if it was a fourth down, but it was like a very pivotal either a third or fourth down. It's like, that's the Deebo in my memory, and it's so crazy. You're right, Bump, but it's so weird thinking about, wait, this guy that we were all talking about as like one of the most amazing, incredible players in the game, pivotal to getting that team to a Super Bowl. That guy, but God, crazy to think about. Second down. What could be concerning when it comes to the Seahawks offensive coordinator position?
All right, so you're interviewing a young man, right? Mm-hmm. His name is Connor Singer, I want to say how you say his last name. What's concerning is if these guys don't get the job, the 4 that are in-house and they are competing for this position, what does it do for the chemistry of this team? Because that's something they relied upon heavily when it comes to the players, the coaches upstairs. They rely on their chemistry heavily. So what if this guy comes in and he gets the job, and the 4 guys who are already in-house competing for this job don't get it? Will they embrace him? I don't think there'll be any drama. I think they will do their best to embrace him, but they're going to feel some kind of way about that situation. So whatever Mike McDonald decides to do, I trust that he'll make the right decision. I trust that if he does go with this Connor guy, that he'll talk to the other 4 and say, this is why I'm going. Like, there's going to be some transparency, but end of the day, guys are going to feel some kind of way because they want this job and they've grinded with Mike McDonald. So I'm interested to see how this thing pans out. I think whoever he chooses will be the right man for the job. But chemistry, man, that's one of the main components of this football team, is that you feel like there's chemistry all across the board.
Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Third down. All right, well, I know they just won a Super Bowl, but where can the Seahawks improve?
You got your quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You got the best receiver in the game.
Yep.
D-line is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You got Ernest and Drake at the LB spots.
What's not to love?
Secondary is on point. It's got to be offensive line. I think they got to hit one more time with the offensive line. You got to find another guard. I think Anthony Bradford is great. I think that if you come back and he's a starter, I'm not worried about it. But I feel like there could be some improvement there. Everywhere else, I think you're solid. If you re-sign K9, you're good. Zach Charbonnet is going to come back and do his thing. You're probably going to draft a running back anyway. I think at the receiver spot, you're good. Torrey Horton's going to come back. Cooper Kupp is there. Obviously, you got JSN. You're probably going to draft a receiver anyway. Ricky White has been on practice squad. But O-line is the one spot to where if you can get even just a little bit better at that spot, this team can take another step. So I'm looking at it. If they don't sign anyone, so be it. Let's roll with it, but offensive line.
Fourth down. We just spoke with ESPN's Kalyn Kahler, who was the pool reporter for the Seattle Seahawks leading up to the Super Bowl. Anything stand out from Kalyn?
Yeah, just how confident and calm that she said this team was leading up to the Super Bowl. And I think it's important to completely be yourself. I also think that having a 39-year-old head coach allows you to be a bit more loose and a bit more confident. I just like the way that what I've heard Mike McDonald has handled this. I tried to get into practice, Stacy. They were going to let me go, but all their practices were during our show. So I couldn't get there because I wanted to see it for myself. Thank you, Seahawks, for allowing me the opportunity to go to a practice. I know it's tight. But yeah, man, it was interesting to see because she got picked out of a pool, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so it's like randomly, like they'll have it like at Seahawks games. It'll be like, Brady Anderson, you're the pool reporter, where it's like your designated person to be able to go ask questions.
Yeah, so I think it's cool to get like her insight. She can't really report on anything while the practices are going down and during that Super Bowl week, but to hear that nothing changed, I think was important because coaches and players always talk about how it's just another game. It's not. It's a Super Bowl. But
be real.
The fact that they were still able to be loose and be themselves, I think helped them during the Super Bowl run. So big ups to the coach to keep me consistent.
Some controversy in the NFL this morning. That's next on your home for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Want to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman's call of the Seahawks win in Super Bowl 60?
This should be fun.
Of course you do.
These guys, they take it very seriously.
We know it, and you know it.
That's all we care about, brother.
That's why on Monday, we're rebroadcasting Super Bowl 60.
They're bringing it home again.
Beginning at 10 a.m.
We're the best in the world.
On the home of your Super Bowl champs.
I got 2 words for you.
Seattle Sports.
Do you have a car sitting around collecting dust? Well, turn that car into cash at Wayscar Ford in Auburn with their vehicle profit sharing program. Here's what makes it different than anywhere else. Not only will they purchase your vehicle today and pay you right up front for it, but it gets better because once they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. I caught up with my friend Mark Clymer from Wayscar Ford in Auburn. He said customers are loving it. They're getting top dollar for their car up front. They're getting paid right now. And the best part is that when Mark and his team resells that vehicle, their customer is getting 50% of the profit. That 50% has now amounted to over $1 million shared with customers. It's going so well because, well, frankly, less and less people are comfortable trying to sell their car themselves. Wayscar Ford offers a way to get a lot more money for your car without needing to go through the hassle and potential scams trying to sell it yourself. It's only at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn, wayscarford.com.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Pendleton Whiskey Velocity Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at Busch Light PBR Everett at Angel of the Winds Arena this weekend. Ready to be cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Landis to talk about Swedish Cyberknife.
Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
5 days, less than an hour a day to treat prostate cancer. That really is amazing. If diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Who is Daniel Stern, and why are the Seahawks adding him to their coaching staff? Peter Schrager spotlighted Stern's role with Baltimore in this clip from back in 2019. Also, for anyone who's just now joining us, Daniel Stern, according to Adam Schefter, was just hired to the Seahawks offensive coaching staff. Anyways, here's Peter.
Daniel Stern is a 25-year-old graduate of Yale who might be the secret weapon to the Baltimore Ravens offense.
What?
Fourth season working on the Ravens coaching staff. Stern's title is football analyst. But really, he's offensive coordinator Greg Roman's right-hand man and the guy responsible for assisting the Baltimore coaching staff in all of those crazy 3rd and 4th down bold decisions. Let me tell you what this guy does. This is Daniel Stern. He sits next to Roman up in the coach's booth. He watches the TV feed of the games during the game, and he helps fill in John Harbaugh on the exact down and distance and the odds it takes to convert 3rd and 4th downs. He is a strategy wizard.
Good hire. I wish my job was to watch a TV copy.
I'm watching TV and be like, yeah, don't do that. No, I'm just playing.
It's much more complicated. It's much more complicated. But I love the idea of,
playing.
like, my back is to the field and I'm watching the TV copy. And Mike,
hey,
don't do it.
Hey, nah, we good.
Yeah.
Nah, this
Flea
is
flicker.
This is the evolution. Could you imagine in '95 someone offering up this position? They'd be like, "What are you talking about? Analyst? You're just an analyst? You're just looking at 3rd and 4th downs?" No, I'm going with my gut. My gut tells me we're going for it. No, this is the evolution of sports, evolution of football. I think the longer we are around, the more data is going to enter. I think baseball has been the pioneer when it comes to data and really analyzing the game. I think football is trying to catch up to analyze the game when it comes to data. And you need a mix. Like, you need people who are good with numbers, and you need people who are just football junkies. So I think we're going to see more of this position pop up.
Now, it worked in 2019. As Peter Schrager said, when Daniel Stern was Roman's right-hand man with key 3rd and 4th down decision-making, Baltimore was number 1 in 3rd down conversion percentage, 48% on 3rd down. That's insane.
It's pretty good.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's like, it's not elite, like, goal to go or red zone conversion percentage because it's so much higher there. But, like, consider the Seahawks have been for years and years and years hovering in the 30s. 48% is wild.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I'm actually pretty intrigued by that.
Good for him.
One of the highlights.
He's 25, you said? Sorry.
Is he?
Oh, it's back in 2019.
Yeah.
So that was six years ago.
So he's old now.
Yeah, he's in his 30s now.
Minimum.
Gross.
Disgusting. What are you, hiring a dinosaur? One of the highlights of recent NFL off seasons are the NFLPA report cards. I mentioned there was some controversy in the NFL today. This is the story. That annual tradition is under attack. It's over now after owners, and I will tell you which owner allegedly is behind it, after owners, plural, won a grievance against the Players Association to stop the release of them because it violated the terms of the CBA. So
Lame.
This is not that the players and as employees can't grade teams. It's that they can't release that information
don't hold us
to the
accountable.
public. No.
Don't let the people know we're garbage at running organization.
If you had to guess which...
Bengals.
No. But
Close.
Maybe close. If you had to guess which team...
Browns.
Keep it going. Same family.
They usually have a top 5 pick in the draft.
In fact, they do this year, number 2 overall.
Don't tell me.
You got it.
Where did Sam Darnold flame out?
Oh,
yeah.
How did I mess that up?
Jets.
E-T-S. Jets.
That's right, because Jets owner Woody Johnson called the report bogus back in November 2025 and was instrumental in getting them banned, according to reports. Fittingly, Woody Johnson received the lowest owner grade on the 2025 report card. Funny
how that works.
I would have loved to keep my math grades from getting released in high school. And I think Woody's onto something here. I wish I could go back in time and be like, I think it's actually rude of you to show this to my parents. This is none of their business. Let's keep it in-house, okay, Teach?
Hey, if I was the worst at something, I wouldn't want to release either.
Absolutely not.
No, I wouldn't want to release. But I think it's important. This is what needs to change. You need to keep the report cards going. We need to know who did and didn't vote for Hall of Famers. And we need to know who didn't vote for MVPs. Like, let's keep it public, because everything athletes do, it's public. Everyone critiques. You go on X. You text your buddy. You can post whatever you want. But not the owners, not these writers. They want to hide behind whatever shield that they have and not be held accountable. Do better.
Coming up next, the most embarrassing story from the Olympics. Curtis,
thought you were going to commercial right now.
I know,
like,
I didn't. It's not my best moment. Speaking of not wanting people to publicly see your mistakes. Curtis, how do you say this person's name? Sturla Holm Lagrid.
Sturla Holm Lagrid is my best guess.
All right, we're doing
Norway,
it.
you know.
If anyone needs to be caught up with what happened here, this is a Norwegian Olympian who earned the bronze medal in biathlon. And then when he was interviewed on TV, he admitted to the world that he'd recently cheated on his girlfriend. I don't know why you choose this moment to talk about it. Now, this is the story's
First
the
off, why are you cheating on your girlfriend?
Stop cheating.
Second,
that's right.
Why are you telling the world about it?
So this is what he said at the time.
Craig.
Again, this is not today's story, but it's for anyone who doesn't know. He said at the time, I tried to be a good role model and I did something stupid. Imagine you're the NBC reporter and you go up and you're
I
like,
know what happened.
oh my God, tell me. You must feel so proud. And so teary-eyed, he says,
I know what happened.
You have to admit when you did something you can't stand for and hurt someone you love so much. He admitted that he met the love of his life 6 months ago, and then 3 months ago, he cheated on her.
I know what happened.
He said, I told her a week ago, it's been the worst week of my life. I had a gold medal in life. That's a metaphor, guys. I had a gold medal in life, and there's probably a lot of people out there who look at me differently now, but I only have eyes for her.
First off, shut your mouth.
He admitted she dumped him.
Keep it in house.
He kept talking.
Keep it in house.
He said.
He's still talking?
He said.
Yeah,
he said.
Stop talking.
He's not done. He said, I'm not ready to give up. I hope.
Keep hope alive.
He said, I hope that committing social suicide might show her how much I love her. He is down.
It's over.
Bad.
Oh, snaps.
And now we're keeping it going. Sturla says he regrets the reaction that he had to publicly admitting cheating on his girlfriend.
Yeah, I haven't got any reactions from the girl that I mentioned.
He's tripping.
And yeah, I'm happy because then maybe she hasn't seen it. Maybe she will see it at the right time. I hope I don't make anything worse for her. But maybe it can help. I don't know.
Nah, brother.
I hope there's a happy ending in the end. So we will see what time.
It's a wrap, son.
Listen, this is your friend
It's a
that
wrap.
throws up on themselves at the bar. looks like a fool. And then they turn to you and go, maybe no one saw. He for real said, he's a Norwegian athlete. We're talking about it on a Seattle sports radio station. Maybe she didn't see it.
Yo.
I think she saw it. The Olympics are very important worldwide. She probably saw it.
I'm losing it.
She's got to be a dime.
Look.
She's got to be. And he jacked up with a 6. That's what happened there.
That's what he did.
He got drunk. He made a mistake and was like, I can't believe I dropped this dime for 6.
Listen to the optimism in his voice at the beginning of it.
Yeah, I haven't got any reactions from the girl that I mentioned.
She blocked your number, bro.
And yeah, I'm happy because then maybe she hasn't seen it.
Right
maybe
now,
she hasn't seen it.
She's with somebody else.
Maybe she hasn't seen it.
Nah.
This is like when your buddy is just brainstorming ideas, trying to get his girl back. Like, what if I write her a song? It's like, I don't think that's going to work, man. I really don't think that's going to work.
Don't do it.
Have you seen the meme of this guy standing outside of his ex-girl's apartment with like a band and playing like a romantic song, and she walks up in the window, she's listening, and then a guy is standing right behind her listening to, like, nodding his head? That's what's happening right now. She's moved on, brother. If she hasn't responded to you on the Olympics, this is how petty girls are. She probably didn't even watch you in the Olympics. She was like, forget him.
But she definitely heard about this. No, she definitely watched him.
Nah,
she was rooting for his downfall. She watched him. If I was dating someone, he cheated on me, and then was competing in the Olympics like a week after telling me he cheated on me.
Rooting against him.
I am watching that game. All my friends are watching. Even if I wasn't watching it, I've told all my friends, and all of them are watching this man do whatever event he's doing. Because at this point, you found out a week ago.
About a week ago.
And consider this, folks. Consider this. He was dating her for 6 months, cheated 3 months ago,
3 months in.
and then told her 3 months after. That's worse, in my opinion.
Hey,
it's not
listen,
like you cheated and then you were like, I made a mistake.
I don't condone cheating, but why are you telling her that you cheated?
You should tell. You should tell.
No,
you should not wait 3 months and then tell.
It was eating away at him.
Yes.
He's tripping. You can still have your girl.
No.
Just go to therapy or something.
You should, and tell her. You should admit when you did it, but
oh my God.
You waited 3 months to tell her? That's worse. That's worse.
If you're going to tell her, you tell her as soon as it happens. 3 months in, take it to the grave.
I have to tell you about another mortifying thing, but because it's about a reality TV show, I will save this for off air. You're welcome to all the listeners. Time for the IRG Injury Report, brought to you by IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Love this one from Curtis. Abe Lucas, head, says he's all right after taking a streetlight to the dome during the Seahawks Super Bowl parade. What we learned about Sam Darnold today. That's coming up next on your home for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
I know the paint's barely dry on the new Super Bowl champ Seahawks gear, but can you believe Mariners pitchers and catchers have already reported and spring training is underway?
Holy catfish, that was fast.
They know from day one of spring training, they have a chance to win the whole thing.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com. We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Holy smokes.
Seattle Sports.
Welcome to IRG Sports Injury Update. We're with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and president of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
And our guest, Dr. Wes Mitchell, orthopedic surgeon at Everett Bone and Joint.
Dr. Wes Mitchell, let's talk about decovariance tenosynovitis.
Super common condition. It's wrist pain, kind of on the thumb side of the wrist, just around the base of the thumb. And it's basically, you have two tendons, the APL and the EPB. They're two tendons that, start on the elbow and they kind of come down the wrist, and they actually attach to the base of the thumb. Essentially, they run in a tight tunnel, kind of right over the top of the radius bone as it kind of becomes the joint. And that tunnel is really, really tight. And so for whatever reason, we don't really know exactly why, but a lot of times it's overuse related. But people can get inflammation of those tendons, and because it's a closed space, there's only so much room for those tendons to expand. People get a lot of pain there, and sometimes your thumb can almost lock up a little bit occasionally. And so, like I said, super common. You have pain in the radial side of the wrist, and it is a lot worse with thumb motion.
What kind of symptoms would someone be having at home?
So a lot of times people get burning, kind of almost like a sharp burn sensation, kind of like I said, right at the base of the thumb area. A lot of times this works with thumb motion, so any kind of thumb maneuvers.
And if I walk through your door right now and had those signs and symptoms, what's going to happen at that point in time?
So then we usually recommend a steroid injection. And so we basically, what we do, take a little tiny bit of corticosteroid, and I mix it with some numbing medicine, some lidocaine, and we do an injection kind of right in the sheath, right in the groove where those tendons run. And that works maybe about 80% of the time. Like a single shot just takes care of it. It just calms down the inflammation, kind of breaks the cycle, if you will. And so that's typically what we start with.
With over 40 neighborhood clinics around Washington, IRG has you covered. Let IRG be your family's physical therapist. Find the location nearest you at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Get your Seahawks Super Bowl champions gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at SimplySeattle.com. Celebrate the title team with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. If you're celebrating downtown, shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at SimplySeattle.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Season 2 of Unrivaled Basketball is here, and the energy is unreal. Stacy Rost here telling you to get ready, because the best women's players on the planet are running it back with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Built for the players, created by women's basketball stars, Unrivaled gives athletes a high-quality, U.S.-based off-season league with better visibility and support. Don't miss as Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, Kelsey Plum, Brianna Stewart, and more take the court and redefine the game. If you love high-intensity hoops, this is the league you've been waiting for. More action, more highlights, and more star power. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat, it's all back and bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Make sure to watch the action on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. And that makes it super easy to watch no matter where you are. Unrivaled Basketball, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Earlier in the show, we were joined by ESPN's Kalyn Kahler, who was the pool reporter following the Seattle Seahawks around the week leading up to the Super Bowl. She was limited in the stuff that she could report that week, but really cool to have her join the show and share some of what she learned. What stood out to us was this story from 49ers quarterback coach Brian Griese about Sam Darnold.
One thing from my reporting on Sam that the best detail that I thought I got that I feel like says so much about him and how he was able to save his own career for being labeled a draft bust is that I talked to Brian Griese, who was his quarterback's coach in San Francisco. And Griese was one of the people responsible for recruiting him to come to San Francisco as free agent when they weren't sure if Brock Purdy was going to be ready to play. So there was a chance he could play, but he was likely going to be a backup going into that year. And Griese said when he was recruiting him, he asked him, how do you feel about yourself after everything you've gone through with, New York giving up on you, losing the quarterback competition in Carolina after you're traded to Carolina? Like, how do you feel about yourself? And Sam answered and said, I kind of like myself. Like, I like who I am. And that, to Brian Griese, was all he needed to hear. He's like, I knew he was talented. And to know that he still had to believe in himself and he was still so confident in who he was, that made Griese know he was going to be able to do it.
Bump, the reason that I liked that cut from Kalyn in this story from Kalyn and Brian Griese is that in a separate part of the interview, Kalyn said that she had a similar conversation with Klint Kubiak. And Klint Kubiak said, kind of called out the conversation everyone had been having all week. And he said, yeah, there's a lesson to be learned from Sam about patience, but let's be real. Keep it a buck. It's the NFL.
Yeah.
You're not going to wait 8 years to see if a quarterback works out. Your GM and your head coach are tied to him. If you're bad, you're going to get top picks and get another opportunity. It's just you want to believe that the message and the lesson is patience, but that isn't the reality.
Nah.
Maybe the lesson, this is from Klint and from Griese, is to have an unwavering belief in yourself. I thought that was a cool spin on a conversation we'd been having all week.
Here's the thing about Sam's situation. If he were not a top 5 pick, he'd be out this league.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be out. I mean, you're a top 5 pick for a reason. You're super talented. You put something on film that attracts people. And if you weren't a top 5 pick and not a quarterback, you'd be out this league. Quarterbacks will hang around the league for a long time. You always need a 2. You need a 3. Now it's what you do when you are the 2 or the 3. Like, what's your mentality? What's your approach every day? And eventually you're going to get an opportunity. Every quarterback, everyone gets hurt in the NFL. Brett Favre had the longest streak of not missing games. He got hurt. Mm-hmm. Russell Wilson was right behind him. He got hurt. There's always going to be an opportunity for you. What do you do with that opportunity? Sam is a perfect example of, one, doing enough in college to be a top 5 pick. Hang around the league for a little bit, get an opportunity, and just ball out. Sam's situation is so rare in the NFL. At any other position, if you don't pan out within the first 3 years, you done. You doing radio with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
actually why I'm here.
That's what it is, right? You were a punt returner. It just didn't work out for you.
I was going to say nose tackle.
Nose tackle? Okay. Either or. But Sam's belief in himself allowed him to take advantage of an opportunity. And I remember when I got cut from the NFL, and I go to Canada, and I'm playing the CFL, and the facilities are not what the NFL facilities are. The game is different, and I'm like, dang, this is what I am now? I'm a Canadian Football League type of player, and you have these mental battles with your identification, because for your whole life, I've been an All-American in college, in high school. I didn't get drafted, but I knew I was one of the better players on the team. And then there's reality that sets in, and there's this battle that you have. Sam fought that battle and won. You know what I mean? So for him to get an opportunity to hang around and learn and get opportunity with the Vikings and come here and do the same, that's just lets you know just how mentally tough he is. Granted, you got to be talented, right? Sam's more talented than I've ever been. You have to be talented, but there's a mental game that you play with yourself, and he won that mental game.
Well, and it's a look into you talked about it actually last night at your Hall of Fame induction speech. You said, look, I had to be delusional. And I think that people assume that belief in yourself and delusion is something that only cocky players have. But it's like, not only does every player need to feel that way, but every person kind of needs to have that approach to everything you do. Because if you go in thinking, I know I'm going to succeed, you'll probably get further. Yeah. Even if you don't reach the ultimate place you wanted to, you'll probably end up getting further than you would have if you went in thinking you were, going to be bad. if Sam entered this season thinking, God, what if last year was a fluke? What if I only did it because I had Justin Jefferson? You think the Seahawks are in a Super Bowl? No. You think Sam Darnold gets past throwing 4 interceptions against the Rams, the team that knocked him out of the playoffs, mentally, if he thinks that? No. He has to go, I'm so much better than that game. I'm so much better than that game. I'm better than who I was that day. They'll see.
All athletes are delusional to some extent. Granted, every now and then you get a Jerry Rice. You get a Pat Mahomes.
Sure.
And it's like, all right, I am that dude.
Right.
But for the most part, you got to go in thinking that you are something that you're not or something that you're striving to be. But mentally, you got to put yourself there. And I would assume that Sam Darnold tapped into that. And it's amazing to watch, man, because a lot of athletes, their careers are based on other people's opinions. I've seen so many good football players not get an opportunity. Michael Bennett was on the team I was on, and they cut him. They cut Michael Bennett and sent him to Tampa Bay. I always
forget about the first stint.
They sent him to Tampa Bay, and we're all looking around like, what are they doing? And then he comes back, and he's Michael Bennett. So sometimes it's out of your hands.
Yeah.
Because you don't have full control of this thing, you got to be mentally tough, and that's what Sam's been.
I actually read a study years and years and years ago. And it was actually, I read an article about a study. I didn't read the study, you know that. But I read the study, I'm going to say, that said that people who set goals that are almost unrealistic tend to achieve more. So if you tell yourself, but in one key area, but like if you tell yourself, you know, I truly believe that I'm so good at this job and I'm good at whatever, like you tend to show up earlier, work harder, have a lot of confidence. Confidence is very obvious. However, the key area where over setting goals that were too extreme or too excessive, that it didn't work, weight loss.
Really?
That with like exercising and weight loss, it actually hurt you, and it was better to not shoot for lower, but to do smaller incremental goals.
Yeah, I feel
But that with careers, it can help you to over. Isn't that interesting?
It is interesting.
Because you think about it, it should be the opposite, but it was like people who go, if you don't work out and you go, okay, I'm going to work out every single day this week. No, why don't you go for a 15-minute walk 3 days that week?
Mm-hmm.
You know? So, but with the careers, opposite. Good for Sam. And I loved that from Kalyn's interview because it's a story about life in a way. And it was very cool. All right, we got to get back to conversations about how much some of these extensions are going to cost for the Seattle Seahawks. That's next on your home for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Can Seattle and the 12s throw a party or what?
They're estimating around 1 million people at the parade today. 1 million fans.
We're the best in the world! You hear me?
Bump is out on the parade route right now. Bump, where are you?
Oh, no. I can't hear nothing you're saying right now. The vibes are real.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Experience the iconic Mexican music group Bronco at Muckleshoot Casino Resort, Saturday, February 28th at 8 p.m. They've sold more than 20 million albums and performed for audiences all over the world. Now Bronco is bringing their modern take on regional Mexican sound live to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Tickets are on sale now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Unbelievable prices? Incredible performance? Bah! At Pacific Power Batteries, we strive to be believable. In fact, product knowledge and guidance in application gives us credibility. Having an informative website just adds to it. At Pacific Power Batteries, our prices and values are believable. We look for great people to hire and train carefully to be credible. Locally owned, credible company with believable salespeople is the best that we at Pacific Power Batteries can provide.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
Hey, it's February, and we're a month into those fitness goals and resolutions. And are you already tired of the crowded gyms and sweaty machines? Maybe you're ready to upgrade your fitness equipment in your own home. Well, I got the place and some deals for you. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my friends at Top Fitness. Right now, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor, True, or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness sells the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire Stairmaster, and much more. It's trade-in days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get in the best shape of your life. Top Fitness has the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state of Washington, and their staff will truly show you why. It's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stores. Top Fitness has locations at Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. And remember, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit today. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
Save $1,700 when you have Day and Night match your current furnace with a qualifying AC or heat pump.
Your furnace is lonely all by itself, but it doesn't have to be. With our Matchmaker Special, we'll match your furnace with a perfect air conditioner or heat pump to keep your furnace company and your home comfy all year round.
Match your furnace to a qualifying cooling system and save $1,700.
DayandNight.net.
P&D Tree Service, your local experts in tree removal. 24-hour emergency service. Fast, efficient, and safe removal of trees from your yard or neighborhood. Ever seen a tree removed by a crane? Enjoy a safe and clean yard. PNDTreeservice.com.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reporting the Seahawks will interview Cardinals pass game specialist Connor Sanger for their offensive coordinator opening. The Seahawks are already rumored to be interviewing 4 in-house candidates: Andrew Janocko, pass game coordinator Jake Peetz, run game specialist and offensive line coach Justin Outen, and tight ends coach Mac Brown.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. The Seahawks have a good problem on their hands, which is that they're a Super Bowl winning team trying to figure out who they can bring back to try to get back to another Super Bowl. The problematic part of that is that you can't keep everyone. So we have a lot of questions about these contracts and this market, and that's exactly why we're bringing on a guy who knows about all of it. It's CBS Sports cap expert Joel Corry joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Joel, how's it going?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Fantastic. We have a lot of names. We got a lot of things to go over. I'm going to start with the MVP of the Super Bowl, Ken Walker. And Joel, it will not surprise you, since you were aware of these conversations, that I think Seahawks fans were on the fence as to whether or not Ken Walker would be here in 2026. And now public sentiment here in Seattle is like, of course you got to bring him back. But what's this market look like for Ken?
Well, everybody publicly loves the Super Bowl MVP. And between his playoff performance and the injury to his running mate, that gives him more leverage.
Yep.
Seattle's got a ton of cap room, so if they wanted to make sure he doesn't go anywhere, they could stick a franchise tag on him, but that's going to be north of $14 million. He might be looking for that more than that anyway as a target. Getting it is maybe a different story. But really, you got one guy in the division that's a comp in Kyron Williams, signed for $33 million over 3 years, $11 million per year last preseason. You got another guy who signed shortly after that who has outperformed his contract already in James Cook. That's $46 million over 4 years. Max is at $48. That's the NFL rushing leader. You're going to see the running back market probably explode this offseason, primarily because of two guys on rookie contracts, Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs, if those two guys get extensions.
Yeah, man, it's gift and the curse of winning the championship, right? You're going to have to pay some dudes, and that's what the Hawks are dealing with now. If you had to place a value on Sam Darnold according to this year, right? We already know what the contract he has. What would it look like if you had to pay Sam Darnold this offseason? What do you think it would look like?
Probably over $50 million per year, just because you've got guys in that neighborhood who don't do what he does. I know he led the NFL in turnovers during the regular season. You're not built for him to win games with his arm all the time, but when you needed him to, he didn't have a turnover in the playoffs. If you're going to wait and see how the market develops, there's one interesting guy that you could kind of hope to use as a guide. Baker Mayfield is in a contract year. Same draft class. They were teammates once in Carolina. Very similar contract currently. But if Tampa is going to extend him, that could be the floor. But one, you have to hope Sam doesn't want to come in and ask for more money right now, but I expect that there will be a conversation. His representatives will approach the Seahawks if the Seahawks aren't proactive.
Joel, I think that we're all fully expecting the Seahawks to extend JSN, but we don't exactly know when it could be or whether or not that would be the new top of market deal, whether it would surpass Jamar. And then there's Puka. Can you kind of lay out, like, okay, what are we looking at in terms of what JSN could ask for, what the market could be, and then how it might be shaped by Puka Nacua?
Yeah, well, you have to hope that he's looking just at the receiver market. But if I represented him, I would be looking at being the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, which is Micah Parsons at $46.5 million per year. I'd be looking to go above that. We have guys in the past couple of years who have been named NFL Offensive Player of the Year that when they signed became the league's highest paid non-quarterback. That was Justin Jefferson in 2024. And Jamar Chase on a backloaded deal was briefly the highest paid non-quarterback ahead of Myles Garrett. And even going back to 2020, you had the extension that DeAndre Hopkins signed after his trade to the Cardinals come in just above Joey Bosa to be the highest paid non-quarterback. So there is a precedent for doing that. You don't have the sense of urgency because you'll pick up the fifth-year option. Typically for great players, teams want to get these guys done prior to their fourth year. But Puka's the wild card in the equation. The Rams have more urgency because he's in a contract year. Fifth-round pick hasn't made any money in terms of NFL standards. Sometimes you can get a guy like that to take a little less than he would if he was in a better financial standing. But whatever Puka signs for, if he goes first, will be the floor and vice versa.
What do you think Reek Willen's going to go for? I'm honestly, I don't expect him to be back with the squad. I think that there's a team that's going to offer more money than the Seahawks do. I hope he's back with the squad. But what's his situation looking like?
That's a tough one because at the beginning of the year, he struggled, and then he had some ill-timed plays. The touchdown to Puka after his stupid penalty in the NFC Championship game. He gave up a touchdown to Matt Collins when it didn't seem like he was lined up in time. Nonetheless, he's a 6'4" cornerback with great physical attributes. I suspect somebody's going to overpay for that. He's probably going to be looking at top second cornerback market. He, to me, might be a buyer beware proposition. That market was 17, 18 million per year. If he can't get the long-term deal he wants, he's probably better off going the one-year prove-it route. And if that's the case, that may be your best chance to get him to come back.
We had a listener text in earlier saying, if you pay, JSN, you can't pay K9. I don't know if that's the either or, but is there are there maybe 2 or 3 players here you see for Seattle that are an either or? Like if they pay a JSN, they probably won't keep Rashid kind of thing.
Well, the thing is, if you're going to pay JSN, the cap hits aren't going to be huge really until probably 2028. So I don't think there is an either or from that standpoint of signing him. But you got guys like Kobe Bryant and Rashid Shaheed that I think are going to be tough to sign.
Yeah, Rashid is a tough one, man. Like I understand his value, but I feel like Spotrac has him at $14 million a year. I feel like for 14, you need a bit more production out of him at the receiver spot. So that's what makes that thing interesting. What do you think the chances are that they sign Rashid Shaheed? Do you think that it's let me rephrase it. Do you think it's a necessity that they get Rashid back?
Well, I'll put it this way. Viva Las Vegas, because his connection is now the head coach of the Raiders, was his coordinator in New Orleans, and familiarity brings comfort. Denver supposedly had some interest in him last year. So I think someone is going to – and the Raiders have a ton of cap room. I think they may blow him away where it wouldn't make any sense for him to come back. Unless he's just like, well, I like being in Seattle and I'm willing to take less money to try to win another championship. But typically guys who are coming off the rookie contracts don't do something like that.
I want to get back to your point about JSN, which is one that I hadn't considered. That's obviously why we have you on, because you know all of this. And you mentioned maybe he'd, if you were his agent, you'd be pushing to be the highest paid non-quarterback. And again, I was just completely looking at the wide receivers and thinking like, oh, well, of course, this. I guess my gut just always goes, oh, well, defensive end or, edge rushers, like those guys are going to get that money. And some of what we get are comments about that maybe wide receivers aren't quite as valuable. Do you tend to disagree? Like how much does position play into top paid non-quarterback kind of conversations?
Yeah, well, typically the guys who are the highest paid non-quarterbacks put the quarterback on the ground.
Right.
Aaron Donald did it from a defensive tackle position, but he did lead the league in sacks and was always among the league leaders in quarterback pressures. But even going back to when the 2011 lockout ended, we did have receivers who were there. Larry Fitzgerald was the highest paid non-quarterback. And then the next year, Calvin Johnson barely beat him to become the highest paid non-quarterback. So there is a precedent, in addition to the 3 guys I had mentioned earlier, DeAndre Hopkins, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, for a receiver being the highest paid non-quarterback. But typically it is an edge rusher or a great interior defensive lineman.
Yeah, it's all about the quarterback, honestly. When you look at the running backs, right? I think who's the highest paid running back right now? Is it D. Henry, like 12 million, 13 million? I think.
No, it's Saquon Barkley, 2-year extension at $20.6 million per year. Chris McCaffrey, 2-year extension, $19 million per year. Derrick Henry, $15 million per year, and then it drops.
Yeah, right. It's only you got like 3 elite running backs in this game. What do you think would be the smarter move for the Hawks? To sign K9? I think he's valued around $9 to $10 million. Or do you think that they should hit the
You're
draft?
not getting him for that.
What do you think you get him for?
Breece Hall's not going to be in that range. Breece Hall is going to be in that Tyron Williams, James Cook range, most likely, although running backs can be tricky in free agency. You might have gotten him for that before the playoffs started, but you now have a bigger need because you don't have the guy that can split carries, and he may not be back until midseason.
So what do you think the move should be at the running back spot? Is it vital that you get K9, or do you think that because me personally, I look at running backs and wideouts. I'm like, all right, well, you can find a diamond in the rough at those positions because that's the common man, right? The 5'9" to 6'1" type of dude who can make things happen. Do you feel like it's a necessity that you get K9, or do you feel like you can get lucky in the draft and try to go that route?
Yeah, you can get lucky in the draft, but you've got enough cap room where you guys could do a deal that you can get out of it after 1 year, given you don't guarantee the second year of signing if things go south. I know you have that early vesting date after the season, but still, that does give you a small window to get out of it if you wanted to. But you're more likely to churn running backs or not pay them than a wide receiver. The wide receiver market just exploded starting in, I think, 2021 or 2022, and has just gone haywire. And I don't think you're putting that genie back in the bottle.
Hey, Joel, the Seahawks are in a good spot with cap just kind of on its face right now. I'd kind of been assuming that so much of that would be used to try to run as much of the same team back as you possibly could, with that being in the minds of so many here kind of the way you get back to a Super Bowl. However, is there a way that they can be pretty flexible with that and be some pretty competitive spenders in free agency this year? I'm asking if there's enough that you see with this cap space where you would pick them as a team to be in one of the top buyers.
Yeah, maybe you can try to go out and improve the interior of the offensive line. You really don't have anything to do at linebacker because you got Drake Thomas that if you needed to, you can stick an RFA tender on him.
Mm-hmm.
But as Bobby Wagner said years ago, you can't keep everyone. Guys want to get paid. Typically, teams who win the Super Bowl are rated in free agency, so I expect that to happen to a degree with the Seahawks. One thing you could do is extend Leonard Williams. He's in a contract. You can't stick a franchise tag on him because it'll be over $35 million. He's 32 years old. If he fits the profile of the guy who takes less money because he's already gotten paid twice, so he would be the one you could probably work with who would give you the hometown discount, presumably.
Last one before we get you out of here, Joel. What's your favorite Winter Olympics event?
Hockey. Because I remember the Miracle on Ice.
Yep.
I'm dating myself.
Let's go. U.S. Men's won. They won yesterday. I think the women are 2-0, so we're off to a good start.
He is CBS Sports cap expert Joel Corry, kind enough to join us. We had so many listeners with questions about this team, and you have helped us so much, Joel. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Joel.
Sure, anytime.
Have a good one. Again, that was CBS Sports cap expert Joel Corry, kind enough to join us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Let's get to headline.
Why you side-eye me like that?
I thought you were looking at me laughing because sometimes I do this thing when we hang up on our guests where I'm not sure what to do because you can't, it's not like a normal phone call. And I always feel like I'm kicking people off when I'm not, but I'm trying to signal okay, Brady, we're going to do the headline rewrites drop. But I end up sounding kind of rude. Okay, yep, bye-bye.
Headline rewrite.
Make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bump and Stacy.
So I thought you were laughing laughing at me for being like,
Oh,
yep,
okay.
Joel, bye.
No, I was like, why is she looking at me like
Sorry, Curtis, I took us off the rails.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Headline: the Seahawks won the Super Bowl this week.
Who cares?
We haven't been on the rails in a while. Headline number one: ESPN Shams Charania confirmed there will be a March NBA Board of Governors meeting that will discuss expansion parameters. What's the real headline?
Do those parameters extend to the shores of Lake Washington?
that? You know what I'm going to love? I'm going to love when Seattle gets a basketball team and all these basketball haters that text into our show every day
And say, who
are
cares
going
about
to
the
jump on
NBA?
board. They're like, hey, go Sonics, huh? I'm going to document all of this because every time we talk basketball, there's at least 5 or 6 texts. Who cares about basketball? You are going to care once this city has a team.
Yeah.
So just embrace it. Get ready for it. It's going to happen. This year, no. Next year, who knows? The following year, probably.
Yeah.
We'll see, but it's going down.
Can I tell you guys a funny tweet that I saw? Someone tweeted with this news, which team deserves or which city deserves an NBA team, and someone retweeted and said Chicago. Solid. It's solid.
What else did you say? That you were blessed. Chicago was blessed with the greatest player of all time.
Oh, yeah.
Now you're done.
Yeah, that's that you were given the coolest dynasty, greatest player, the most iconic, one of the most iconic, if not the most iconic runs ever in the sport.
The 90s were
And like
beautiful.
that,
for
your
Chicago.
punishment for that is you don't get anything else ever again.
Right.
But like
You
it
sold
should be
your soul for that.
exactly,
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And like you'll have that forever. You
Could
know
you
what I mean?
imagine being like a true Chicago fan in the 90s?
That's what I'm saying.
You can, I mean, granted, I'm a Laker. We win championships, but we ain't have Jordan. Like, you got Jordan? Goodness gracious.
All those championships and it all, you know, bummer for anyone born in like 2002. And, you know, look, I will, as a Seattleite, complain and be jealous of teams that have won a ton, but I can understand how a 20-year-old Yankees fan might feel like, you know, he or she just wishes they could see their team win a World Series. Like, I get it. I understand. But Chicago, you've had enough.
I listened to a NBA podcast. One of the hosts is he's from Chicago. He's like in his 40s now, and he talked about being a little kid when the Bulls were doing their thing in the 90s, and he was just like, "Oh, this is what it's going to be like every year of my
Forever.
life."
Forever.
And now he's like in his 40s, he's like, "I don't think I'm ever going to see another Bulls championship in my life." But glad to have lived through that. But he's like, I don't think it's
How crazy is
Look,
that?
They didn't win a championship, clearly, but imagine being, let's say, our age, but with the early, like a 2001 Mariners team, and you're like, didn't get it done, but imagine. I mean, surely next year, and then you went 22 years.
What's crazy is
22 years.
when I got on with the Hawks, I'm like, oh yeah, we'll be back in a few years. Super Bowl. 9 years later, finally happened. And I feel bad saying that because I think of organizations like Cleveland, Chicago, Vikings, Cardinals.
I mean, I think it's also, though, okay to say, because it's a reminder that, like, look at this week. Curtis, I know that you made the joke about it being Super Bowl week, but, like, we really are kind of in a daze, and it's very surreal.
Oh, yeah.
But it's good to say, Bump, because even though it sounds bad, it's a reminder that, like, enjoy what's happening this week. This feeling that everyone's having of, like, heading into a 3-day weekend, you're looking at highlights on your phone, you went to the parade with your family and your friends, maybe with your kids or your parents, like, soak it up.
Yeah.
You really don't know.
Don't know.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the NFL season will reportedly open on Wednesday in 2026, and it's looking increasingly likely it'll be Rams and 49ers in Australia for that game, with the Seahawks playing their opener the following night. What's the real headline?
Looks like Seahawks Rams will not be our NFL season opener here in Seattle. Can I also say one more thing about this?
No. Yes.
The Rams, who did not win a Super Bowl, already tied with the Seahawks for betting favorites to get to and win Super Bowl 61. And now they get to start ahead of you for opening day? No.
Both those teams you beat in the playoffs, Rams and 49ers.
The Seahawks won the Super Bowl. The Seahawks should be able to open up the season. That's how it always is.
Stacy's banging on the table if you guys can hear that. You get it though, right? Like just the way the NFL and the country views this region.
Oh yeah.
Right? It's like I'm as upset as you, but I also understand it. I'm
I
like,
get it.
Rams and Niners, yeah, it makes sense. Marketability for sure. You know what? Let's fly under the radar again. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, that's true.
Fly under the radar, smack these dudes, and get back to another championship. Give them all the hoopla. Give them all the glitz and the glamour. Fine, you can have it. You know what? Mike McDonald, let's go to work. Get your coordinator and fly under the radar. Let's do it again.
You know who's going to love watching that game?
Who?
Lukey.
Lukey don't give a damn.
Oh, because he's Australian.
Lukey's Australian. My dog's Australian.
Lukey doesn't even know he's Australian.
He does. Sometimes I talk to him with an accent just to see what happens.
Do you really?
Yeah, I tried playing a YouTube video of people talking in an Australian accent to see if he'd respond to it.
Did he?
No.
When he was drinking from your toilet bowl, did he remark about how it flushes the wrong way?
No, he didn't. But I imagine
the wrong direction.
You know those dog movies where it's like they narrate it? I imagine his voice is an Australian voice.
Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, that's him.
My guy.
Yeah.
Headline rewrites.
But yeah, he'll be watching that game. He's a big fan of Australia.
He's a big fan of
his homeland.
It's his homeland.
His favorite athlete is Ryan Rowland-Smith.
Now, who's Lukey rooting for when Australia plays USA in the World Cup here in Lukey's new hometown?
Well,
his adopted hometown.
USA is paying Lukey's bills right now.
Okay.
So he's going USA for all his. That's where his treats come from.
Treats.
That's where the treats come from.
Oh man.
Headline 3: the Seahawks.
Let's just we're already up against it. I'm sorry. Did the Seahawks get help from an Amazon Prime analyst in their Week 16 victory over the Rams? That's coming up next on your home for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Want to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman's call of the Seahawks win in Super Bowl 60?
This should be fun.
Of course you do.
These guys, they take it very seriously.
We know it, and you know it.
That's all we care about, brother.
That's why on Monday, we're rebroadcasting Super Bowl 60.
They're bringing it home again.
Beginning at 10 a.m.
We're the best in the world.
On the home of your Super Bowl champs.
I got 2 words for you.
Seattle Sports.
We are champs. I know everyone is looking forward to having a long holiday weekend to unwind and celebrate. No better place than Silver Reef. They got deluxe rooms, a full-service spa, and enough restaurants to try something new every meal of the weekend. My favorite is the Cantina. Authentic Mexican cooking passed down through generations. Pop in for lunch or for dinner. Even get a quick 9 or rain session at Loomis Trails Golf Course if the weather allows it, of course. If you're interested in entertainment, they got Netflix and Amazon Prime stars 3 Sisters Comedy takes over the event center on Saturday, February 28th. Get your tickets ahead of time for a fresh, fearless, and hilarious take on life, family, identity, and everything in between that will have you laughing out loud all night. Silver Reef Casino Resort. Head north on I-5, exit 260. I love it there. You're missing out if you've never been. If you've been there, you got to get back there ASAP. Book your stay right now at silverreefcasino.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Did the Seahawks get help from an Amazon Prime analyst in their Week 16 victory over the Rams? Turns out, yes. See, Amazon Prime can be a good thing, I tell myself. Rules analyst Terry McCauley called...
Macaulay Culkin?
No, Terry McCauley.
I thought you said Macaulay Culkin.
Called in the league office, into the league office on Zach Charbonnet's 2-point conversion to make sure the play would be reviewed.
He's back in L.A. hitting me up, talking all that talk. I got coaches that coached me in high school hit me up on Facebook. You know it's real when the old heads hit you up on Facebook talking crap. All right?
Did he text you and say, I messaged you on Facebook, and then sign off on the text with his name? Bob, it's me.
It's me. It's Coach Rob. Coach Rob, look at your Facebook. Look at the Facebook.
I really do think there's going to be a little bit of revisionist history with this game for a long while, where someone at some point will look back at the box score and look back at the actual possessions back and forth and go, oh, wait a minute. This 2-point conversion did not happen in the final minute of regulation.
No.
This did not, in fact, lose the game for the Rams. Wow. The way that people talk about this play, you'd think that it was the final seconds of the game and that it ended up winning and that it was so unfair. No. You gave up a massive lead because you allowed a return touchdown, you missed a field goal, and you punted the ball 4 times in the fourth quarter.
Stop crying.
Seems like that has a bigger play into this. Anyways, thanks, Terry. More Seahawks coaching staff news. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports Seattle blocked an interview request from the Raiders for running back coach Justin Outten. Outten is an in-house candidate for the OC job and, as a reminder, under contract for Seattle. So Seattle perfectly within their rights to do this.
Mike McDonald's like, all right, Coobs, chill. All right? Like, come on. You're already taking several for sure.
Enough.
Chill. Let me redeem my coaches. But yeah, this is expected, man.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Kubiak, you're supposed to do that. Familiar faces. That was one of the things that they really harped on during the offseason was just the continuity of this group. So if Kubiak has a head coaching job, why wouldn't he want to bring some of the guys who helped create that? So I get it. But Coobs, hey man, stay off that strip. Focus. Let's go.
Let's head out of Seattle.
All right.
Is Derek Carr seriously considering unretiring? Phillip Rivers did it. Why not someone else? Yes, but only under specific circumstances.
So would I do it? Absolutely, I would do it. I told you 2 things. I'd have to be healthy, and I would want a chance to win a Super Bowl.
That's 2 pretty good factors.
And obviously, that's a tough thing to find. That's hard to do. That's not easy.
I'm going to tell you right now, though, I know you're healthy. So
Derek Carr coming back, but only for a Super Bowl contender.
So he's cool with being a backup then.
Yeah, because I don't know.
The Super Bowl contender ain't gonna pull you off the block, dog. Right.
Step aside, Matthew Stafford.
Right.
We've got another call to make.
You're cool with being a backup, but that doesn't surprise me. Derek Carr seems like that type of guy who wants to mentor and support and do all that good stuff. Like
They seem like good people.
He's the guy who pulled over and helped somebody change a tire or something like that, and gave him a ride. Yeah, Derek Carr's a good dude. So yeah, so you're good with being a backup, is what you're saying.
Yeah, good dude, really likable. I've never had an issue with him, but I don't think he's coming back to be a starter for a Super Bowl contender off the couch.
No, if you're a Super Bowl contender, you already have your quarterback.
Exactly.
That's how that works.
Could an underwhelming free agent class mean more activity in the trade market? Adam Schefter thinks that'll be the case this offseason.
I've had GMs, front office executives, scouts who have been looking at this free agent class and saying, not a great class. These teams have done a great job at tying up their own players long-term and making sure that they don't get to free agency. When we talk about the draft, and we'll see how it shakes out over time, people aren't all that excited about the draft either. So we got a free agent class that's not real deep. We've got a draft that is not considered real deep. And you know what that tells me then? It tells me we may get more wheeling and dealing in trades than we've had in other years. I don't know that it'll happen, but it certainly seems to be a trend in recent years. Teams have been more apt and open to make big trades. We saw it at the trade deadline each of the last few years, especially this past year. Teams are unafraid about making a big deal. And with this free agent class, in the eyes of some, considered to be a little bit subpar, and with this draft class considered to be, in the eyes of some, a little subpar, it wouldn't surprise me if we saw an uptick in trade activity.
Here for it. I think covering trades is fun. I think it doesn't happen nearly as much in the NFL. Fascinating offseason if that happens.
Yeah, I'm looking at the best available free agents. You got Trey Hendrickson, who runs it, right? He's the sought-after dude. After that, it gets slim. Mike Evans, 13 years in the game. Trayvon Diggs gives up hella yards. Christian Kirk, thank you for your service. You changed the wide receiver payment game.
You sure did.
Khalil Mack, he's still playing? Debo Samuel. Hey, yeah, it's slim pickings out there. Travis Kelce, I mean, yeah,
he's got a wedding to plan.
Yeah, it ain't deep out there.
Busy.
So I can see this. I'm down for trades. I want to see it.
Which quarterbacks should we expect to see on the move this offseason? Albert Breer shared a few reclamation products with ESPN Radio.
Mac Jones is one name. I know the Niners will say they aren't trading him, but his contract makes him very tradable and could bring back a big offer to take on a reclamation project. And are the Dolphins willing to eat some of Tua's contract to facilitate a trade? Or the Cardinals willing to eat some of Kyler's contract to facilitate a trade? If not, could those guys be cut? There are some guys like that I think would fall in, again, that reclamation project category. And that's the category that Baker Mayfield was once in. That's the category that Sam Darnold was once in. That's the category that Daniel Jones was in before this year. So I think it's on some of these guys to kind of look at it and say, who's the right guy to take a chance on? Because all those guys have talent, and in some of those cases, you could chalk some of the struggles they've had up to the situations they were in.
Can you see a world where Mac Jones and or Kyler Murray become the next reclamation project?
Yeah, for sure. I think Mac Jones puts together, 4 to 6 games where he looked good. I think Kyler Murray is so talented. There's a team that's going to give him another opportunity. Yeah, for sure. You and I have talked about this all the time. The hardest thing to find is your franchise quarterback. And Kyler Murray, that's the thing. Kyler Murray has the skill to do it. It's just all the other things surrounding him that jacks him up.
The difference, though, is that, I am not saying that you can't have a short franchise quarterback. We saw one for 10 years here in Seattle. However, I do wonder if Kyler Murray has limitations that, Sam Darnold has a very slightly shorter, but otherwise a very prototypical build.
Yeah.
A quarterback, right?
The last time a short king won a championship, Drew Brees.
That's what I'm saying.
2008, 9?
Well, Russell Wilson, 5'10",
yeah.
5'8". But I mean, it is harder. That is a reality, and I would constantly defend Russell Wilson could do. But that is my question with Kyler Murray is the reclamation project conversation is always fun when they're like, dude, this guy's a cardboard cutout in a good way, I guess, quarterback. But is Kyler? He is talented. You're right.
Yeah,
but
he's here's the thing, man. Is I used to be against it because I'm gray area short king, 5'11". You know what I mean? And I always want to support my guys.
I always support my petites.
But they don't win Super Bowls. They just don't. So, but I think he's good enough to where someone's going to say, I can fix him. I can change him.
How do you fix Kyler Murray then? What should a coordinator do that they weren't doing with him in Arizona?
You know what? I think that if he were in a Kubiak offense, he'd be fine.
Why?
Because you use your play action. You roll him outside. You got to move a short king. You can't have him sit in that pocket and have him read through these redwood forest trees out there. You got to move them. So, yeah, Kubiak offense.
Can't get enough of the Seahawks Super Bowl victory? Well, tune in Monday on President's Day for a special rebroadcast of the Seahawks win over the Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Relive every championship moment starting Monday at 10 a.m. A salary cap expert weighs in on what a deal for JSN will cost the Seahawks. That's next on your home for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
I know the paint's barely dry on the new Super Bowl champ Seahawks gear, but can you believe Mariners pitchers and catchers have already reported and spring training is underway?
Holy catfish, that was fast. They know from day one of spring training, they have a chance to win the whole thing.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com. We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Holy smokes!
Seattle Sports.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
If
you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact. If you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
See your favorite Seattle Mariners up close at the Peoria Sports Complex. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona to celebrate an AL West championship and the beginning of another great season for your Mariners. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, great food, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for fans of all ages. Book your trip today. Support your 2026 Seattle Mariners in Arizona for what promises to be another exciting season. Get your tickets at PeoriaBaseball.com.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year, and I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
At Chain Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 Champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For 100 days, I'm going to cross the 7 continents because the answers to everything important are out there at the edges of our world. I'm stepping into the unknown. Where are we going? To see our planet as it's never been seen before. From pole to pole.
Pole to Pole with Will Smith from National Geographic. Now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Show me the way.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Earlier this hour, we were joined by CBS Sports salary cap expert Joel Corry and asked him about some very important deals here. we started a lot with JSN for good reason. Now, the thing that stuck out to me most is I said, hey, is there a world where JSN becomes the highest paid wide receiver? Joel Corry said, correction.
You have to hope that he's looking just at the receiver market. But if I represented him, I would be looking at being the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, which is Micah Parsons at $46.5 million per year. I'd be looking to go above that. We have guys in the past couple of years who have been named NFL Offensive Player of the Year that when they signed became the league's highest paid non-quarterback. That was Justin Jefferson in 2024, and Jamar Chase on a backloaded deal was briefly the highest paid non-quarterback ahead of Myles Garrett.
So, yikes. Now, look, you got to pay JSN, and JSN has earned that contract. But we're not talking $37 million if Joel Corry is right about this, and he knows a ton. We're talking well over 40.
I can see the text now.
Oh, I'll read them to you. Don't worry.
JSN is selfish. Why would he do that to the team?
I don't know if anyone thinks that.
You know why? Because he's the best offensive player in the league. That's not a quarterback. So his agent's job is to get the most money he can for his client. And I support that 100%, even though I know that it will limit what the Hawks will be able to do as far as re-signing and acquiring talent. I understand that. But in a league that will throw you to the curb when you no longer can run a slant and catch a touchdown, go get your money.
Yeah. Because
the league is not nice. It's all love. You know what I like? I like when we watch the draft and Roger Goodell hugs all the first rounders. He don't care about y'all like that.
Kicks him off the stage.
He don't care about y'all. Look, hey, keep bringing in. I think the NFL made like $25 billion last year. Jeez. Like, keep bringing in the money. All right, this is a factory. I'll give you a hug, but I don't really care about you. Roger Goodell, he's going to get his $40 million every single year. So if you look at it like that, then you understand. But as a true fan, like a true 12, I understand why they will be like, oh, man, we need cap space to go get more players. I understand you, but I also understand the business.
The 425 can't pay a wide receiver that much. Now, I asked Joel Corry, well, the thing is when you're talking about Max Crosby or Myles Garrett getting that money is like they're edge rushers. You're talking about defensive ends. Like they're typically the second highest paid player on a team if they're not the first highest paid. So, yeah, it makes sense that they would be the highest paid non-quarterback. And Joel said, yes, usually the guys that get paid nearly as much as quarterbacks are the guys whose job it is to take down a quarterback. But he also reminded us that Larry Fitzgerald at one point was that guy. Calvin Johnson at one point was that guy. And even though it is incredibly difficult to build a Super Bowl team when you're paying someone that much, I'd rather have Calvin Johnson on my team than not Calvin Johnson on my team. You know what I mean? Like, I think that we like to think that you can replace talent that's that extreme in the aggregate. And you even said going into the Super Bowl bump when we were asking you to preview kind of the strengths of both, you said, look, the Patriots or a couple other teams might have more depth at wide receiver than JSN, but it takes about 4 guys until you feel like you've got that quality.
Right? That alone lets you know why he should be getting his money. The production is crazy. And he proved it. And he's important to this team. Without JSN, this team does not win a Super Bowl. I know we only had, 19 yards in a Super Bowl, I want to say.
You're right.
But without JSN, they don't win a Super Bowl. And the tough thing about contracts is that you are paid for what you've done and what they think you're going to do, right? There's a lot of guys who get paid and just kind of fall off. James he's 23. His work ethic is crazy. I know people who know him and talk highly of him. Had dinner and drinks with his mom. Like, he's locked in.
Someone you want to invest in.
Yeah, it's a good investment. Unfortunately, running backs are not great investments. That's why I worry for K9 and see what the Hawks are going to do. But no, it's look, man, you got to pay what he's worth, and the NFL will tell you exactly what he's worth. And right now, minimum, he's worth $37 million a year.
Now, Joel said 2 other things. One I'm going to play you the sound of. The first was that money you're looking at with JSN doesn't have to all hit this year. It can be something that you backload to the end of the contract where it still gives you lots of flexibility in your Super Bowl window that you're in right now. So that's the first thing. The second thing, We asked him, well, when could this get done?
You don't have the sense of urgency because you'll pick up the fifth-year option. Typically, for great players, teams want to get these guys done prior to their fourth year. But Puka's the wild card in the equation. The Rams have more urgency because he's in a contract year. Fifth-round pick, hasn't made any money. Sometimes you can get a guy like that to take a little less than he would if he was in a better financial standing. But whatever Puka signs for, if he goes first, will be the floor and vice versa.
So Puka is going to have, extending Puka Nacua is going to bring a greater sense of urgency for the Rams than it will for JSN. The two may happen next to each other. Both agents are looking at what each of those guys are going to get. But the difference is that Seattle has the ability to do a fifth-year option, which they probably won't, but they do. And the Rams don't, so they want to make sure that they get that done. Either way, these guys are watching these deals, and whoever gets it first is setting that bar as the floor.
I wonder what the communication with the agents is like. You know, when Puka and Jason's agent.
Just texting dollar signs.
Right, there has to be some type of communication, I would assume, right? Because how long are you willing to wait? We also know that JSN deserves the bigger bag. It's not going to be too far from what Puka can potentially get. But how long do you actually wait to get this thing through? Someone said, they're talking about Jason. I want to respond to this text real quick. 206 pretty much asked if the Patriots did something to stop Jason and if Gonzalez is that nice. One, Gonzalez is better than what I thought he was for sure. Two missed throws. Jason has over 100 yards and a touchdown.
Oh, he should have had 2 touchdowns.
Like, the most dependent position in the game.
Yeah.
Jason's butt naked on a Super Bowl Sunday.
Yep.
Missed throw.
Yeah.
Jason routes Gonzalez up, throw behind. Two missed throws. He has over 100 yards and a touchdown, and we might be talking about him as a game MVP.
Yeah. And there was an opportunity early, too, where he was in the end zone and could have had a touchdown.
Yeah.
He could have had a 3-touchdown day.
Yeah. So
Tutty day.
I mean, the Patriots did a good job with him, but as a receiver, you really only have 3 to 4 opportunities to make huge plays in a game.
Yeah.
And Sam just missed it.
God, this is a conversation we're going to be having all off season up until he gets paid. But I know, and I see it on the text line. We don't have time for it, but I see on the text line that a giant concern for a lot of people is, hey, I want to get back to a Super Bowl. Can you pay a wide receiver that much money, not have enough money to give other people? We're going to dive into that conversation a lot over the course of this offseason.
Yeah. And cap has gone up, like 20 mil, I think?
It's gone up. You are not necessarily paying JSN all of that money this year. Like, just because the average annual value will be, let's say it's 42. That doesn't mean that it's a $42 million cap hit that year.
No, they defer. They push it to the back.
So, again, we'll continue these conversations, but we're jumping to Mariners because it's spring training. Seattle Times Mariners reporter Ryan Divish joins us next on your home for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Want to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman's call of the Seahawks win in Super Bowl 60?
This should be fun.
Of course you do.
These guys, they take it very seriously.
We know it, and you know it.
That's all we care about, brother.
That's why on Monday, we're rebroadcasting Super Bowl 60.
They're bringing it home again.
Beginning at 10 a.m.
We're the best in the world.
On the home of your Super Bowl champs.
I got 2 words for you.
Seattle Sports.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the gigs to go big, bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about being filmed. It wasn't that long ago that the shiny object on an officer's chest was a badge, not a camera. The good news? Greater police transparency. The bad news? Did I mention you're being filmed? 1-800-DUI-AWAY recommends being respectful and courteous, but don't mistake the officer for your therapist. The officer suspects you of having committed a crime, even when you haven't. 1-800-DUI-AWAY is here to protect you. The officer is there to collect evidence to use against you. We'll comb through the footage, looking for opportunities to deliver the best possible outcome. We can help. Call for a free consultation by phone or video for all criminal defense charges. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com. If you find yourself frowning for the camera, smile and call 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY! Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Hey, homeowners, are you stuck on the credit card treadmill and stressed because your consumer debt and monthly payments are too high? Well, Brock Heward here with a smart solution. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a stack of cash. Consider a cash-out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate your high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit, and student loans, or get cash for a remodel. With interest rates finally coming down, consolidating your debt now may be the best decision you ever make. With excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington for over 25 years, Tila has competitive rates on refinance, purchase, or reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call Tila Mortgage today, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
TilaMortgage.com. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seattle Seahawks are interviewing 4 in-house candidates for the open OC job. Andrew Janocko, Jake Peets, run game specialist, assistant offensive line coach Justin Outen, and tight ends coach Mac Brown. Plus, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported this morning the Seahawks will interview Cardinals pass game specialist Connor Sanger for their offensive coordinator job.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Seattle time. reporter Ryan Divish joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. The Seahawks winning the Super Bowl has been such a whirlwind that it's amazing to realize the season's taken us right up to the start of Mariners and spring training and pitchers and catchers reporting, which is very, very cool. Ryan, are you out at Peoria?
Yeah, I got here Tuesday. I skipped covering the Super Bowl and got kind of a long run down here. So I got here Tuesday, and it's been pretty busy every day.
Well worth it for your coverage, which we always appreciate and love reading as well. I am going to start with kind of conversations that you were probably having with these players before even reporting, which is expectations for the season. A fairly quiet-ish offseason for the Mariners after bringing back Naylor. Obviously, there's the Donovan trade to get to. But did you get the impression from players or people around the team you spoke with that they were really happy with where the team is right now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously it's not, and I kind of wrote it today, it's not going to be as splashy as what the Dodgers do or even the Blue Jays. I mean, whether people agree with it or not, Jerry DiPoto is working with some budgetary restrictions, so he can't go out and, make runs at Kyle Tucker and some of these guys. He doesn't give them permission to do that. So I thought given what the parameters were and what they needed to do, I thought it went pretty well. Obviously, signing Naylor was the biggest thing that they needed to do. You look at how he fit positionally in the lineup, and then just from a clubhouse and a city standpoint, this is a guy that I've never seen anybody get embraced by a fan base so quickly and then understand how to get back to it. And to sign him right away, if they hadn't done much else, it would still be a pretty good positive for their offseason. But, trading for Jose Ferrer, a lefty that can close games if needed, can pitch and leverage, I thought was a really smart deal. You gave up Harry Ford, a player who was blocked and wasn't going to play. Signing Rob Refsnyder, a veteran right-handed hitter who can play in the corner outfield spot, DH, kind of give you a guy to hit off the bench. Basically a younger and more productive version of Donovan Solano that they thought they had last year. And then, they finished it off with the Donovan trade, which I thought was really smart. He fit a lot of things with what they want to do, and the way he hit, the way he hits and the way he approaches things is something the lineup needs. They need less swing and miss. I mean, it was better last year, but, Cal and Randy are still going to strike out. Julio is still going to strike out. So you get somebody like Donovan who doesn't strike out hardly at all. I mean, that's a good fit for your lineup. So I thought it was a pretty, I think I wrote today, it was prudent and pragmatic what they did in the off season. I mean, it won't win like the big award for best off season, but a lot of times the teams with the best off seasons don't win in the regular season.
Hey, Ryan, the signing of Donovan obviously gives some flexibility, right? He can play multiple positions. It sounds like it'll give room for these young guys to kind of develop. Who are you most interested in seeing in the big, someone from the farm?
Well, I mean, the last 2 days, we got to watch Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan throw bullpens. Ryan Sloan is 20, and he looks like a young Garrett Cole. I mean, he is just nasty. He's pumping 97, 98. And it's just his slider's got good movement, changeup is good. He's, you can see why everybody's so excited. And you can see why he was largely untouchable. And Kate Anderson, their number one pick last year, he's left-handed. It's they have all these comparisons to Max Fried, but he really reminded me of Cliff Lee. And when he was here, just how smooth and intense and just how everything he does had kind of a purpose to it. But I mean, everybody's going to be watching Colt Emerson this spring. I mean, you go watch him with, we went and watched him take batting practice the last couple of days, and he's 20 years old and he's just mashing balls, and it's different. I remember when Julio was here in 22 and he was this phenom, and you look at him and you just saw he looked like an NFL wide receiver, and he ran like a wide receiver. Then he's hitting all over, and he's got the charisma, and you're like, okay, yeah, I get it, the superstar. But Colt Emerson is different. He's 20, he acts like he's 40. He's got this serious nature. It reminds me of Mitch Haniger, when we used to say that Mitch Haniger was a cyborg, part human, part robot. That's what Emerson's like. He's so intentful in everything he does on the field, everything how he carries himself. I mean, it's really impressive, and the skill set is it looks to be close to Major League ready. So if he comes down here and really does well, I mean, like, what do they do? Because they have Donovan kind of penciled in to be their third baseman, and they got Cole Young, who looks really good too, who kind of did some work on his physique this offseason. You know, how do they make it work? Could they have all three of them in a lineup? Yeah, they could some way. They'll have to figure out a way, but that's what everybody's going to be watching is how is Colt Emerson going to do? I mean, like, you think about the last few years, it was Kelnick the one year, and then it's Julio, you know, like, who's going to be the guy that forces their way onto the team? And everything you see about Colt Emerson, he could do it. I'm not expecting it, but it'll be sure fun to watch.
Is there a world where that happens, like breaks camp with the team opening day, or are you still, even if he impresses and you know it's going to be an early debut, would you still expect like May kind of?
I don't know. I mean, like, honestly, I thought, you know, like a few years ago when Julio was in camp, I was like, I just don't see it. You know, they had gone out and traded for Winker at that time too, and all of a sudden then Julio goes into camp and hits 412 and hits, I think he had 3 homers and 4 doubles and, you know, stole some bases and just looked electric and looked like, you know, the best defensive outfielder they had. You know, like, well, there's no way they can't put him on the team. I mean, if Colt Emerson comes out and hits 400 or something in spring training and plays well at third base and you know, one of those other guys maybe doesn't play as well. I mean, Cole Young has options. They could option him down too. They'd find a way. I mean, like, if the talent is there and they look at it this way, if he's going to make them a better team on the field by being out there, then they'll find a way to get him out there because his talent is that real. It's just whether or not it translates to the big league level. It's really hard to do. Like what Julio did his first year, that doesn't happen very often. And so to say that Colt Emerson is going to do it would be unfair, but he certainly has the capability of doing it. And like I wrote about it today, like listening to Jerry Dipoto talk, I went back and looked at some of Jerry Dipoto's quotes about Julio. I mean, it's similar quotes to what he's saying about Colt Emerson. And I know Jerry can be a little bit hyperbolic about stuff, but this one seems pretty real because it's not just Jerry saying it. It's a lot of other people saying it as well.
Hey, what are your expectations for the team this year? We were talking with Curtis, and you know he expects, win the division, get into the playoffs. Is it fair to put high expectations on this team this year?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I mean, you know, I expect them to win the division, and I expect them to get to the ALCS again and, you know, compete to get to the World Series. And I've never once predicted that about a Mariners team since 2006 when I first started covering the team. Never thought, this team could get to the World Series, let alone win it. Like, I think this team could get to the World Series. We saw it last year. We saw them get to the World Series with a starting rotation that had 3 guys miss, you know, significant time. If they get 140 starts from their 5 core guys, I see them winning the division quite easily and, you know, getting home field advantage and setting themselves up, you know. And I think what we've seen from this team, especially the key guys, is that they now kind of understand what it takes to win. You know, it took some time. They made the playoffs. They had some slip-ups. But, like, the idea of knowing how to win is very high with them. It's not like, you know, some teams walk out on the field wanting to win. Like, these guys walk out on the field knowing they can win, knowing that they're good. I think that's one thing that, you know, you can sit there and say, oh, we got a great team, but you can see in the action sometimes where maybe players don't believe it. You're around here, you can tell these guys really believe that they're pretty good and that they can get to where they want to go.
Yeah, you can see kind of like eye on the prize with them. I know it's a column from your colleague, but I read Adam Jude interviewing Cal and Cal talking about, you know, his conversation with Mike McDonald, and it just struck me not only the conversations between teams and players and coaches, but the fact that both teams are in such a competitive place right now. The idea of learning from each other. I'm curious if Cal or any of these players ever talked to you, Ryan, about kind of tough lessons learned when it comes to trying to stay competitive. Is there anything you think they are taking with them into this season?
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, you know, when you miss the postseason by basically a game or two for 2 consecutive years after you've made it, like that's the one thing that I've heard Cal and Julio and even guys around, like, you know, they made it that one year and they just kind of assumed that they'd always be back. And then they realized, no, it's really hard to get back. And it's really hard to stay good at sustained levels because there's attrition all the time. You may add pieces, but there's attrition, there's injuries, there's all these different things that happen throughout the course of the season, and not everybody performs up to standards. And that's the one thing is with this team, Cal Raleigh put together a season that will never happen again for a catcher ever. I mean, that's just not normal, and they got in the postseason. They are perfectly capable of making it back to the postseason, getting to the same spot without Cal doing 60 homers because they've added more pieces, and they have some guys that I think can perform better than they did a year ago, specifically the pitchers. So, yeah, I think that they understand what it takes to get there, and really, you get within 6 outs of the World Series, and you watch the Seahawks win it all, and you're standing there. I think there is that kind of motivation, and I think that these guys really kind of carry it. I mean, most of these guys have played together too for a while, so it kind of just permeates. Now, the external factors like injuries and all that stuff, you can want to win as much as anybody, and you can, have all the desire and the discipline in the world, but things are going to happen throughout the course of the season, whether it's injuries or somebody's going to struggle. It's how they can kind of, overcome those situations. A team like the Dodgers has got a $400 million payroll. They can overcome it just because they've accumulated enough talent with money that, it's okay. We'll just keep playing. But teams like the Mariners and stuff, you lose a key guy, it's a lot more difficult. So that's what's going to play out. It'll be the weird scenario that nobody's expecting that could happen to the Mariners. How do they adapt to what happens and how they overcome it?
Hey, random, I guess kind of random, but not really. How was coaching last year, man? What was that like for you?
It was pretty dang cool. I'm not gonna lie. I had a lot of fun doing it. 4 months of summertime, in Montana, and then I came back in August and covered the the run to the playoffs and the postseason. So I picked a good time to come back. Had I come back and they tanked and didn't make the postseason, I probably wouldn't have been able to keep my job. People would have blamed me. How Twitter is.
We've had a couple texts from listeners about Ryan Bliss and a few other guys. We spent so much time asking you about superstars. I wanted to ask if there's anyone who could contribute with this team who we could see more of that was maybe injured or had an abbreviated season last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be tough for Bliss just to make the team because they need to have a backup shortstop. My assumption it'll be Leo Rivas on the roster because he can play shortstop and he's switch hitter, and he can, they kind of like the comfort factor of that. I mean, 2 years ago, Luke Raley had 27 home runs and was one of their best players for a 3-month stretch. Last year, he was just so beat up, had back and oblique issues, and just never really got healthy. I think, you look at what he's done in the past, he can be a guy that can help them. And even Dom Canzone really only gave them about 2.5 months of 3 months of production because he was called up late. Maybe a whole season of Dom Canzone at that level really changes some things. And then, from a bullpen standpoint, they're going to have to find one other guy that could be really good. You have Brash, you have Spire, you have Munoz, and you have Ferrer. They need one more guy that's going to be really good. And I don't know who that's going to be. I don't know. And then I guess today, I think I said in the thing I wrote today that I picked George Kirby to be a finalist for the Cy Young. So maybe I'm going out on a limb there too.
Why not? Let's go, George. Let's get her done. How do you feel about this rotation? You still think they're one of the best in the game? Have other rotations improved? Any moves that you've seen that you like?
I think if they all stay healthy, I think it's probably top 3 in all of baseball. I mean, you think about it, 2 years ago, Brian Wu was kind of their number 4 or 5 starter. Now, what he did last year, you think, okay, now that guy's really got it figured out. And Bryce missed a ton of time last year. And towards the end of 24, he was really good. So I know we forget that Logan Gilbert was one of the few pitchers to go 200 innings and 200 strikeouts in 2024. He had the issue last year. It'll be health with them. And then, how do they handle it if somebody goes down? Emerson Hancock and a guy named Cooper Criswell, who they picked up in a trade, will be the next guys up in that order. And then maybe one of these, maybe late in the season or something, they need a start, and they go to Cade Anderson or Ryan Sloan. I mean, like, those guys aren't that far away. And, that's like when your upper level prospects that are knocking on the door of helping you are rated in the top 50, and both of them are rated in the top 50 of all prospects in baseball. That's a pretty good problem to have. I mean, like, and one of them's left-handed. We haven't seen a left-handed starter in the rotation for quite a while. So I think that, like, the overall pitching depth that they have, I mean, it's as good as it's been. And, all their 5 starters are really kind of locked in. I mean, obviously it'll be different to see what Castillo does. Everybody kind of thinks he's been on a downturn, but he was pretty good last year for most of the season and really helped them when those other guys were hurt. So, if they can get the same production out of Castillo that they got last year, and then these other guys don't have quite the amount of injury issues, they'll be really, really good.
Make sure you're reading Ryan's work at SeattleTimes.com. He is Seattle Times reporter Ryan Divish. Thanks, Divish.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, see you guys.
Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Bump. Who's reminded you that you need to specialize in a skill in the NFL?
NFL is full of athletes. There are guys who can do multiple things, but some guys get lost in the mix. And right now, I'm looking at Deebo Samuel. He is going to be a free agent. He's going to cost $12 million to the Commanders. And the reason why is because he doesn't do anything great. He's just an athlete.
Isn't that weird to think about?
It is. Because when he's on point, he's on point. He's younger. Give him the football, let him run. But once that athleticism starts to dwindle away, you got to have a skill. That's why I look at Stephon Diggs. He's not as fast or as quick as he used to be, but he is a route runner. He can still get open. Deebo Samuel is not a route runner. He's not a very skilled guy. He's just a great athlete. So once you start hitting those late 20s, early 30s, and you're just a good athlete, you lose value. And that's what I see with Deebo Samuel. I don't see him having another great year. I think it's a wrap for Deebo Samuel. He'll be on a roster for the next 2 or 3 seasons, but he doesn't have the skill set that gives him the longevity. Think of like Larry Fitzgerald. End of his career, slow as heck. Skilled, though. Can still get open, understands defenses, and can move his body in certain ways and move defenders off their spot. Deebo's stuck, man.
One of the things I'm always going to remember about Deebo, that was it the conference championship game against the Green Bay Packers when basically like Deebo ended up converting to win them that game.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was a fourth down, but it was like a very pivotal, either a third or fourth down. It's like, that's the Deebo in my memory, and it's so crazy. You're right, Bump, but it's so weird thinking about, wait, this guy that we were all talking about as like one of the most amazing, incredible players in the game, pivotal to getting that team to a Super Bowl. That guy, but God, crazy to think about. Second down. What could be concerning when it comes to the Seahawks offensive coordinator position?
All right, so you're interviewing a young man, right?
Mm-hmm.
His name is Connor Singer, I want to say how you say his last name. What's concerning is if these guys don't get the job, the 4 that are in-house and they are competing for this position, what does it do for the chemistry of this team? Because that's something they relied upon heavily when it comes to the players, the coaches upstairs. They rely on their chemistry heavily. So what if this guy comes in and he gets the job, and the 4 guys who are already in-house competing for this job don't get it? Will they embrace him? I don't think there'll be any drama. I think they will do their best to embrace him, but they're going to feel some kind of way about that situation. So whatever Mike Mandela decides to do, I trust that he'll make the right decision. I trust that if he does go with this Connor guy, that he'll talk to the other 4 and say, this is why I'm going. Like, there's going to be some transparency, but end of the day, guys are going to feel some kind of way because they want this job and they've grinded with Mike McDonald. So I'm interested to see how this thing pans out. I think whoever he chooses will be the right man for the job. But chemistry, man, that's one of the main components of this football team, is that you feel like there's chemistry all across the board.
Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Third down. All right, well, I know they just won a Super Bowl, but where can the Seahawks improve?
You got your quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
You got the best receiver in the game.
Yep.
D-line is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
You got Ernest and Drake at the LB spots.
What's not to love?
Secondary is on point. It's got to be offensive line. I think they got to hit one more time with the offensive line. You got to find another guard. I think Anthony Bradford is great. I think that if you come back and he's a starter, I'm not worried about it. But I feel like there could be some improvement there. Everywhere else, I think you're solid. If you re-sign K9, you're good. Zach Charbonnet is going to come back and do his thing. You're probably going to draft a running back anyway. I think at the receiver spot, you're good. Torrey Horton's going to come back. Cooper Kupp is there. Obviously, you got JSN. You're probably going to draft a receiver anyway. Ricky White has been on practice squad. But O-line is the one spot to where if you can get even just a little bit better at that spot, this team can take another step. So I'm looking at it. If they don't sign anyone, so be it. Let's roll with it. But offensive line.
4th down. We just spoke with ESPN's Kalyn Kahler, who was the pool reporter for the Seattle Seahawks leading up to the Super Bowl. Anything stand out from Kalyn?
Yeah, just how confident and calm that she said this team was leading up to the Super Bowl. And I think it's important to completely be yourself. I also think that having a 39-year-old head coach allows you to be a bit more loose and a bit more confident. I just like the way that what I've heard Mike McDonald has handled this. I tried to get into practice, Stacy. They were going to let me go, but all their practices were during our show. So I couldn't get there because I wanted to see it for myself. Thank you, Seahawks, for allowing me the opportunity to go to a practice. I know it's tight. But yeah, man, it was interesting to see because she got picked out of a pool, right? Is that what you said? Like,
yeah, so it's like randomly, like they'll have it like at Seahawks games. It'll be like, Brady Henderson, you're the pool reporter, where it's like your designated person to be able to go ask questions.
Yeah, so I think it's cool to get like her insight. She can't really report on anything while the practices are going down and during that Super Bowl week, but to hear that nothing changed, I think was important because coaches and players always talk about how it's just another game. It's not. It's a Super Bowl. But
be real.
The fact that they were still able to be loose and be themselves, I think helped them during the Super Bowl run. So big ups to the coach to keep me consistent.
Some very quick breaking news before we hit break. Curtis, what do we got?
Yeah, Adam Schefter of ESPN reporting that the Seahawks are making another addition to their coaching staff, hiring former defensive coordinator of the Ravens, Zach Orr, as their inside linebackers coach. Orr and McDonald teamed up together on Baltimore's defensive side of the ball for a couple of years. Now they're rejoining back here in Seattle.
Thank you. Lots of moving pieces. Hey, speaking of the Super Bowl, if you can't get enough of the Seahawks Super Bowl victory, make sure you tune in on Monday, President's Day, for a special rebroadcast of the Seahawks win over the Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Relive every championship moment starting Monday at 10 a.m., and we are reliving the 2025 season. Curtis and Bump facing off for season coming your way next on your home for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Want to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman's call of the Seahawks win in Super Bowl 60?
This should be fun.
Of course you do.
These guys, they take it very seriously.
We know it, and you know it.
That's all we care about, brother.
That's why on Monday, we're rebroadcasting Super Bowl 60.
They're bringing it home again.
Beginning at 10 a.m.
We're the best in the world.
On the home of your Super Bowl champs.
I got 2 words for you.
Seattle Sports.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke game ball before they sell out.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top: you never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Season.
Seasons of love. Seasons of love.
500
minutes. Bob and Curtis are going to face off in trivia about the season. I will say a few of these are about the Super Bowl and major stats. I wish that I had time to come up with 20 questions, but I've only got 10 minutes. And
20 questions is going to take way too long.
That's a long time. Long time. Here we go. Bump, you're starting. The Seahawks only allowed 30 or more points twice this season. That's probably why they finished as the best scoring defense in the regular season. To whom did they allow 30 points? Sorry, I should say that. Which teams did they allow 30 points to?
Teams?
Yeah.
I have to name multiple? Sounds like a Curtis question to me. I think, Curtis, you take this one.
Only two? No.
we don't pass.
The Rams and the Bucks.
Yes.
Easy work.
Got
it. Easy work. I want my Curtis. Come on, Curtis. Shh.
Curtis.
Hey.
JSN was not only this team's leader in receiving yards.
He's special. Did you say he's special?
Look, the two last quizzes that I've made were done very quickly and in a rush.
So was this one.
Okay, Bump, you don't have to put me on blast like that. I did put this one together very, very quickly. I did not write that he was a special player, though, which is what I wrote ahead of the Super Bowl.
I think he's special.
I wrote it at 11:30 at night and just kept writing, Ken Walker's a special player, just filler for the quizzes. Okay. JSN led this team in receiving yards. Unsurprisingly, also led them in receiving touchdowns. That's not what your question is. Your question is, who was second in receiving touchdowns on this team this year?
Second receiving touchdowns on the team this year? I'm going to say one A.J. Barner.
Correct.
Doing the barn stomp.
Bump, your question. It's only true or false, but we're sticking with the same topic. True or false? Torrey Horton was third on this team in receiving touchdowns.
That's factual.
Yes.
That's factual.
He had 5.
5 of them things.
5 of them things.
Only had like 160 yards, too.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's efficiency is what that is. Curtis.
Hey.
3 Seahawks are tied for first place on this team in sacks with 7 apiece. Who are they?
I'm going to say DeMarcus Lawrence.
No.
No? Oh,
sorry. Maybe that would be the last one. Byron Murphy. Yes. Do you want to
Leonard Williams?
Yes. Do you want to guess the other one? It's not for a point.
And it wasn't Derek Hall.
He had a massive play in Super Bowl 60.
Massive play in Super Bowl 60.
Is
it Nick Amon-Murray? No.
Uchenna.
Nwosu.
Yeah. All 3 got 7 sacks. That was a tougher one.
Team effort.
Yeah. Bump. Jason Myers became the NFL's first 200-point scorer in a season. Congratulations, Jason Myers. Underrated
history.
Part of the season.
No one's ever scored that many.
What a football player.
No wide receiver.
Okay.
No
Curtis,
quarterback. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Curtis. Whom did he beat?
Curtis.
Who was the
Rogers.
Previous leader for most points in a season?
Vinatieri? I don't know. No one pays attention to kicker stats like that.
Well, that's what I would say if I didn't pay attention to kicker stats.
It is not a kicker. So,
who is it?
LaDainian Tomlinson.
Wow. When he had 31 touchdowns?
That's crazy how you just disrespected running backs and you just said running backs aren't players.
Gold jacket.
I just heard Bump say running backs are not football players. That's wild. Well, you guys are tied now. This is great. Oh, no, you're not. Bump still has 2. Okay. Curtis, a chance to tie it up. FTN Fantasy's Aaron Schatz, creator of DVOA, said that this year's Seattle Seahawks rank as the 6th best team by DVOA ever in NFL history.
In the world.
Regular season and playoffs. That's insane. Which team did he rank as number 1? Was it the 1985 Bears, the 2007 Patriots, or the 1991 Washington, then Redskins, now Commanders?
I think it's the Commanders. The final answer, 91, yeah.
That's wrong. Because the Commanders didn't exist at the time. It was 91 Washington, though. That's a point for
that's
Curtis.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Give me my point.
I love a twist.
I love a twist.
Bob, you also get multiple choice. That Washington team had just 2 losses during their regular season, and they were by a combined 5 points.
Wow.
The Seahawks had 3 losses this year by a combined how many points?
Whoa.
5, 9, 12.
All right, so you lost to the Tampa Bay Bucks by 3 points.
Do you want me to say your options again?
No, let me work through this.
Okay, you got it.
Okay,
Take your
lost
time.
to the Rams by...
Take your time.
8 point. And then you lost to the Niners. It's 9.
9 is the correct answer.
Show your work, kids.
Wow.
Show your work.
Bob takes a 3-2 lead. Curtis, back to you on this one. There's an interesting stat for Drake May as a loser of Super Bowl 60. Not by himself. You lose as a team, you win as a team. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Of the 36 quarterbacks before Drake May to lose their first start in the Super Bowl, how many made it back? Is it 7, 10, or 14?
Boy.
Of 36 to lose their first start in the Super Bowl, how many made it back? 7, 10, 14.
Don't think it happens very often. I know John Elway, he was one of them. Drake May has not been back. Jalen Hurts is another, so there's at least 2 there. I'm going to go 7. I think it's a very low number.
Correct.
Yeah.
7.
That's wrong, actually.
For no extra points at all.
It's actually wrong.
How many of them to make it back even
It's
one?
actually wrong.
John Elway, Jalen Hurts, they have won a Super Bowl after losing their original.
I almost said.
Let's see here.
I'm going to keep it moving. I almost said. You got 2 more.
Oh, 4.
Bump, if you get this right, you win. Congratulations to JSN.
Well, no, because I still have a 4th question, don't I?
Yeah, but you missed one.
So did Bump.
Oh, I didn't.
We're tied.
I'm perfect, actually.
Okay, sorry.
My mom told me that I can do no
you
wrong.
are tied. You are
We are
tied.
tied heading into the final round.
See, I was keeping points. It says 3-3, but my mind just wasn't paying attention to what I wrote.
Where's your notepad? There's no notepad.
I got it. Bump, you have to get this right. But if you get it wrong and Curtis gets it wrong, we're still tied. Congratulations to JSN, who finished. It's Friday. With the 8th most receiving yards in a single season in NFL history, you can guess where this is going. Can you name 3 of the only 7 players all time to finish with more receiving yards in a single season?
Calvin Johnson.
Yes.
Cooper Kupp.
Yes.
Jerry Rice.
Yes.
Was Justin Jefferson on that list? I was gonna
Others
go there.
include Justin
was
Jefferson.
Was Jamar Chase on that list?
No.
Randy Moss?
No.
Okay.
Julio Jones, AB, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, the other options.
Nice.
Curtis.
Hey.
It's a little tough, but I believe in you. The Seahawks had 6 sacks in Super Bowl 60, which was 1 shy of an NFL record, 7. Most sacks in a Super Bowl. Now, 4 teams have actually done this, gotten 7 sacks in a Super Bowl. It's been accomplished most recently when a defensive player won Super Bowl MVP. The last time it happened, a defensive player won Super Bowl MVP. Got it. Which team was it, and who was the MVP?
Was it the 2015 Denver Broncos with Von Miller?
Yes.
All right.
Yay! Everyone's tied. Everyone wins. Okay, tiebreaker. Now, the answers to this are easy, and so intentionally, I need you guys to go speed round. You are going speed round with this, and you're going really, really fast, beginning with Bump. Go back and forth, naming only the mascots of the teams the Seahawks beat this year. You need to be fast. If you
like the
hesitate,
names or the team names?
just that, like you would say, they didn't play the Raiders, but you'd say Raiders, and you need to say it
Okay.
quickly because we all know the teams. So any
So just
hesitancy,
name the teams.
name the teams they beat this year. You need to go fast though.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
go
Rams.
Commanders.
Niners.
faster.
Cardinals.
Texans.
You've got the Jags.
Colts.
Steelers.
Exactly. Okay. See, it's like you know it, but when you have to pause for just a second. Okay, Curtis. In the last for the win in the last 25 years, 3 teams have made it to back-to-back Super Bowls. Who are they?
The Seahawks, the Patriots, and the Chiefs.
Yay! That was fun. That was a good quiz. It wasn't my best. It wasn't my worst. I don't think.
It seems like a substitute teacher came in and said, "We're watching a video today, guys."
That's
wow.
crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy. I think that there were a lot of fun facts that everyone learned today. Did everyone listening know that the NFL record for sacks in a Super Bowl is 7? Brady, did you know that?
Yes, I had
Shut
to work
up,
the Super
Brady.
Bowl.
Shut up. God, get your questions in for what I need. I think a lot of people learn new things.
I thought it was great, Stacy.
Thank you, Curtis. Get your questions.
You
Bump,
suck
no,
up.
bump,
You're
bump.
teacher's pet.
Get your questions
Scoreboard.
in for
Scoreboard.
what I need to know. 866-979-3776. That's next on your home for the Super Bowl champions. It's Super Bowl 60. There's been
my
59
best season,
before
though.
this. Seattle Sports and the
I get a
Seattle
top 10
Sports
pick.
app.
Want to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman's call of the Seahawks win in Super Bowl 60?
This should be fun.
Of course you do.
These guys, they take it very seriously.
We know it, and you know it.
That's all we care about, brother.
That's why on Monday, we're rebroadcasting Super Bowl 60.
They're bringing it home again.
Beginning at 10 a.m.
We're the best in the world.
on the home of your Super Bowl champs.
I got 2 words for you.
Seattle Sports.
Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in northern British Columbia. King salmon runs are at their peak in May and June, and halibut and lingcod are always plentiful. Check out how easy it is to visit QCL at fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Here at Big Trees, we are honored to have performed work for our local professional sports teams, local colleges, numerous commercial sites, and dozens of cities, including Seattle, Tacoma, and Bellevue. While we certainly serve homeowners, Big Trees helps business owners too. Reach out to the experts at BigTreeSupply.com.
It's home show season. To celebrate, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is giving you 20% off and a lifetime installation warranty, plus 12 months to pay with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing. See us at the home shows or visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
For 24 years, Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar has been Bellevue's and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. Hey, this is Brock Heward, and what I love is being able to count on my good friend, Chef John Howie's reputation for excellence behind every plate. Whether it's local oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, Dungeness crab bisque, generous portions with true value, and every detail is cared for. Whether it's a date night, a business dinner, or catching up with friends and family, Sea Star is the dining experience you remember. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. And now Wilson, the official football of the NFL, has released the limited edition Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball, exclusively available at BigTimeBats.com. This authentic 4-panel leather football features the Seahawks logo, bold Super Bowl champions lettering, the final score and date of the game, and the official Super Bowl 60 logo. Officially licensed, limited edition. Visit BigTimeBats.com and get the Seahawks Super Bowl 60 champions Duke Game Ball before they sell out.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
We meet by accident.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, we met about a decade ago when you came into the studio, and at that point, IRG was humming, but you were not 40 locations strong all over the neighborhood. How have you done this, and why?
Number one, Brock, great people. Our strength here at IRG is our people. Secondly, we are a company that has a culture of giving back and taking care of our patients, taking care of our team, and thirdly, taking care of our community. We want to be your family physical therapist. More importantly, we want to be your family's neighborhood physical therapist. We want you to come in, have a great experience, and get better and get out there and be pain-free and function.
Taking care of your friends, taking care of your neighbors, taking care of your community, and taking care of Western Washington. With over 40 locations now, that's exactly what IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is doing. Find them in person, find them online at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your question, any question, into the text line right now for what I need to know. That number, 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Uh-oh. From a listener. I walked into my garage this morning, and I found a brand new 85-inch TV.
Nice.
It was hidden under a tarp. It looks like my wife went big for Valentine's Day. I only bought her chocolates. What's my next move?
Jewelry. Can't go wrong
You
with jewelry.
have to get jewelry.
Can't go wrong with jewelry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hook her up.
Yeah, you got
That
it.
TV for Valentine's Day, though? That's what's up.
Yeah, that's
For
a
real.
great gift. You do have to go immediately to get jewelry.
Yeah. Get her a bracelet or something.
Yeah, like a nice jewelry.
So that 85-inch, he said? So
85-inch
That's
TV.
about $600 right there, maybe?
Yeah.
So equivalent. Match it.
They have some cute place. I don't know where you're located. There's a cute place in U Village. It'll have you can get it quick.
I went to U Village last night for the first time in 10 years.
U Village has changed so much.
Yes.
I went to UW and it used to be very different. Now it's good luck parking.
Yeah.
It's insane. What I need to know. If you could take two animals and their natural powers, i.e. the speed of a cheetah, what would they be?
The speed of that falcon, that's the fastest animal in the
Peregrine
world.
falcon.
Yeah. Yeah.
How fast can they go, Brady?
100 miles an hour, right?
See, Brady, I ask you because you can Google.
Yes, I'm getting on it.
I don't know why you don't just know how fast a peregrine falcon is. What is it, 200 miles per hour is what I'm going to say. I feel like that feels right.
I feel like that is right.
I feel like it's right. 200 miles per hour.
I'd do that. The speed of that falcon.
Maximum speed 240 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Woo!
Speed of that falcon.
Good
and
stuff.
The memory of an elephant, because my memory's shot. If I don't write it down, it's tough. It's tough over here.
Oh, so elephants remember a lot.
Yes, that's why I said the memory of an elephant.
I didn't know that.
An elephant never forgets is kind of a common saying.
She's so confused. That's why you looked at me like that. Huh? I'm like, I thought everyone knew that.
So you would want to remember everything and be really fast. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Now that the elephant thing has checked out, makes sense for me. I would want. Aren't dolphins really smart?
Someone says I'm out of touch with electronic prices. Oh, 85 inches is it more than $600?
I mean, it depends on the
700?
TV. It's a couple hundred minimum.
I think you're out of touch.
Me?
A couple hundred for 85?
I think it's going to be 400.
You're on point.
450, 500.
For a Toshiba, it's like $589.
Exactly.
Go get this
What are they
women's
talking
jewelry.
about?
There's
What
some
are they
even
talking
more
about?
expensive ones, but yeah, low end it's like $550, $560.
Who's getting an 85-inch
I was just
TV
in
for
Costco the other day.
You guys know when I say couple, I don't mean two. I mean 5.
I'm looking at prices right now. I see a 500. I see a 600. I also see a 2,000. I mean,
Uh,
you're bougie is what you are.
what I need to know. Since it's seemingly looking like, for some reason, the NBA keeps extending the timeline for an expansion team, what is or could be the conspiracy theories behind that? Or is it a long con to make us think the Sonics are even coming back?
They'll be here. Get your jerseys.
Yeah. Well, they're showing interest in NBA Europe. Not interest. That's going to be a thing. So that's kind of like a big priority of the NBA right now.
It's kind of dope. I like that, honestly.
Yeah, and then...
I mean, what's the theory that people... Bill Simmons was talking about...
Well, there's just more money to be had in those markets, like Paris, London, all sorts of big-time cities like that over in Europe. And NBA expansion domestically, I mean, you also have a lot of teams right now that just aren't, like, draws. Like, the Pelicans are horrible. They've got no stars. The Grizzlies are tearing it down. Not good teams in small markets. That's a bad recipe.
I'm going back to my last answer. Someone said the strength of an ant. That's a good one.
Yeah,
That's a really good one. And I'd throw in the durability. Did you know that an ant can survive a fall from an incredibly hot, like a tall distance, whereas if a tarantula falls like a foot, it can die?
Really?
Mm-hmm. Just the way that its like exoskeleton is set up. So I want the strength and durability of an ant.
All right.
Is there an animal that like looks really young forever? I want that one.
An ant can survive a fall from any height from an airplane without dying.
I want that.
That's crazy.
Because I'm afraid of flying, so. I want that one. What I need to know. Someone said, has anyone checked in on DK and Gino? Tough. I mean, they got a lot of money, so.
Yeah, I think they're doing all right.
I think they're doing okay with their millions. What I need to know, is there anywhere that you guys went to in San Francisco that you'd recommend? Someone said, my niece is going on vacation there next week.
No. We went to 2 places. What bar we go to?
We went to... I like the rooftop. Like we had like
Bartell?
a big group of people that went to that rooftop, and I don't remember what it was called. Up in Rise Over Run. It was
Rise
cute.
Over Run,
yeah. Rise Over Run is
Rise
what I'll
Over
say.
Run. There you go.
What I need to know. I need to know what it must feel like for sports fans in Oakland lately, says this listener. I think it's when we were talking about, you said you felt bad for...
I rode a plane next to a lady that had an A's shirt on, and we started talking about it, and she started crying. It's tough out there.
It's great. Yeah. That's a sports city I feel bad for.
Yeah.
For sure. 866-979-3776. Bump, do you collect football cards of yourself?
They didn't make those, brother. They didn't make... Only ones I have are the ones that people give to me. Not many.
Someone said, how much free golf do you actually get from being a local celebrity?
Not enough. Not enough.
Do you think you could golf every single... You know how people say, like, I would never get tired of pizza?
Yeah, I golf every day. That's my goal, is to retire by 45 and golf every day. So you only got 5 more years with me, Stacy.
Wow. I'll cherish every moment. And with that, I'm going to go. Wyman and Bob are coming up next on your home for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Want to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman's call of the Seahawks win in Super Bowl 60?
This should be fun.
Of course you do.
These guys, they take it very seriously.
We know it, and you know it.
That's all we care about, brother.
That's why on Monday, we're rebroadcasting Super Bowl 60.
They're bringing it home again.
Beginning at 10 a.m.
We're the best in the world.
On the home of your Super Bowl champs.
I got 2 words for you.
Seattle Sports.
Get your Seahawks Super Bowl champions gear at Simply Seattle, your go-to shop for Seahawks gear with licensed and custom designs you won't find anywhere else. Use code ESPN15 for 15% off your order at simplyseattle.com. Celebrate the title team with jerseys, shirts, hoodies, hats, and collectibles. If you're celebrating downtown, shop in person at Simply Seattle on First Ave. And get ready for spring training with Mariners gear and Simply Originals like the Kid Logo hoodie. Code ESPN15 at simplyseattle.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Plus, free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let him know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770.